Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent picking up from garage could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Strike to Jay gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Up shot, and now you have to deal with three more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, gaming. Brought to you by GLG, the gaming lounges of the Great Lakes. I will be your host, at least for the first part of this evening, Becky Bear. I am joined here by the lovely Gompers, who I'm not going to point to on the correct direction because I always change sides and can never point in the right direction, as per usual. I hope everyone's week is going fantastic. Halfway through the week on a Wednesday, it is a Pit of Valor day. What is Pit of Valor, you ask? It is a single elimination tournament going up to 64 teams. All rounds will be best of one until we reach our finals, where they will be playing a best of three match. On average, we have a $50 prize pool to first place, who will take all of it, unless we end up like a tournament that we're going to have next week, where we do have a sponsor. We will be looking at a $100 prize pool brought to you by Hyperspace Dark. Thank you so much to Hyperspace Dark for sponsoring next week's tournament. And then we also will be having a little bit of an MVP award next week. So if you're interested in getting a little bit more action, a little bit more Valorant next week, and getting to figure out and watch some great players and have us analyze who will get that MVP award, tune in next week. But for now, we are here. We are in this week. Chamber is out, but Chamber is not in play. So we will be simply just, playing without the handsome gold tattooed man in at least this week's tournament. How are you feeling about both the new agent, the map that we've picked? You can see below us, we'll be going to Ascent, as well as our first team, our Xset and Precise Gunplay. How are you feeling about our teams this week to start us off, Gompers?
I'm pretty excited to see the teams. I mean, I know a couple of stuff, on the side of Xset, but Precise Gunplay kind of a new team to my ears, and I'm actually pretty excited to see, the synergy that they have to bring, into this tournament.
Yeah, very excited to see Precise Gunplay. It's a name that I believe we've known for at least the past few weeks as far as the Pit of Valor is concerned. A few names that we know, even names that we know from not in Precise Gunplay. They have Kaiwu filling in for them, which is a pretty mainstay name, at least as far as the Pit of Valor is concerned. And then Xset we've also gotten to see at least some of the last few weeks as well. So nice to have both of these teams back trying to compete. And from what I'm being told, we're ready to just get down into it, wasting no time in this Pit of Valor here, getting right down into it. Ascent, how do you feel about this map, Gompers?
Okay. In the mind of a player, I do not like this map at all. If I see this map come into my queue, I immediately want to dodge. But, seeing this in a competitive stance, whether it be tournaments or whatever, I actually really do like this map. I know a lot of teams enjoy this map as well, and this map is very easy, I guess you could say, for that utility usage, because that's basically the main point, holding off those players onto the site. And it's very, it's kind of very hard, especially if you have that killjoy, as already players are locking in on the team for that B site take. And I'm actually pretty excited to see how they use that Astra, to kind of combine that killjoy turret and her abilities as well. So it's going to be a fun thing.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what we lock in. It might be a little bit of a mirror match going into this, but we do see a little bit of a difference here. Mayhem hovering this Sage in place of the Killjoy kind of picking up a different sort of sentinel can have some kind of cool walls, get up to some interesting areas, and it'll be interesting to see if they do decide to go with something like the Sage to use a wall to lock down a site instead of the utility that Killjoy has to offer. And it looks like that will be the luck and pretty much a mirror match other than that little bit of a sentinel swap there, at least having the Sky for heals for the side of Exit going into this. How do you feel about this difference between the Killjoy and the Sage? I know you mentioned you just like the Killjoy.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Sage is something that you can have be a little interchangeable, or do you think that the Killjoy is simply like a stronger pick easily?
I think in general, Killjoy might be the stronger pick. I guess it also all depends. How are you using your Sentinel? I mean, Killjoy's utilities can be used very well. Especially if you know where you're putting them, and if you're kind of not as consistent as normal, especially having that Sova down, you know, their shock darts could eliminate, you know, all of your utility at once. But Sage could also be very useful depending on how well and, you know, how timely you use those slows coming out there, because it could be very frustrating trying to go through a smoke and getting sprayed down. And I guess it all depends on how well, you know, your smokes can play with your Sentinel. And your smokes are very important. If you kind of hide them and you put them in a very nice area, I guess you could say, it's going to give them a harder time to see where the utility is standing. And that's generally what we're looking for here.
Cool. And we are off to the races. It looks like we are kind of seeing just hovering that wall towards this B site, but with all of the members of Exet going towards this mid on Catwalk, we probably won't be seeing that wall come out, but starting us off strong, Guiding Light coming out, able to find Kaiwu, and that is Duelist down for the side of Precise Gunplay to start us off.
Already an aggressive take coming out from Exet. They are not wasting any time, already getting that spike planted. Seems like Paradigm. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I'm gonna say it. Paradigm. Is that how I say it?
Yes.
Yes, all right, Paradigm. It's gonna be trying to play with the team here. Trying to get some smokes down or possibly some utility out there in order to dismember the team of Exet. But Exet has some pretty nice cross gunplay holding on down there in Hell, and not really anything that anybody can do about it. Marina's gonna get that 3K really nice and easy, and Stroh's being left alone with only 15 health here. It's not looking too good.
15 health, 4 members of Exet still alive, makes the jump down, and the turret is gonna secure the 4K for Marina. Absolutely aggressive start for the side of Exet, breaking us off quick and easy, going on to that A side, getting that bomb down, starting us off strong on this week's Pit of Valor. What do you think is something that Precise Gunplay is going to have to learn from that first round? We kind of saw that aggressive play. Is there something that they could have done better, something that they should be changing up, you think?
Exet actually did a wonderful job. They were very aggressive off the bat. They didn't wait for that rotation coming out from Precise Gunplay, and instead that kind of allowed them to take the site pretty carelessly, take out some players as well, and leaving Precise Gunplay to have to play for that strong retake. And in general, the retake wasn't as strong. The post-plant positionings that they had that pretty good cross hold down Hell, and that in general just led to the demise of Precise Gunplay.
I'm a big agreeing. Beautiful that you mentioned kind of those crossfires that they had set up. Now we see Precise Gunplay kind of trying to mirror that, but with the lower gun power in their hands, that's going to be a little bit more difficult. The Guiding Light comes out, blinds the 2 members holding that crossfire, and allows for Ari to just get this 3K and just mow them down. Strobes now having to reposition up through tree. That glass breaking will let them know exactly where they are, but with Ari making this push onto this A site, dragging the final 2 players of Precise Gunplay over to that side of the map, while the rest of Exet is planning on the B site.
Yeah, this is a pretty good fake on Exet's side. I mean, they kind of confused the team of Precise Gunplay, and that spike is already down. Majority of Precise Gunplay didn't really necessarily realize until the time is set, hey, the clock is ticking right now, we need to get this spike down. And unfortunately, I mean, the time is already running out. They really cannot get as strong of a retake here as they possibly would want to, because the site is already being held very, very nicely. Already, as you see, already 2 players coming down for Precise Gunplay. Second round going to Exet.
Second round, but now Precise Gunplay going to be able to buy up these bigger guns, as we can see on the top of this scoreboard right now. Just deciding exactly how we want to split up that money amongst players, but it looks like we will be seeing full armor, full guns for Precise Gunplay going into this. They've really got to put these guns to good use. Only one kill in total for the side of Precise Gunplay, and it's on Strobes currently. So not close to these ultimates, not close to taking any of these rounds so far, but hopefully some bigger guns can make that have a bit of a change here.
Definitely trying to play a little bit closer, as Ari's doing right now. I mean, Ari's getting up there pretty aggressively with that Spectre, hopefully hoping, you know, for their sake that they could possibly get someone to peek out there and get a really nice headshot here, but they're gonna be able to get the sight down, which is pretty huge on their part. They do have a Vandal now. Xset is able to have that hero rifle for a possible win here for the third round, but it's a bonus round. We're gonna have to see how this works out.
Yeah, and hopefully that will be the case, something that they can at least bring in with a little bit of power. Ari continuing to just hold this angle, knows that somebody is hanging out here in market and gonna be ready to fight them as they come in. Gets Kaiwu. Strobes not checking that corner is disastrous for the side of Precise Gunplay. Ari just getting so much free action there, unable to be healed there by that Sky, trying to continue to just hold that angle, too afraid to take that little bit of a peek out, and it looks like Precise Gunplay will decide to back off and hold on to these guns for the remainder of this round.
A very good choice. I mean, next round, they would have to be broke. Precise doesn't necessarily have the economy to continue here, which is probably the best case scenario of having two rifles rather than none. And I mean, of course, the economy is still kind of down in the dumps. Possibly they could be able to bring it back up with this round, but I mean, we've seen it. Xset, they have a very, very hard take onto the site, and it's very hard to kind of counter that, especially since the synergy that we're seeing here is extremely good. I mean, you see those smokes coming down in an exact manner, and people are peeking off with the duelist the moment that the site is cleared, and in general, it's just a hard thing to play around.
And we do see the Sage now changing sites as well, able to hold off a lot of that initial onslaught. Just has been on the wrong site every single one of these rounds, at least to start. Not able to afford the utility though, so stuck at 40 HP, could get a little bit of a heal, but doesn't have any of the Sage utility to slow a push from Xset, hanging out, kind of doing the same thing that we saw them do last round. The Sky and the Jet hanging out on this A main side, trying to pull them towards this A site while potentially going on to this B. We do see two members of Xset on B site already, kind of sneaking through, but they do not have the spike, so maybe a little bit of a bait and switch in the reverse direction that we previously saw coming into this round.
Yeah, I mean, they do have that B site pretty clear. They should be able to get that spike down pretty easy. It seems like Precise Gunplay is not really going to push that as far as necessary. They don't feel the need to just yet. That spike isn't down, and they don't have to play for that retake. But right now, it's a pretty slow take, which is surprising, you know, for the momentum that Xset has been having. But I guess they're playing it safe here. They don't want to get taken out one by one. But instead, it seems like Artstar is going to be taken out one by one. Right now, the spike is going to be planted, and they're going to have to play for a retake here once again for the fourth time.
Fourth time, and so far not something that has been going their way, but Ari trying to even it up, trying to take some of these members down, play this duelist role for the side of Xset, but with 17 HP, this utility is going to have to come in very handy, and maybe just play for Starrybun here, who's able to make that peek out, get Kaiwu, but Paradigm and Strobes have something to say about it, and they take down those three members now of Xset, as Marina's the only one left and loses that final gun fight to Strobes, who is gonna go for this defuse, but the bomb is ticking, and it looks like it will just barely be enough time there. 2 seconds left on the clock, 5 HP, and a dream. Finally, a point going the way of Precise Gunplay.
I mean, as I previously said, those hero rifles can come into play here, especially in this round, and Strobes really showing the potential that you know, they have. And getting that 3K really nicely there, it's going to allow them to be able to at least get that one round on the board, and that's going to kind of boost the economy just a little bit. Also, the mental coming into play here. Strobes having that rifle and having that economy to buy another person, it might look like a 5-person buy here. Unfortunately, maybe not. Yeah, they're not going to buy that. They're going to be a little bit more smart with their economy, I'm assuming. But right now, it's going on an aggressive take here. Hunter's Fury already coming out. Some damage, getting the first pick already. Strobes taking out Artstar, a really, really great initiator there. So it's going to be a little bit troublesome for Xset to be able to get onto the sites without that Sky.
Oh, that's huge. Getting rid of the flashes from that sky to set up how Xset has been getting onto the site and been able to take down so many members of Precise Gunplay, that's got to be a huge sigh of relief to have that sky off the table. And it now is forcing Marina to make this play here of using this lockdown here on the B site. Guns blazing, spike in hand. 4 members of Xset waiting in this garage, trying to push onto this B site without these flashes. It's going to be a lot more difficult as Kaiwu starts us off by taking down Ari on that entry.
Spike down B.
Shots through the smoke, also able to take down Ellie there.
Already, it's looking pretty rough here. It seems like Xset's getting some pretty good shots down, but it is a 4v2 right now. They're gonna have to pull a strobes coming out here, especially for this clutch up. But that spike is down in a very unfortunate position. Seems like a really nice headshot that was gonna come out from Starry Bun and a good Cosmic Divide. I mean, they already have it. They have pretty good positioning here, but it seems like it's going to go to Precise Gunplay, not gameplay. Gonna be able to get that second point on the board here.
Mayhem with the long lurk going through garage, able to kind of catch Marina from behind there and spelling disaster for the side of Xset. Precise Gunplay starting to come back in this, the last 2 rounds going their way. Finally kind of getting to see every member of Precise Gunplay kind of come onto this board as well. We do see the Blade Storm is ready for Kaiwu on this jet, and an operator kind of picked up as well. So now those smokes from this Astra and those blinds from this guy are going to be that much more important for the members of Xset to get onto this site.
Ari's going to be coming out with that Blade Storm, possibly going to be able to at least get a couple picks down, you know, as it is a save round and an operator is coming into play here. But they're going to have to play extremely careful here. They're going to have to get really close up to their opponents and possibly get a pick here, but it's not going to happen already. Picks are coming down, 4 picks off the side of Xset, and it's leaving Starry Bun all by her lonesome here.
All by her lonesome with a sheriff in hand. It is not the law as Mayhem finishes us up there. Kaiwu finally kind of getting to take advantage of this game. I know I've seen Kaiwu's name around. I know that he is a strong player. Finally kind of getting to see in those last 2 rounds it really show, especially now with this operator. I like this early timeout here from the side of Xset. Took those first 3 rounds kind of with a swift fashion, but now having this little bit of a falter, trying to once you kind of lose rounds, you really have the ability to read your opponents. So I like going for this early timeout because it's allowing for that analyzation to come out very quickly and the reaction come out just as quick. It's always difficult when you see the timeout come out a little bit too late, and it just is kind of disastrous when you see you're down by like 5 points and then you're taking the timeout, because that isn't enough time for you to be like, oh, we're losing this way. I guess we'll do this. It's just too late at that point. Going for this 3-and-3 timeout, I think, is really smart from the side of Xset.
No, I completely agree. They're going to finally be able to kind of realize, why did they get 3 rounds in a row? What are we doing wrong here? And they also do have, you know, they can buy here. They did it after the save round to possibly, you know, save them some time. And I feel like it kind of got hard after the economy of Precise Gunplay kind of went up, as well as the fact that they stopped pushing the way they normally do. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah. They kind of started going for these slower takes. They stopped trying to get some of that mid control, and that kind of led to a whole entire abundance of different things going on here. But possibly we might be able to see them get a point here after this pause. Hopefully they figured out what they're doing wrong.
All right, looks like we're gonna see a little bit of a catwalk decision here. Ari first blood here onto Mayhem, and then mowing down that Sage Wall, but Oxycontin makes the push onto A main and takes down Marina. The blind is good, but Paradigm not shooting at the blinded member of Xset, and Starrybun is able to take advantage of that. The push is good, the spike is being planted, and 2 members of Precise Gunplay now have to face down the remaining 4 of Xset.
Dart's going to be coming out here for some information. A little bit's going to be given, although not too much. Kairu's going to be sitting here near door trying to get a pick off. They're going to have to play together here. It's going to be hard to take these one-on-one fights, especially if you're not playing as a team. And I feel like the best case scenario here, play off your Sova's information and try to help him out just a little bit. I mean, already it's going to be a little hard here because Artstar's going to have those flashes coming out, those guiding lights, and it's going to be guiding the win over to Xset.
Beautifully done for the side of Xset. You mentioned it even at the start of that round. Where they were starting to kind of falter was not by doing those aggressive picks into full take of a site, but we see them kind of understanding that that's where they were having a lot of success in previous rounds and bringing it into that round, bringing themselves to a win, getting that kind of an early pick that they got onto Mayhem there on Catwalk, and then completely just overtaking this A site as a result of it. So beautiful to see that timeout kind of working in their advantage, and we'll see if they can hold it.
Although Kyra does have that operator, which is a little scary. I mean, having Jet op in general is not something you really want to be peeking, but it seems like Starrybun's just gonna full swing that, get a nice taste of that op, and unfortunately it's gonna leave KJ sitting by their lonesome here. Marina does not really have the health to be fighting this. They're gonna have to back off. It's not the best case scenario.
Yeah, it does get a little bit tagged up there by that owl drone, but is gonna place a little robot there by Garage and then try to go over towards this A site to rejoin the rest of the team for the best chances. Oxycontin able to get that kill onto Ari, but Artstar and Ellie doing some nice trades back to even us up here. Looks like we have two members, the Sova and the Sky, buddying up in A main, trying to get onto this site, get this bomb down. Marina still working on moving through the middle side of the map to rejoin them on that A site.
They aren't going to be able to take that A site. The precise gunplay, you can see they're trying to play for a retake here. I mean, it is a 3v3 scenario. Killjoy, Marina does only have a slither of health here, so they could possibly win this if they play this extremely well, although having that operator on the Jet, that's kind of gonna dismember the team of precise gunplay a little bit. I mean, they can't peek, you know, as aggressively as they probably could, and they're gonna have to be very careful with where they're aiming and where they're shooting.
Very careful indeed. Mayhem able to get that kill onto Artstar, and then an aggressive turn to Ellie there is going to open this up nicely for Xset. And now, though Marina is able to get this kill onto Mayhem, that is going to mean that Kaiwu knows where Marina is hiding and is able to drop down and get that op shot, leaving two members of Precise Gunplay alive and that spike to be defused there. A nice rebuttal from the side of Precise Gunplay. And we kind of saw Xset, I mean, we praised them in that other round that they were able to win for taking that timeout and kind of going back to the strategy that was working. And then we kind of saw them fall back into the style that wasn't working. We saw that early kind of split up, and we saw it kind of just immediately get dismantled by that operator. And it's one of those things where when you are facing down something like the op that Kaiwu has, the moment somebody gets picked, it's all that more detrimental for your team. So very difficult. Kaiwu getting a little bit walled off by Mayhem there, and is gonna stare at that wall for a minute and be like, what the heck? And then go towards this mid side and try to simply reposition so that the top is a little bit more useful. And useful it will be with a nice, I mean, you don't need to have the headshot, but it doesn't feel bad to get anyway.
That is rough. I would not want to be that person, unfortunately. The initial pick is going to be going to Kaiwu. They know that an operator is there, so they can't just be peeking these angles with no blinds. I mean, Marina getting way too aggressive up there, knowing that there's an operator down mid, possibly, and just peeking without any flashes. I mean, you have a Sky here. Use that utility to possibly get you to the places where you want to go. But they're going to be splitting up here. It is kind of like a half buy, oddly enough. Artstar doesn't really have, you know, a big and nice gun, but they're going to be able to pick up that Vandal there, possibly being able to get a couple, although it's not going to be easy. Precise Gunplay going to be taking out two with nice headshots, and a fourth round as well. Fifth round, my apologies.
Fifth round, pulling Precise Gunplay into the lead here. We are kind of getting to see where Xset kind of get torn apart here. They're really just, it's hard because at that situation, Kaiwu was like on Catwalk, got that kill on Catwalk, and then made an extremely kind of fast move onto that mid side. And so it's one of those situations where like you thought you were going into a place that was safe, it ends up not being safe, and then it's just slowly being torn apart as a result of the quick rotations that are happening from Precise Gunplay on this defense. And we're seeing it here even now. 5-player push on towards this A site. The lockdown does come down, and Precise Gunplay are making a 3-person push through the mid side to kind of try and come and catch this out.
Oh, and it is not going to be easy. Kaiwu, he's going to be sitting in the corner. where the ultimate does not reach. Gonna be able to get 2, but the job is done. Kaiwu did enough for the team, and it's a 4v2 right now. Xset having the lower numbers here. They're going to have to playing this very smart. They can't be peeking anything too aggressively. Best case scenario, possibly just playing together and trying to get at least a 2v1 scenario for Xset, but already getting onto the site. Paradigm getting a little bit too aggressive, and the players being picked off. It does not matter already. Precise Gunplay denying that 5-man push. It's going to be a 6-4 here.
6-4, a chance for Xset to still bring it to an even 6-6 before going into the half, and that's gotta be what they're fighting for. I'd love to see them maybe go for like a B-side push. The only time we've really seen them go for that B-side was on a fake towards the A side that they ended up just pulling all the members of Precise Gunplay to A site and then decided to just like go and plan B. I'd love to see them maybe try to commit to a B side push. I know that can potentially be a little scary, but we haven't seen the Sova for the side of Precise Gunplay ever pick up something like the Ares, something like an Odin. So maybe anticipating that that is not how this Sova maybe likes to play and continuing to just like go for an aggressive push on a different site, hopefully could be a good call. And with this aggressive push, Ari is able to push Kaiwu very far back. The Blade Storm has to come out, but Paradigm is able to be the one to stop that onslaught over Kaiwu.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and it's extremely hard. What can you do when a player like Kaiwu is on the other team? Seems like they're going to bring out that Blade Storm and get a couple down, leaving Starrybun all by their lonesome. It is extremely hard to play against this. I mean, Precise Gunplay has been reading into Xset extremely well, and not only that, Xset, they've been kind of falling under the pressure here. They're not playing the way that they have prior, and it's going to kind of dwindle their mental status. They're not going to be able to do the things that they possibly could, and they're going to be doing irrational decision making here. But I mean, they could possibly bring it up. This round is the round that they want to win. They could possibly bring it back if they have that 7-5. I mean, they could possibly bring it back now, but having that 1 point above could definitely be a turning point here.
Yeah, hoping to take this down. We're able to full buy last round. The aggressive play last round could have been the result of having the lower guns. Sometimes you kind of gotta powerball in a situation where you don't have as good of guns as the enemy, but Ari starting us off with this Blade Storm, but Paradigm the ones to get that first blood there onto Marina, lurking towards Garage as we've seen time and time again, deciding exactly where Xset wants to post up, where they want to push on to side. Are stopped by this Sage wall. It is mowed down, but we still are not deciding to make this push, and Strobes and Mayhem have a nice crossfire here, but the blind is going to make it a little bit more difficult as Xset commit towards this A site.
It is going to be an aggressive take for Xset here. It's going to be more aggressive than the others. They're going to be going in all 1 by 1 here. Precise Gunplay, they're going to have to play for a retake. And I mean, Kaiwu having that operator is still a little bit scary. I mean, we've seen how well they play here, especially under those retake positions. But right now, post plant positioning is going to be the key here. And they're going to have to hold these crossholds possibly to be able to at least minimize the amount of 1v1s that they're going to be taking. But it seems like it's not going to happen. Precise Gunplay, they are going to be taking out the team of Xset. 1 by 1 and already defusing. Kaiwu with the operator closing it off, proving that, you know, a jet operator is intensely scary.
A jet operator, especially on this defensive side, even on Ascent, even on the attacking side, really able to get a lot done. And Kaiwu now top of the board for the side of Precise Gunplay, followed closely there by Strobes. Ari and Marina holding it down for the side of the Xset there. Now with a little bit of a swap, hopefully we'll be able to see Marina on this Killjoy really kind of take advantage of this Sentinel role and really be able to hold down one of these sites for the side of Xset. Hopefully having that maybe a little bit more damaging and impactful Sentinel will be something that Xset needs to pull it back into their favor on this defensive side.
I mean, I don't know. Xset, they've been trying to do multiple things. They've been going for mid-control, slow pushes, mixed pushes, and aggressive ones. And right now, it honestly just seems like Precise Gunplay, they are just playing a little bit better. They're reading into Xset a little bit more. And right now, we're going to have to see a strong defensive hold coming out from Xset. I mean, they do have that Killjoy, so they could possibly be able to succeed in this objective. But we're going to have to see here.
He previously had a lot of success in these pistol rounds if you were Xset, so that's got to bode a little well, at least for the start of this round, with a nice early kill there going the way of Xset. And now 4v5. Kaiwu gonna try and create a little bit of space, gather a little bit of information, does get that guiding light, is gonna make some footsteps, so some information will be garnered towards this A site for both teams here as Kaiwu goes back to rejoin the team towards this mid side, and it looks like we might be seeing a little bit of a mid pizza market push.
They are trying to go down mid, possibly going down trade. Seems like Kaiwu's heading over there with that frenzy. They're possibly going to be running and gunning this. I would love to see that. I'm not going to lie to you. But Ellie is watching right around that corner, and that is a Sova you do not want to mess around with. But in the nick of time, it seems like Kaiwu's going to be having the best timing that you could possibly have. They're going to be going down a site, and the site isn't clear, though. It's not clear yet, and they're still fighting for their lives right now, and it's looking pretty close. I mean, already a 4v3 situation here. Xset Marina not going to be able to get one in. Kaiwu having that 3k down with that frenzy, already going down. Precise Gunplay is going to be able to buy the next round with their Spectres.
Oh, a beautiful retake there, or beautiful attack there for the side of Precise Gunplay. My apologies. Starting off that attacking side round, making a kind of interesting push and then kind of catching the rotate for the side of Xset. Xset potentially maybe spending too much time on the defensive side, not rotating, not committing towards going onto that mid area the longer that we got into the round. It's something that I see a lot happening on Ascent. You really commit people to these sites, and speaking of committing people to sites, we do see Xset on this defense committing all 5 agents to this A side.
They are going to be going A. They're going to split up a little bit, possibly put some players down tree, which is a great thing to do, but it's already a 5v5 here. They don't really know that just yet. Precise Gunplay has no idea what they're getting themselves into, and it seems like Xset read pretty well into what Precise Gunplay was doing. They're going to be able to get a couple here, and it is a save round. So this is probably one of the biggest rounds that they've had thus far, possibly bringing it to a 9-5 here. They could take these rounds in their hands and possibly win the next based off of how well they do here. Strobes being left alone. They're going to have to fight for that spike, but it's already over. There's nothing you can really do unless that Spectre's going to help out just a little bit, but Spectre's already in the hand of Xset here.
Spectres picked up from the dead bodies of Precise Gunplay, and now having to kind of just wait for Strobes to make a play. Strobes is the one under the pressure there. Thrifty round for the side of Xset. I think it's because you don't normally see a 5 agent set up on one site, but I actually, on a thrifty round where you're not able to buy up and you have to just try and have a very oppressive hold on a site, I actually really like Xset deciding, okay, well, they pushed A the first time. That seems to be like the thing. If we're lucky and they do end up taking this 50-50, going for this A site, we're all 5 here, and that's how we're just going to take this down. And it worked so well for them in that round. Being able to take the second round on worse gun buys is phenomenal if you're on the side of Xset.
I mean, I 100% agree, especially considering the fact that the economy on Precise Gunplay is already, it's dwindled, it's down, there's nothing you can really do. Inspectors in the hands of Xset, it's like a bonus round for Xset as of right now. They're going to be able to get a couple. Marina getting that 2k down, and Kaiwu only 58 health here. A turret is down, shock darts coming out. It is seriously, it's a battle of the utility here.
Kaiwu is able to find a kill there onto Ellie before Marina gets that 3k, taking it home 9-6. Precise Gunplay still lead, but Xset able to get the last 2 rounds, but now some buys will be a little bit healthier again for the side of Precise Gunplay, making it that much more difficult for the side of Xset, but economy gonna be strong still going into this next round. Even if they were to lose, gonna have a lot of credits building up into that 5th round should Xset take a loss in this one.
We're gonna have to see here already. It seems like majority on Precise Gunplay rounding up about A. But the spike is down B. They're probably going for a fake here, possibly trying to lure the players of XSET into thinking that they could possibly be going on to a different site, but we're gonna have to see. Strobe's trying to get some information in. Not really a lot going on here. And I think what's great, to note about here is that Ellie's playing for that contact that Star has. And there's majority of players already sitting up around B site. I mean, B to mid that we see here. But they're going to have to play a little bit closer, possibly peek these corners, because it does seem like that they're possibly going to go for a B site here.
A B site, but we do see it's kind of like a 2-2-1 push happening right now. Spread out is the side of Precise Gunplay going into this 2-in pizza right now, looking into market, trying to see if we can get any information and playing this round with extreme surgical precision for both teams thus far.
Waiting, they're playing very slow here, and I think one of the hardest decisions of that is that once it hits that 30-second mark, you're gonna have to fight for that site, possibly as much as you can, just in order to be able to get that spike down in time. And it seems like already picks are gonna be coming out from the side of Precise Gunplay. They're gonna be able to make it a 2v2 scenario right now. It's Jet versus the Sky and the Sova. We're gonna have that utility aspect on XSET, which could possibly be, leading that victory down. But Sky having those flashes definitely is a dangerous game. Ari already on the site, but missing. Seems like Kai Wu with only 7 health gonna be able to get that Blade Storm down with a nasty 3K.
Whew, that's gotta be so stressful. Both of the cloudbursts coming out from both Ari and Kaiwu there, being stuck as Ari was in one of them, trying to just find the spot, stop the plant for Strobes there, isn't able to do it, gets kind of caught up, and Kaiwu now with 20 kills for the side of Precise Gunplay, really pulling ahead as the top of this leaderboard here. XSET has the lockdown, they have the Blade Storm, and we will see that immediately kind of come out for XSET's side, and hopefully we'll be able to see that lockdown be put to good use to try and get a win back on the side of XSET.
And they really do need that win. I mean, a 10-6 lead is definitely not the position that you want to be in. But Ari is going to be getting a little bit aggressive up here with that Blade Storm, possibly looking for a pick, if anything. And right now, that's not where they're going to be going. They're not going to be going to the B site. Precise Gunplay's looking a little bit more towards where Marina is standing, but Killjoy Utility rounding up about A, and they just don't know it yet, but it seems like Ari is going to be able to get one. Not going to get another. It's not going to happen just today, but we're going to have to see. This push might be... It's looking scattered here, I'm going to be completely honest.
Certainly scattered. Kaiwu with an extreme lurk here in market is going to run into 2 members of XSET. Do a little bit of a cloudburst to reposition here. Is going to keep these 2 members of XSET held up there and take them both down. Disaster is spelled for the side of XSET, but Marina trying to hold it down and take some control back into this game and is now left. Spike is down. Strobes and Kaiwu do not have the bomb, but Marina is going to try and hold this down and take it home for XSET.
Oh, and a retake already coming in. But it seems like Kaiwu's gonna get a 4K there. Kaiwu's been bringing it up. I feel like after they had that 3-0 lead coming out from XSET, Precise Gunplay kind of tried to figure out as it was going, what are we doing wrong? What do we need to fix? And as things were playing along, they kind of realized, hey, this is working. Let's keep doing this. And they haven't stopped from it. But the attacking side, you would think that maybe at least XSET might just be able to get something in, especially with that Killjoy util. But they've been playing this so well. Precise Gunplay knowing exactly what XSET's doing, especially. I mean, look at this. We see XSET. Majority of them already coming up B. They're going to be pushing out pretty aggressive here. Although the team of Precise Gunplay, they already know that. They have that information, but Oxycontin's going to be able to get one. And they're rounding up about. They're funneling up in here. Oh, and it's looking like XSET's going to win that nasty battle down B main.
All right, an aggressive push from the side of XSET. Tired of showing and being kind of stuck in these poor situations, doing a 5-agent stack again on that B site this time. The bomb will be down on A, but at least the player advantage is the way of XSET. Low on HP for Starry Bun here, but hopefully just being able to play another little bit of an aggressive push will be able to give some advantage. The Seekers now coming out, gonna get some information. The dash onto site. Cloudburst. Paradigm, though, holding that angle, is gonna find a 3K of the remaining members of Xset, and we'll be going on to match point for the side of Precise Gunplay.
Wow. When you look back, I mean, you saw the lead that Xset had, and you were thinking, you know, they're playing pretty well here. They have a really good thing going. They could possibly win this up, but already 12-6, it feels like time just flew by. We're already seeing match point here as Precise Gunplay is going to be able to buy as well as Xset, as they're going to have to force as much as they possibly can. But right now, rounding up about B, we have Xset going for another aggressive take, and I don't know if this is the best idea. We have a 5-man push coming out from Precise Gunplay, and this could either be a really nice play here coming out from Xset or a massacre coming out from Precise Gunplay.
Yeah, and we're hoping that Xset can simply hold it down, get some trades. So far, that is good for the trade there, at least to start. And we see Precise Gunplay making a dip towards this mid side and gonna go for a book towards this A site. We do see multiple, at the start of this round anyway, multiple ultimates ready for the side of Precise Gunplay. I believe everyone but Kaiwu has an ultimate ready, and that's not what you want to see if you're Xset looking down match point of Precise Gunplay. The bomb will be going down, but a 4v4 situation here. Xset just has to keep their head on straight for this retake.
Revealing area.
Right now, they already have the site. Precise Gunplay doesn't really have anything to be worrying about unless, you know, Xset has this really strong retake, but it is a 3v3. We have the same composition coming out here, so it is fair game. I mean, it basically is who can get the site or who can keep it the longest, and we're already seeing what's going on here. Already 2 picks coming out from Precise Gunplay, and they could possibly close this out unless Ellie pulls out something out of her pocket, but will it happen? She's already getting 1 and 2. Oh, and it seems like it is going to, in fact, be going to Precise Gunplay here.
Wow, a beautiful showing there by Ellie at the end. Was able to take down Kaiwu, and it seemed like there was a hope, there was a chance, but ultimately just not going to be enough to pull Xset back into that game. A 13-6 victory the way of Precise Gunplay. You know, I'm kind of friends with Kaiwu, and I asked him at the start of the round, I was like, what's something you want to tell me about this team? What can I talk about? What do you have to tell me? Like, where are the strong points on your team? And he said, I don't know. And I was like, do you have like a star player? And he was like, me, I'm insta-locking Jet. And we see what that confidence can get you. 26-10 if you are Kaiwu for the side of Precise Gunplay, bringing that team to a victory in our first round here of Pit of Valor number 66. And if you're interested in playing Pit of Valor yourself, maybe you're like, hey, I can play against some of these teams, or at least I want to like try to have some fun. You can learn a lot from playing against some high level teams. Pit of Valor is a free tournament. If you want a little bit of a jump on that, we have some more information for that. But if you're interested in playing in our next Pit of Valor or a Pit of Valor further down the line, especially because our Pit of Valor number 67 is going to be a higher prize pool, and we're going to have a little bit of an MVP award, so pot a little bit sweetened there. You can either just type !GLGCC in chat if you want some more info, and if you're interested in sponsoring one of our Pit of Valors, you can give us a little bit of a DM on Twitter. And again, next week, because we do have that bigger prize pool, it is sponsored by Hyperspace Dark, so a big thank you to Hyperspace Dark. We will be going to a short break, but then Gompers and I will be back to bring you into the second round of this Pit of Valor. Don't go anywhere. Let's down AC, but it's not able to try and get this lockdown destroyed for the rest. The ability to get onto the site. Oh my god! Oh my god!
What just happened?
Concentrate's over.
He could barely take out the lockdown, but then he does that?
What? It's, okay, lockdown a lot harder to hit than 2 agents apparently. Think Dens get the defuse here, actually, taking their time. But Cheesy Ace did take a moment and put the spike out, let Dens know. So interesting that we're giving that ult point to Dens. Joms also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Denton and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remember.
Do it again!
Down able to get 4 kills before falling to Mikey. But
answer this when you really could have just rushed down B. They're running to Chicago, but it doesn't really seem to matter what the got no on that.
Oh, clutch.
Oh no!
Defenders win.
And just like that, Swims closed. Which path will you embrace, I wonder?
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Pit of Valor number 66, brought to you by GL Gaming Lounges. I am Becky Bear, joined again by which direction do I go? It's this way? It's this way. Brought to you also with the lovely Gompers. Eventually, I will try and get my hands in the correct direction. All right, we don't have a ton of time to chat. We are blazing into round 2, where we will be watching Dignitas versus Ryan Sixhead. Some fun teams that we're getting to watch here today. Some kind of bigger teams, some bigger names that these smaller names are getting to play against, get some little bit of a reps prep for the new season that is coming out. Anything you want to say about the teams that we are going to be going into seeing here right now?
Just that Ryan Sixhead is a very interesting team name, and I'm kind of digging it. I like it.
It's a very interesting team name. Their Battlefy image is quite entertaining to look at, but they are up against no slouches as they are playing against Dignitas going into this second round. We will be watching Ascent once more, as you can see below us in this beautiful overlay that we have here. Ascent, something that we've gotten to see a lot over the last 3 weeks of Pit of Valor. It seems to kind of be the default site that gets picked. Interesting that it ends up being the default site. I feel like every time I have to cast a best of 3, Ascent is always like the middle child that is left out and ends up being the third map that like maybe we get to, maybe we don't. And in our best of ones, it's always the one that ends up getting picked because it seems to just be the nicest middle ground that is available.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing really you can say about it. Mid control, I feel like, is very important on Ascent, and I want to see a little bit more of that coming into this game. Possibly some really cool takes. I don't know what you consider cool, but for me, I like some mid takes. I think those are pretty awesome. And I also want to see maybe something interesting that we haven't seen before, a little bit of a weird composition. I mean, we love the Astra and the Killjoy, but maybe one day we'll be able to see that Yoru and not Chamber, unfortunately, because Chamber isn't put into the play today. We can't see him. That's actually very unfortunate. I feel like I've grown a liking to Chamber.
Oh, I'm already a Chamber main. So, I mean, I played like 10 games of Chamber yesterday. So, very excited personally to be seeing Chamber as a potential coming into later seasons. But if there's anything that I've learned from casting Valorant now for a little while, is that I can hope for the Yoru, but I'm never gonna. I'm actually, okay, recently in this last week, I did cast a game where a team did pick Yoru on Fracture. So honestly, that was like all of the things that I've ever wanted and been excited for in Valorant kind of coming together, because I kind of started casting Valorant around when Fracture came out, so I was very excited to finally get to see people picking that map up. I understand that like a lot of people don't like it. It's very different. It's taking a lot of time to learn the ins and outs of that map, which is understandable. But Yoru is one of those agents that have been around for a while. We've had the time to figure out if they're good or not, and I think a lot of people have just decided Yoru's not good. As far as duelists are concerned, it takes a long time for a lot of those abilities to go off. The sound cues make it easy to avoid as far as the flashes are concerned, and some of the utility maybe just isn't the most useful for a lot of the use of guns that happens within this game. So Yoru just hasn't really been something that we pick a lot, and that's fine. I understand. With some changes, hopefully some buffs in the future, we'll eventually be able to see Yoru get played. But in the meantime, kind of slides into that most unpopular agent slot. Makes me very sad. I like Yoru. I wish we would play him, but I understand the statistics behind why that isn't the case. But of course, Ascent is going to be the pick, as we mentioned previously. We probably will be seeing something like a Sova, as always. Sova and Ascent are like peanut butter and jelly. I've said it before, I will say it again. The paper thin walls, the information that you can get from that recon dart, something that just allows for some beautiful Odin plays, as we see drop in hover in that Sova, something that I can't imagine we won't see. And even though Liana was also potentially not going to be picking up something like a Sova, does go in for that lock in. Interesting that we're seeing Emilite go for this KO here. I think that is a beautiful pickup that we're getting to see right here. And apparently Emily is kind of well known for picking up the KO on this ascent as well. So it'll be very interesting to see how that goes, going for something like the KO instead of something like a Sky. Kind of a similar kit in the way of initiators that have flashes, but a little bit more damage coming out from something like the grenades. Being able to lock down the utility of enemy agents could be very useful if we see the other side pick up something like a Killjoy, where being able to lock down all the utility as you go onto a site is very impactful.
I mean, I said I wanted to see something interesting, and of course,
Choose your
Emily,
agent.
she's going to be the one to bring it to me, and I'm very happy. I'm extremely happy. You know, I mean, having that KO down is definitely going to be not much of a game changer, I guess you could say. That Yoru scared my heart a little bit. I mean, I talk about Yoru and I say I want to see him, but I don't want to see him. Keep the Yoru in your pocket. Don't bring him out just yet. Maybe when the buff comes. But as of right now, Yoru is still chamber without the guns when you think about it. But, I mean... the composition is looking pretty normal here. I mean, we have a Sage instead of the Killjoy. I guess people are liking the Sage a little more, but I mean, the Sage worked out, you know, in the last game with precise gunplay. So I'm wondering, will it work out again?
Yeah, we will be able to see exactly how that goes. It is a similar kind of composition change. We're seeing the difference in Sentinels. Instead of picking up an initiator other than the Sova for the side of Six Head, we do see the Reyna picked up, which I do think that Reyna can be a good duelist on this map. It just it ultimately really depends on how much your Reyna player is feeling themselves. How are they feeling about their headshots today? Is this Reyna really going to be an impactful pick, or is it going to be an agent that is not bringing a ton of utility to the table and therefore not bringing a lot of information and not getting any use for your team? It really is this like high risk, high reward, very high ceiling, low floor kind of pickup that you can have, and we'll see if it goes for the side of Ryan Sixhead, as Stephanie starts off with an aggressive push through mid, but gets caught out there by drop-in and gets 2 kills for the side of Sixhead, as one member of Dignitas is left alive. Liana now against the world, and Shock Dart's coming out, 8 health, tries to just pick up some kills before going down, but a Kuro is going to be the one to finish us off, and a blazing fast first round to go off for Sixhead.
That was overwhelming. I mean, a lot of the players from Ryan Sixhead really rotated extremely fast coming over, especially on this pistol round. I mean, it's a pistol round. I'd assume you have a lot of leeway here, especially, you know, as it is an important round, but there's also that there's a little bit more of that relaxation rather than having that bonus round coming into play here. But a lot of them are very fast rotators coming out from Ryan Sixhead, and that could possibly be something Dignitas is able to play around. But right now, they don't really have a lot to work with here. They have pistols versus Spectres, and they're gonna have to play this in a way which could possibly allow them to at least get one gun in their hands. But right now already, it seems like majority are stacking around themselves, trying to funnel in down A. It's not gonna be the side already. That Sage wall and that smoke coming out from the Astra is gonna scare them away.
Does in fact scare them away, but a good amount of utility drawn out for Dignitas. They're getting to know that some of the slow orbs, those walls, won't be something that they have to run into on this B site. Is very useful, but Dragon is waiting for the members of Dignitas to make that run towards B garage. Is able to find 2 kills there. Getting that overheal is pivotal here, and one of the reasons that you want to have the arena really going off, as the remaining members of Sixhead push up through that garage, judge in hand, mow down Dignitas members.
I mean, they did have that buy, so the upper hand was kind of there, but I mean, we're going to be able to see a little bit more of a fair game here. Kind of, you know, Dignitas having that upper hand, especially with these Vandals coming into play here, but we do have Spectres and Sheriffs, so it's not necessarily, you know, not really winnable here. I mean, if they play this the correct way, and I'm saying the correct way, but what is the correct way? Well, I mean, if you have Spectres, you can't really play those far distance, you know, 1v1s that you possibly would be able to take, especially with a Phantom or Vandal, but playing those close corners, possibly allowing yourself to take the rifle off the hands of the enemy team, might be able to help you out just a little bit more.
And hopefully it will be able to help the side of Dignitas down 2 points, though they're pistol rounds, so hopefully now with precise guns in hand, will be able to make a big impact. Owl Drone giving Reyna a little kiss on the forehead there in that catwalk area. Dragon having to do a little bit of a pushback, being pulled off of that angle by some utility for the side of Dignitas, trying to get those flashes, dashing in, gets right up and personal with the judge from Shiesty there, but the rest of Dignitas able to get some trades back. Now an agent advantage, 3 to the 2 remaining of 6 head, and only finally one remaining. Sosa, the remaining member for 6 head on this Jet. Spectre in hand will take some flashy plays against the 3 remaining Dignitas members to sure this one up for 6 head.
Already, Sosa's gonna have to do something, pull something out, but it's probably not gonna happen. I mean, a 1v3 is pretty difficult here, and of course, Dignitas going to be able to take their first point on the board, especially, I mean, they did have those rifles, so it did make it a little bit easier, but we're gonna see fair game here, rifles coming into play on both sides, and now something that could possibly be a little bit harder to get onto the entry of. I mean, Dignitas, they had a pretty good time there, but now that the rifles are coming into play for Ryan 6 head, how easy is it going to be able to get these entries in onto the site?
Yeah, and this is interesting. Normally around this third round is when you would see maybe some ultimates coming on the line and that little bit of extra impact and oomph coming from those. But we do see, considering how spread out a lot of the kills are for both of these teams, no ultimates ready just yet. And Stephanie starting us off strong with 2 double headshots onto the duelist of Ryan 6 head, down for the count, 5 to 3 now. Shiesty trying to take a little bit of a tussle with that Killjoy turret, but Thea is there to back up the little turret itself. I've named it Marty. I don't know, you can give it whatever name you want, but I feel like the Killjoy turret is a little bit of a Marty. And with the help there, able to get the remaining Dignitas members onto this site, and now having to make some aggressive pushes are the remaining members of Ryan 6 head.
I mean, Dignitas is able to take this site. It seems like Emily's going to be planting within the corner of sight, and that's a pretty good plant position, I guess you could say. I'm excited to see, you know, how they play off of that with this post-plant positioning, but it does seem like they're going to be holding the cross down there in Boathouse. But right now, we're waiting for that push coming into play, although already 2 players already sitting down in garage on base site, and Stephanie's going to be able to get a 3K, although Kuro is going to kind of shut that down. But second point on the board is going to go over to Dignitas. They're having a pretty good time here. I mean, they're kind of getting within their momentum of what they need to be doing here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that for a long time, a lot of people kind of joked that like the first 2 pistol rounds don't matter. It's because it's such a like difference in how the guns feel. You play most of the game with these bigger guns, that's the part that really matters. And I guess like especially in this first half, sometimes it does kind of feel like those pistol rounds don't matter aside from morale, aside from those 2 points. But once we get into the switch, the second round pistol rounds, if one team is very ahead, getting to close out some of that breathing room from your opponents can be extremely impactful. But we'll see if we're able to get some of that important momentum for Ryan 6 head here, who now have lost the next 2 rounds, and Dignitas are starting to pick up that said momentum, mowing down this wall as it comes up. Some tagging coming out onto Dignitas members, but not too worse for wear here, as Stephanie continuing to kind of peek around this Sage wall while the rest of Dignitas maybe make a rotate out towards mid and back towards this B site.
It's like they're playing with the minds of Ryan 6 head. I mean, I did talk about prior how Ryan 6 head does have the tendency to fast rotate, and they could possibly play off that. I mean, Dignitas, they don't necessarily know that as of right now. You can't really see the map from where we're at. I mean, from where they're at as we can, but they will eventually have to figure this out. I mean, it's B site basically cleared already, 4 players positioning themselves a little bit more towards A on the side of Ryan 6 head, which is going to allow for a little bit of a cleaner take on to B. But Stephanie in a very bad position here. Drop-in is going to be able to drop the body of Stephanie, leaving a 4-player take on Dignitas.
At least that was a member that wasn't in the kind of attacking ball of players for Dignitas, so not too worse for where the spike still will be going down here, but some gunfire coming out on all sides. Not a lot of damage yet aside from on Emily, who's looking a little bit worse for wear there, but still alive, still with the utility available as Liana able to get that Hunter's Fury kill onto Drop-In, but some headshots back and forth for both of these teams to leave us in a 2v2. Emily 3 HP, just trying to get information with this last bit of life, doing a little bit of silencing, but the silence does not stop the gunfire of Sosa, and Ryan Sixhead will be able to get another point back in their favor after those 2 losses.
And it was a thrifty. That was a pretty good thrifty round. I mean, they got a pretty good retake with what they had, and now it's going to be a 3-2 lead. Although not much of a lead, but it's going to allow Sosa to get this operator down here, which could possibly lead to a turning point for the team of Ryan Sixhead. Now that we have that operator down, and some players, a lot of players actually, 3 players especially with the spike, and now that we know that that spike is rounding up about B, it could possibly be rather a B take or a mid through tree, but we're gonna have to see here. It seems like majority of the players of Dignitas are rounding themselves up about to take mid.
And you mentioned that you wanted to see some more mid takes, especially after that last game. We weren't seeing a ton of mid action in that last match, so hopefully they'll be able to bring you some of that action into this round. But we do see it kind of being just a crossover to mid and on to catwalk here. Posturing is Emilite against this tree area where Dragon is holding fast. Shiesty not too far behind, seeing if Dragon will go for this peek. Has previously, but the turret is gonna make them back off a little bit, going for a suppression, is able to get it, but is gonna kind of just take this little bit of a back off. Both players still trying to make these peaks, and it does finally go the way of Emily, and I believe that that will spell a push for Dignitas onto this A site.
Dignitas is going to be getting in there pretty aggressive, but Asta to Shiesty. It seems like Asta really is Shiesty here. But Thea gonna be pulling down that lockdown. I don't know how well this is gonna work, but we're gonna be able to see Thea possibly get 1, but Akuro is just going to clean everything out. It is going to be a 4-2. Already there's 2 rounds coming up here, and the economy of Dignitas is slowly dwindling. But they still have enough to buy this round, possibly the next. They have to play this in a way that could be the best. Yeah, I guess you could say that for any scenario, but I mean, Ryan has been winning rounds pretty consistently, and that's gonna kind of motivate them and give them that consistency to play the same way as it's working. So Dignitas is gonna have to figure out what they can change up here.
Yeah, and with 4 ultimates ready for the side of Ryan Sixhead, that's going to make it that much more difficult for Dignitas to be able to pull this next round out. Dignitas has 2 ultimates ready, but it's so hard when if you use 1 ultimate and your opponent just has 1 or even 2 to answer back to your 1. That just makes it so much more difficult. But Dragon gonna start Ryan Sixhead off strong with that headshot onto Rain. Shiesty now making that peek, gets that kill onto Stephanie. Strong start. 3 remaining members of Dignitas. The rest of them on a lot of saves here are gonna just be mowed down here slowly. Liana able to get that kill onto Dragon though. Nice little pick up there, at least harming a little bit of economy, getting that double kill there. Not too bad if you're Liana and the side of Dignitas for a save round.
Dignitas is playing extremely scattered. They're taking a lot of 1v1s here. I mean, as we saw, it was a 3v, it was kind of like a 3v4, 3v5 coming up, within the last seconds of the round. And we had a lot of people scattered in different positions, and they weren't necessarily trying to play off of each other to possibly help each other get a gun or a rifle off the hands of the enemy team. And that kind of just led to playing with what you have and playing solo in a 1v5 or a 1v3 situation. And in the end, that's not really what's going to help you. But, I mean, rifles are finally going to be coming into play here for the side of Dignitas, as they did lose, their pistols in the last round. But a Cosmic Divide, I believe, is going to be coming out pretty soon. They're preparing for that very aggressive push coming out here. And, of course, it's already coming out. Sosa is going to be dismembered right now, especially with that operator. But will they get aggressive enough to the point where they're going to peek through, possibly get a pick? Seems like Stephanie going to get a really nasty one-tap here, leaving Sosa 52 health. Oh, no!
Oh, no! The no-scope, not quite good for that kill onto Stephanie, getting the little bit of a drop through that Cosmic Divide, but Shiesty getting some nice kills back. 2 remaining members of Dignitas will have to fight down Akuro, but Liana, the shots are true. The head tap is good. Gonna try and go for this plant, but not quite enough time to get those extra credits for the side of Dignitas, though that win is surely gonna help the credits that were faltering a little bit, at least gonna be able to buy up again going into this round for the members that did take take those deaths and hopefully continue to bring them to a stronger point in this game. We see Dragon now the only one not super able to buy up, but is going to be given a gun by one of the members of Ryan Sixhead to continue to try and pull ahead for the rest of the team. Sosa with the Blade Storm is going to be able to do that little bit of a eco jet play here, and a quick kill onto Emily makes it feel that much sweeter.
Dignitas is having a pretty hard time here. I mean, it is a 4v3 scenario. They do have that upper hand coming into play, but Akuro just having the better positioning. And now that ultimate's coming into the hands of Akuro, they could possibly get a resurrection down here. But, I mean, it's not really gonna happen. You see 2 bodies down from Ryan Sixhead, down mid, possibly one of the worst positions ever. Pushed up a little bit too far. Now that's gonna punish the team just a bit. Dignitas is gonna have to play for a site here, as 1 minute mark is already hitting. They have the time to rotate here. That Cosmic Divide is going to be kind of obscuring their vision. It's not going to be the safest position, but they do know a res coming down mid-site. Brain gonna get aggressive, able to get one, although not going to be able to get another. 1 player standing on the side of Ryan Sixhead. It is going to be dropping.
But dropping, able to get that nice kill onto Liana. Thor gonna go down. Killjoy at least gonna be able to set up for a little bit of information, but Droppin gonna go ahead and drop the Hunter's Fury here. Try to get some damage, try to get some information, but not able to tag up this final remaining member of Dignitas here, as we are stuck now in this 1v1 of Thea, versus Droppin here. Turret. Little Marty gonna try and help out Thea here, get some extra information, hold it down this spike. As the shock darts trying to tag up Thea, but still no utility from the side of Sova, able to hit, but that doesn't matter if your utility can't hit, if your gun surely can. Droppin, taking down that 1v1 there, clutching for the side of Ryan Sixhead and bringing them to 6-3 here.
They have a really good lead. I mean, they've found their momentum. They don't necessarily have to change anything. And I mean, I was talking about those fast rotations, but it still has not been figured out yet. And it's honestly kind of, it's hard to play around. I mean, you don't really necessarily know. And I mean, they're playing into the team of Dignitas extremely well. You have nothing really that you can do about that except possibly go for a fake here. And that's what I kind of want to see. Maybe we'll be able to see that here, as they do kind of have a split positioning here. And Killjoy and KO are kind of playing around B-site. Already some information coming out now. Reyna trying to get a little bit more, possibly thinking that it might just be a fake coming out here. And, I mean, we already see it. Players coming off of the side of A and rotating onto a different site. And that's not the best decision here, but they don't know that. We have a site already cleared, and Dignitas, they're going to be reaching.
Out of charges.
This is an interesting Killjoy lockdown. It seemed like it wasn't going to work at first, and the only downside here is that we are seeing it did pull members of Ryan Sixhead towards that B site, but not for very long. Having to mow that wall down is definitely giving some information as to the fact that Dignitas is trying to go for this A side push and going through that smoke, trying to just aggressively come at remaining members of Dignitas is going to go the way of Ryan Sixhead here. The rotations going just so quickly, and even though Dignitas is like trying to kind of play these mind games, trying to get some extra bit of room as a result of those mind games, it's just not really working out for them. But now we do see 3 ultimates ready for the side of Dignitas, and hopefully that will be able to help them out. Potentially not in this round, since it's going to be a little bit of a save. We might see something like the Blade Storm come out for Stephanie, but hopefully holding the rest of those ultimates for that next round and try to bring it to potentially, I guess, the best Dignitas can hope for, unless they could win this Thrifty, is an 8-4.
Yeah, and that's definitely what they're going to have to go through here. I mean, if they can't win this round, like you said, they could possibly go for that 8-4 and have at least a little bit more to lay back on. A 9-3 is not necessarily what you want to be having here, but Dragon already peeking out. Stephanie's going to be able to kind of clutch up, you know, just for the team, get a pick, but it's not going to work out just enough. That Blade Storm is not going to be that hero. And already, I mean, Dignitas is in a 2v2 situation. Sholiana being able to get 2 here. it is looking
That's huge.
pretty close. I mean,
Oh, that's so big. Liana being able to get that kill, pick up that Vandal, get some extra guns for the side of Dignitas, and now in this 2v2 situation is absolutely huge. Spike is down though, so that's going to make it that much more difficult, but with some utility still remaining for the side of Dignitas, I'd love to see them use that to try and get into this. Drop in with the better position, gets that kill. Rain able to get the trade, but then Sosa, the remaining member not in a gunfight, is able to find the shots. And now, hopefully, we're going to see these 3 remaining now ultimates come out for the side of Dignitas. Hopefully bring us to an 8-4 so that this half doesn't feel quite so bad for Dignitas.
I mean, the attacking side might just not be Dignitas's game. I mean, when we think about it, they do have the right idea in mind. I mean, they did that fake and it worked out in the end. They did where they were able to get that spike down, but they just didn't play off of each other. They didn't play together, and it kind of felt a little bit scattered when you looked at it. And right now, that's kind of what they're missing. They're missing, you know, that momentum that they need to really be having. Moving on to that site, holding those post-plant positions in a way where it could be harder for the enemy team to kind of get that retake in. But instead, they're kind of playing off the site. They're playing a little bit scared if even. And we just need to see a little bit more aggressiveness possibly coming out into play here. I mean, right now, Dragon is getting played with her emotions as Astra just keeps peeking back and forth, and it's honestly just a game of tag.
A game of tag that's now made a little bit smaller by this cosmic divide, trying to insinuate going the direction of this A site. Again, trying to play these mind games with Shiesty there and waiting. Does take down 2 members of Dignitas. Killjoy is on the site, but now with this Killjoy down, can't go for this little bit of a resurrection here onto the Killjoy, but it's going to be that much more spooky. Thea trying to go for it, but gets taken down along with Emily as a result of it. Drop in right place, right time as Rain, the final member of Dignitas, now in a 1v3 situation, getting caught out by a Kuro.
And already, I mean, yeah, a 9-3. Dignitas is they're gonna have to be able to bring this up. I mean, they have to win this round and the next round, and possibly the bonus. Of course, bonus rounds are kind of a given, you know, to the enemy team. But I mean, we've seen some bonus rounds come into play. But Dignitas, they're on the defensive side. This could possibly be, you know, the side that they feel a little bit more comfortable on. But if we're going to talk about compositioning, Ryan Sixhead, they have a very good attack composition here. I mean, they have that Sage for that defensive, for that post-plant wall. Possibly they have that Astra to kind of help that the Jet go onto the site as fast as possible, and they can play off each other pretty well. Not to mention, I mean, you said the Reyna has to be feeling themselves here, and honestly, I've seen Dragon get some pretty nasty shots, and that is not a player that you want to be peeking, you know, in a situation. So already an aggressive take coming out down A, and they could possibly already, yeah, they're going to be getting the site pretty easy, and that's going to be leaving Dignitas to get this retake.
Yeah, it's a good thing it's an aggressive push to A, because we did see Emily get a little bit of a flash there onto her teammate, but going now for a little bit of a lurk towards this flank here on towards this A site. All 5 members of Ryan Sixhead are here waiting and with the bomb down, but 2 kills starting off fast, but Sosa, a little bit of a trade back there as finally Stephanie on this flank is able to start coming at this from a different perspective, get some interesting kills, get some more information, but Sosa is kind of being nasty here with this Ghost, able to get 3 kills there before going down, but that is luckily going to go the way of Dignitas, needing to pick up these rounds to stay in this game.
A teammates already coming out from Dignitas. I mean, it was a pretty good round. They were able to win that pistol round. It's going to allow them to buy these Spectres. And of course, Ryan Sixhead, they do have a little bit more leeway, but Dignitas, this round is going to bring them to that 9-5, leaving them 4 rounds, I believe, 4 rounds below Ryan Sixhead if they're able to win this one, and that could possibly give them that momentum that they're looking for. I mean, already on the defensive side, they're having some pretty good takes here. I mean, Ryan Sixhead's going to be going over to the site of B, Killjoy utility, surrounding everything. So that entry is not going to be easy.
And hopefully that does make it that much more difficult. Shock darts also coming out early to get a little bit of damage towards the way of Ryan Sixhead. Some of that utility taken out from this Killjoy, the information garnered, and Ryan Sixhead makes some aggressive moves towards this midway as Emily is able to catch out a Kuro there. Ooh,
Already.
Okay.
A lot of people surrounding themselves down mid, but dropping, trying to get one. Although Stephanie, what can you do when you have a Spectre in your hand? Sosa is gonna try to at least get as many as possible. How do you get a shot through the box? I mean,
all right. I mean,
it happened. Those 2 picks were all Sosa, and it kind of helped Sosa's economy. I mean, I guess you could say, trying to limit Dignitas's as well, but those 2 picks were good for an economy round.
Certainly good for the economy round. Full buys now going to be coming out for most members of Ryan Sixhead here. Shiesty trying to do a little bit of budgeting on their end, decide exactly how we can afford a gun. Here we go. All right, with some budgeting, some penny pinching, able to figure out that 2 members will be going a little bit lighter on shields. No problem for this Reyna. If Reyna's able to get one of those kills, can go for the overheal. So not a bad pickup there, as well as just making sure that full guns are in the hands of everyone on Ryan Sixhead's side to have as best of a chance going into this as possible. And it's going well so far as Akuro picks up this first kill on Tatia.
I mean, already, Ryan Sixhead does have the sight. They're going to be able to get the spike down. I mean, pretty normal stuff already. Having to play for this retake. Dignitas does have the Sova with only literally just a slither of health. Possibly. I mean, this is the worst case scenario. Showiana doesn't really have much to work with, and already getting aggressive. Dragon's going to be able to clean everything up, leaving that 10-5 lead going over to Ryan Sixhead.
A 10-5 lead, double the amount of points of Dignitas here, and this is going to be a little bit of a rough round, but able to do this buy up for most members of Dignitas. Hopefully going to help up a little bit, but we do see Stephanie and Emily a little bit of a struggle here, especially got to hurt if you are Stephanie. 2 points away from that Blade Storm. Could have been kind of like a nice, convenient situation, but is not quite there. Spectre and some light armor buys as well for the end of Dignitas. Holding these angles is going to be so much more important this time because these lower gun buys are in effect.
They have majority coming up A, which is looking pretty good. I mean, Dignitas doesn't necessarily know what's going on. They're kind of holding these anchors down onto the site. Crossholds coming down tree. And I mean, if Ryan Sixhead is able to kind of push back the team of Dignitas, they could possibly be able to get this site pretty clean. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to be happening. Retake is going to be coming out in that Sage Wall in a very odd position. It's going to be kind of holding, you know, a diagonal. They could possibly go through smoke. I'm not entirely sure, but we're going to have to see what's going to happen.
That stage wall is actually interesting. It feels like it should be bad, but it's actually funneling a lot of the members away from this corner that we're seeing the Sova in. And I mean, it didn't work out there because the wall was able to go down, but it could have been just a fantastic angle for drop in there. It does not quite go his way though, as Shiesty, the only remaining member, thinks about going through that Cosmic Divide, and the moment of peeking is caught there by the side of Dignitas, getting them another defense win, trying to close this gap between themselves and Ryan Sixhead.
I mean, they're trying to read into the team. They're playing a little bit more together. And in general, it's working out pretty well. I mean, they're getting these rounds in. It's not as much of a gap as we saw prior, and they're slowly working their way up. But the question is, can Dignitas keep this up? And what will Ryan Sixhead do in order to combat this?
We will see Stephanie go for this lower buy here, probably as a result of now having this Blade Storm live and getting to simply use that. Watch this over the intercom. Does ring that to be true. Didn't end up buying that Spectre, just holding on to a classic and full armor and a handful of blades for this Jet, as Ryan Sixhead go for a similar play that we saw last time, but Dignitas this time ready for it, and Stephanie finding the heads of the top players of Ryan Sixhead has got to give a ton of breathing room to the side of Dignitas.
A lot of breathing room. You are entirely right. Right now, it does seem like Dignitas has the whole entire site to themselves, and Ryan Sixhead kind of contemplating, is this the site that we want to go to? And it's not making it any easier. That Asta 2 Shiesty is stuck in that corner, but Dignitas, they have the upper hand here. I mean, if we're looking at it, this could possibly be the retake that Dignitas needs. I mean, already leaving Ryan Sixhead in a very difficult position. Asta's gonna have to figure out how to get their way across and or possibly onto the site. But right now, best case scenario would be just to move along. Stephanie is going to be able to get a 3K off of Kuro, the one and only healer, leaving Asta 2 Shiesty being stunned, and Stephanie leaving the whole entire round off with that 3K. 4K, my apologies.
Absolutely explosive. A great eco round if you are Stephanie on this Jet. Only bought a classic and full shields. Picked up 3 kills with those knives, and then a nice little phantom kill from the enemy to top it all off. Brings Ryan 6 Head forced into an eco round. Sheriffs and light armor aside from Sosa, who does have the Bladestorm ready for that side this time. I'm gonna go ahead and go for that full armor to try and open up sights for the side of Ryan 6 Head with an aggressive push out towards mid. Spear head for the side of Ryan 6 Head is Sosa here, trying to use these sharp knives and open up a lot of situations. Aggressive jumps in the air, not quite able to find Thea. With 12 HP, finds another kill onto Shiesty there, and Rain. Beautiful 3K as Ryan 6 Head members just funneled in towards that mid. Dignitas closing this gap rapidly at 10-8. Ryan 6 Head still in the lead, but slowly but surely Dignitas are coming back into this one.
Dignitas is 100% figuring out what they're doing. They now know. I mean, and this is really creating heavy mental coming onto the side of Ryan 6 Head. I mean, they have to figure out what are they doing wrong, and I don't believe we've taken any pauses. I mean, possibly a pause might be the best case scenario here before Dignitas catches up and possibly kind of gives themselves the lead. I mean, Ryan 6 Head, this is the last round that they need. Their economy's already dwindling. They don't really have enough for the next rounds, and right now is the time. We either get this round or we possibly lose the next one as well, and they really need the confidence here.
They really do need the confidence, and we need to be seeing, we just have to see some Jet plays like we saw last round, but with a little bit more gun backup for the side of Ryan 6 Head, as they're playing this round a lot more timidly. At least starting off with a 1v1 trade is okay, but losing something like that, Reyna, losing those Leers, losing that extra bit of like confident character that we're getting to see Dragon play as has got to be a little bit rough, but still being able to take the rest of the utility across to the other side of the map. Lockdown does come out, but with Ryan 6 Head members already moving towards mid and A site, that's not going to be the worst thing in the world, as Sosa able to find a kill before making this rotate is going to make it easier for Ryan 6 Head to make a shot onto this A site, as Drop-In also catching somebody on the rotate.
Oh, and Rain trying to get one, but it's not going to work out. All right, Dignitas only really has Sholiana to rely on, but Sholiana's not going to be able to go up to the standards. It's going to be 11-8. Ryan 6 Head finally being able to cut, you know, this iteration of Dignitas winning and possibly kind of giving themselves that lead. But we're going to look at it. Stephanie, coming from the side of Dignitas, has that operator, and that could possibly be a turning point. I mean, Jet operators is not something that you necessarily want to play about. Operators in general. If Stephanie can hold these sites as well as, you know, if someone should with the operator, then maybe Dignitas might just be able to bring the sequel.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're able to get a long-range pick with this operator, it just opens up so much for your team, and we're seeing that here, and hopefully it goes the way of Dignitas being able to take down, oh, well, okay, if Akuro has anything to say about it, we don't want that advantage for the side of Dignitas, and as a result, going to go ahead and use that Resurrection, the second coming of Shiesty on this board. Liana now stuck defending this swamp area of B, trying to hold it down, trying to get these comps, trying to make some aggressive swings. It goes their way. Sosa and Shiesty going down to Liana, trying to go for that turn onto Drop-In, gets some damage, but Drop-In still fairly healthy. Last player standing gets the drop onto Stephanie with that op, but Emily able to secure that for the way of Dignitas. Not gonna go back and pick up that operator though, so we'll probably just have to spend money, buy it up again. Not too bad if you're Stephanie there. Still able to have that op in hand and still economy strong. 11-9. Economy back to being a little bit rough for Ryan 6 Head after that loss there, and starting to probably feel really good. If Dignitas is able to take this one down, we're both double digits going into this, and Ryan 6 Head is continuing to be pushed off the precipice of match point as we get to see the bread from this peanut butter and jelly sandwich that is the Odin for Sholiana on this Sova.
Dragon, Reyna did not buy with the team here. They bought that Vandal, possibly hoping that it could be a hero rifle. If anything, seems like Dragon was put down. Sosa's gonna be able to get that Vandal off the hands of the dead body of the teammate, but I don't know if that was the best case scenario here. It's gonna leave Reyna without a rifle in the next rounds, and Reyna is the type of player that you do not want to have no rifle in the hands of, especially with the team buy. But Sosa is gonna be able to be that duelist to kind of frag out in this situation here. But Asta2 Shicey not really checking the corners. It's looking pretty rough. They're not going to get onto the site just yet, which could be the best case scenario. I mean, you gotta get that spike down already, 49 seconds on the board. They're probably trying to get as many picks as possible, and in the end, it's gonna lead to that punishment. Possibly playing for that, you know, for that retake on the side of Dignitas, and Ryan Sixhead playing post-plant position, playing those crosses, and possibly getting out players as they come onto the site, trying to dismember the team. Could have been the best case scenario here, but they got aggressive, and instead, that's going to lead them to getting punished.
Oh, you've got to believe that Sosa, they're kind of hoping to get one more kill, get to that Bladestorm. If the Bladestorm was able to come online, we could give this Vandal to Dragon on this Reyna, and it wouldn't be looking so bad here. And I think Sosa probably wants to go for that ultimate orb, but it's got to be scary when you've already seen the enemy Sova go for this Odin over the wall play and get kills and get rewarded for that kind of easy play at the start of every single round. So not going to go for it this time, and instead go for this catwalk into tree play that so far is rewarding Dragon with a headshot there, but goes down, not able to pick up a gun as trades back and forth, flying across the kill feed.
Stephanie is just annihilating with this operator. I mean, what can you do? Stephanie is down though, so it could possibly be pretty good, and Sholiana's gonna be able to get a kill with that shock dart. A Sova Odin. I don't like seeing these because these are absolutely terrifying, but you're looking the wrong way. No! Oh no! Already a 3K. Sholiana. I was honestly wondering, Sholiana's dead here. She's looking the wrong way. She's not really paying attention to where it's due, but it seems like Asta2 Shicey's just getting a little bit above their heads, looking the wrong way as well. And honestly, it was just a showdown for who could turn around the fastest, and it seems like Sholiana won.
It gets a little bit difficult to do that turnaround when you're Shiesty was in Astral form for a lot of that, and I know that a big reason why I don't play Astra is because the moment I come out of Astral form, I'm completely turned around. I don't remember which direction is up. I was just looking at a completely different version of the map, and that is not the situation that you want to be put in when you're in a 1v1 situation, and Sholiana doing a great job of taking advantage of that kind of vulnerable moment from this Astra. But Dragon, aggressive push to start us off, gets this kill onto Emily, but Emily with a nice little trade back there from the grenade throw, but Stephanie posturing in a nice position there, and Wine gets 2 down from Ryan Sixhead.
Already a 2v2. Ryan Sixhead does have the spike here. They're not really in a position where they have to fight for that, but Sosa getting way too aggressive here. They're by themselves. They're in a very difficult position as Sova. Sholiana's watching right around the corner. Sosa's gonna have to play this pretty smart here. It's not gonna work out. What can you do in Odin in the hands of a Sova? It's going to be 12 to 11. Dignitas, they're bringing this back up.
Oh, bringing us back up and bringing us into match point. If they're able to win this one, we will have gone as far as we can go and still not quite get into overtime, but take this match home for one of our members. And if Ryan Sixhead can pull it out here, they can bring us into overtime. But that overtime has got to look so far away when you're buying Spectres and Guardians. The Vandal is in hand for Sosa, but when the rest of your team just doesn't have the gunpowder to back you up, you're stuck in a rough position. And a Guardian, not really the gun you want to be buying if you are this Reyna, the Empress, not really taking the most advantage out of a gun like the Guardian.
I mean, right now, Ryan Sixhead has to really know what's going on here. They have to get this round and possibly take it to overtime, but I mean, how can that happen? We're going to be able to see here, but the cross is already being held on the side of Dignitas, and already a blind coming out from Amulet. It's gonna be a great pick coming out from Emily. I mean, they're fragging out as much as possible, especially being the KO that they are. Now, it's leaving. You know, Ryan Sixhead being a little bit dismembered, of course. Astra on Dignitas only having a slither of health, but still good for 1, possibly 2. I mean, it depends on how well you play this, but it seems like Thea's gonna be able to take 2. Leaving Sova from Ryan Sixhead all by their lonesome, and lockdowns are coming into play here. And it's a great decision. I mean, a 1v4 situation, may as well use your ultimates in the last possible round, as that spike is already being held down, and it seems like Sholeon is going to close this off with the Odin, leaving Dignitas taking that 13th win. I mean, if you had to say, what would you say should have changed? What would you say went well?
I think Dignitas just came with a plan for this defensive side. If there was something that Ryan Six had probably needed to change, they were maybe continuously doing the opposite of what we saw Dignitas do. Dignitas was continuously they ended that first round at 9-3. They were not in a good place to come back for that second half, and they just kept kind of doing this 2-1-2 or 2-2-1 sort of split all across the map. But Ryan Sixhead was kind of having the opposite problem. They were doing a lot of this staying together as a 5-stack, and when they were staying together as a 5-stack, if they were losing one member, they were losing 3 at the same time. And Dignitas just really got to capitalize on that time and time again, especially once we saw Stephanie start to pick up that operator, and it just kind of got to just mow down members of Ryan Sixhead time and time again, and spelling a victory after a rough first half for Dignitas. They're beautifully done for their side.
I mean, yeah, taking it from a 9-3 lead, going over to Ryan Sixhead, and then taking it back, taking it 13-11. I mean, that's a pretty good win. They fought Dignitas 5 for their lives, and honestly, pretty proud of them. But we're going to have to head over to the next game. But before we go, let's talk about the GLG gaming facility. GLG will be opening a gaming lounge this year in Rochester, New York, on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square. You won't be gaming in your mom's basement. You'll be taking cloud gaming to a whole new meaning. Check out new photos and renderings. Type !GLGLAN in the chat if you want to learn more or see those pictures. But let's also talk about the GLG Country Club. New membership, the Instalock GLGCC membership grants exclusive access to the new GLG Gaming Lounge. And if you're an Instalock member, you get 3 months of access for the price of 1. You also get access to the lounge before the grand opening later this year. Help GLG grow. This membership offering is our way of crowdfunding. Help GLG to the moon, or in this case, to the clouds on the 22nd floor. Get priority entrance into select events and all free entry tournaments with a GLG membership. Just $10 a month. Only one teammate needs to be a member, but based off of that, we're going to go ahead, switch over to our next game, go grab a snack, do whatever you want, and we'll see you guys later.
Let's down XC, but it's not able to break this lockdown, destroyed for the rest. The ability to get onto the site. Oh my god! Oh my god!
What just happened? He could barely take out the lockdown, but then he does that?
What? It's okay. Lockdown a lot harder to hit than 2 agents, apparently. Think Dens get the defuse here, actually, taking their time. But Cheesy Ace did take a moment and put the spike out, let Dens know. So interesting that we're giving that ult point to Dens. Joms also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Denton and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remember. Down able to get 4 kills before falling to Mikey.
Answer this when you really could have just rushed down B. They're running to Chicago, but it doesn't really seem to matter what the Lakes got to on right now.
Oh, clutch.
Oh no!
Defenders win.
And just like that, swings closed.
Which path will you embrace, I wonder?
All right, people. Welcome back to this evening's matchup. We continue ahead, and with that, we are going to the lovely land of Haven. After a brief face switch, at least the both of us, I am joined by the lovely Mick. Mick, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I've had myself a pretty busy day so far, but it's nice to be able to finally sit down and give myself a little bit of Valorant action to cast over and bring a little bit of continuity to myself for the night. But I mean, enough about myself. How are you doing?
Doing good, man. It's a Wednesday. It's a notable mark in our week. Pit of Valor is kind of like that signify that, it signifies the hump day. So yeah, I'm grateful for it. And we are going to be cutting into the game before we can get down to much of anything. But of course, y'all know the deal down below. We're going to the good old land of Haven. This is going to be Team Ambition Shattered on the defense with Earthbound starting on that attack side. And as we get into it, let's see what we got to bring in terms of agent selections, locking it up and bringing it home. Looks like both these teams are yearning to get into it. Comp-wise, we're solidified. So all things said and done, yeah, it's your typical Ascent run-of-the-mill setup here. Or sorry, not Ascent. Sorry, Haven run-of-the-mill setup. Did I say Ascent earlier? No, I didn't. I said Haven. I hope I said Haven. But comp-wise, yeah, we're running that good old-fashioned single duelist to lead the charge. And we'll see what that brings for us. I mean, it's become the staple on Haven. Make you and I are very accustomed to it. And I got to make one comment. We got to count our blessings that it's not going to be an Ascent matchup. So you see how like ingrained it is in my head. Like I see a map and I just it's just Ascent. I think in my head Ascent, and it's like no. We're going to the spicy 3 maps or 3 sites rather.
Yeah, I think you only thought it was Ascent because you didn't hear me complain just yet. Being we're on Haven today.
That's definitely it.
Yeah, that's most definitely what it is. I usually like to go ahead and vent out my my issues with this map so far, but honestly, after the past couple of weeks, if y'all went ahead and missed the Valorant Elite Showdown, I feel like there's some really good matches there that kind of made me enjoy the map a little bit more so. So I'm going to be a little bit more open-minded coming into today's matchup, seeing what we got to bring to the table, especially now we're in a round of 16. So, I mean, the closer we get to being in these, quarterfinal, semifinal, final scenarios, this is really to get that entry area. So I'm looking forward, especially on this first round, to see what these teams can really dwindle themselves down to, what kind of strats we can get here on this first round with the pistols coming out, and what kind of little rotations and what little I'd say ratty plays we can have go on to grab ourselves some nifty little picks.
Look at that preemptive turnaround and look at the wall there from Evolves. He gets a nice connection onto Spicy. Char responds. That's 1-for-1. Sarah with the fadeaway on that ghost in the back of sight. Now tapping away for 2. Look at the sharpshooting coming from Sarah. Trap is there to back it up with that number of kills, and alas, Gucci on the final. So Mayhem has a thing or two to say before we can close it off. But alas, Team Ambition round number 1 goes very well, and I will say Evolves with that wall face check was a nice sight to see. Bravo, and very preemptive and smart of Evolve. So round 1 off to Team Ambition, and with that, they're gonna buy up those Spectres and the full armor of plenty, Mick.
Yeah, and great little setup there for the likes of Ambition to go ahead and get the little setups going, know that they're going towards that C site. And I mean, the rotation wasn't really snappy by any means. Everybody just knew how to hold their ground. And I mean, that speaks a lot more volume over the larger course of the game. When you have those players, they feel really confident in their holds. They know exactly how to sit down and settle onto a site to allow themselves to really open up the map, give themselves a little bit more opportunities, and go ahead and win out a little bit more gunfights and get that edge to work off of. But we're finding the edges. We got a guiding light possibly going to come out here towards A-Lawn to get this read on the Mayhem, but with the angle coming through right there, they may not get what they're looking for.
Patience is a virtue, and with that, Trap is just waiting, listening intently. It's about to be an absolute party here at this A site. Char and gang walking up towards Long, slow and steady with a bit of a default out towards grass outside of garage doors with Jet and Sova. So looking for the pinch, maybe a bit of noise and a rotate off since they haven't fully committed off to that A site. Trap setting out that hog, gets denied by Spicy with the Galactical 1 sheriff to the dome. Gucci now wants to respond, but surprise, you have a wild flank coming in from Evolves. Actually, Mayhem, I apologize. And with that, Sarah for the 1 and 2. Sarah delivering on the frags today, and that's a 3-piece combination. Off we go. Astra looking strong, as is Team Ambition rounding off round number 2 here, Mick.
Yeah, so it's a great one and a little bit of a follow-up for the likes of Ambition, and we expect him to win that second round. I mean, that's usually how it goes. You see the force come through, you give yourself that bigger weapon advantage to really be playing off of, and you find yourself an easier round, some trades. And I mean, sure, you see all Gucci and Trap fall fairly quickly, but I mean, it's, at the end of the day, you find yourself around. You know, whenever it comes around to 2 later, you're going to get that rifle in hand anyway. So it's a compromise to be willing to make. But if we're talking about rifles, we see them in the hands of all Earthbound this time around. So this third round should go in their direction, but it just really comes down to these first picks, where they find him and how they want to move on him, as we see him sitting up right there in the middle of the map, not really making too much of a preemptive move yet, but they're definitely keeping their eyes towards that C side as they have an approach coming around on the back.
Patience again on round number 3. This is where big guns got to be played smart and intently going ahead. Bit of a push coming out there. Han denies low IQ. Trap to 1 tap. Han to the dome with the sheriff, and
back to the drawing board at a 4v4, taking it slow and steady. Spike is still down outside of middle. We're just looking for opportunity here on the map. Out goes the Tasmanian Tiger in the name of Mick, and it finds Nada getting destroyed here. Mayhem clearing out some utility, and at this point, with 1 minute on the clock, 3 sites to potentially go to, time to start solidifying some of the plays. Spicy scouts out Evolves. Char on a connection, and we're right back down to it. Evolves set up for the 1. Actually, Char denies that on the opposing end of the spectrum as Trap now coming around gets tagged by that alarm bot. 4v1 scenario. So big guns for the side of Earthbound have capitalized so far here. We'll see what Gucci can do. Sheriff in hand. Just walking around. Here's that spike going down towards C. There's an Astra present, as well as a KJ towards Garage, and Sova watching on the back end of the flank. So all aspects of this map are covered right now, Mick. As Gucci making 1 noise is going to be setting up for death. Gets spotted by Mayhem. Crosshair line for the 1 tap. But this is a problem. You got 4 people on the prowl for you, man. Surviving in Garage, not the best time.
And really, you're just looking for the best case scenario. You're looking for at least 1 kill to go ahead and give yourself a little bit of a consolation, but not enough to be working off of. I mean, that would have been the ideal scenario. You can't really win that 4v1. Sure, if you pull off a miracle, but at the end of the day, you just want to go ahead and rob some more money out of those pockets of the old players on the side of Earthbound, but they weren't able to finesse enough. We see Ambition still having themselves a 1-round lead, so they're not really too concerned about that. Their biggest concern right now is turning this lead around and holding on to it, because as you can see, they really don't have that much money to be working off of. But as you see with Gucci making that large investment into the operator, being at 1 and 2 right now, you're hoping for a little bit of a turnaround, getting yourself ahead, getting that KD ratio a little bit more positive, get that momentum flowing to make sure your jet can really go off.
Momentum is key, and off goes the guiding light with that forward momentum right into lobby, popping on 1. Gucci set up for the headshot angle. Tough one to pick there with that op, and is contesting with the likes of Spicy. And yet again, this is the slow and steady round from Earthbound. And I'm looking forward to the adaptation here from the defense side as rounds start to tumble forward, right? What are they going to do? How are they going to shake it up? And you can see, yeah, in the nature of shake-up, very B-centric play right now. A lot of focus with 3 members. Evolves going to trade out the 1, and good for 2. Evolves is the trade master, but the attackers on that note, having pulled a lot of attention towards that B side, are now going to be running over to the C. Be careful, low IQ is here. Present, crosshair angle, locked and loaded. Gets the 1, but gets quickly traded out as Evolves is yet again on the board for a 3-piece combination as we settle down for the jet-on-jet action. And you said it, Mick. We'll see what these jets got in the tank. Gucci on the retake. This is attempt number 2, this time with some better odds.
Things about this is, I mean, Gucci may be up against the likes of a Blaze Storm. I don't think that's going to be too early of a call, because, I mean, when you're facing up against an operator, you got to be a little bit quick on your toes. You got to make sure to get the right angles to be working off of. So with only 61 health to be dealing with in the old hands of Mr. Han, he's not going to need it at any point in time at all. Knowing you got to take that slow approach around the corner, knowing you got to peek that fairly slowly if you want to get that operator shot off. You have the right angle, you sit there on top of logs, you find yourself another round to be working with. As we see old Earthbound grab themselves a second.
Really good job, and with that diligence, they're going to progress ahead. Happy to see that clutch worked out on their favor. I mean, tough one considering the position was given away with that op and the angle or the scope wasn't there. It's just one of those timing moments, right? You wish you were scoped in at that moment, but alas, tough one for Gucci 2 rounds in a row. Got to keep the head up high as we progress ahead into round number 5. Question is, where is the response? What is the defense side now going to do to adapt? And I think the question here on this light buy looks like a bit of aggression. Peeks every which way looking for a cheeky 1 tap. Is it there though? Gucci watching 2 run by. And that's going to prompt a bit of a C push as the guiding light goes in very deep to the back of sight. Cosmic Divide is now dropped as well. Han gonna catch one into the gravity well. That is Gucci. Smoke down. Off we go into site contestant. You can see the defense are going to give it right up with the exception of Evolves. Wait for the rotates to come and see if they can retake once this Cosmic Divide drops.
And even then, you got to worry about where these players are going to be standing at once you get that Cosmic Divide down. Knowing they're going to have that post plant set up, knowing they're going to make it a little bit of a surprise, being you have no idea where they're coming from, you have no idea where they're standing, you really don't have too much intel to be working off of. It makes the job that much harder, especially when you go ahead and lose out Trap, that Sky player, that Initiator being gone as well with your Duelist as well. So, I mean, that's your 2 frontmen being out of the game, being out of the equation right now. You got Char there in the back, I mean, evolving from a Charmander to a Charizard as he's just breathing fire on the rest of his opposition.
Superb job, and it's a tricky one to retake on site. You know, getting on that C side is one thing, but how you play it on the post can be tricky. Yeah, the Cosmic Divide was a great bit of support there, but for me, always been a fan of holding deep onto site, especially on a save like that. There is no reason to play the long game and risk it. So with that, the attackers pull ahead with a 3rd consecutive round, but after save comes the buy. We'll see here with Team Ambition on the board. Hopefully these guns can do a bit of hurt like they did on round 1 and 2. But if one thing has been clarified for me so far is that Earthbound is just really adaptive as a whole. Moving around, keeping it loosey-goosey, not committing to anything too early on in the round, which is great on this map of Haven, where 3 sites just gives you so much more ground to cover and spicy. Gucci gets deleted off the map with that great opening pick.
Great opening pick indeed. I mean, to go ahead and also be on that offensive side, it's a lot more momentum to be working with. Don't you have the Seekers coming through? You have the shutdown coming out as well. There's so much utility coming out for the side of Earthbound to guarantee themselves a side. They just got to push it. Now that you're on 2 seconds, go ahead and make that shove. Go ahead and get on there. Get yourself a little bit more antsy because, I mean, they're not going to be on that side because even if they are, that's going to be a trade worth making, quite honestly, at the end of the day, knowing a player's going to be detained. But with nobody there, there's going to be an old plant for the side of Earthbound, getting right back to where they left off in a very snappy position at that to get themselves a spike down fairly quickly. But the Hunter's Fear to come through, shut down this little shutdown. A bit of a case of an irony. You need a little bit of case of kills as well to be working off of as we see some trades onto the site. We see it being a 4-3v3 at that, as we have a lot of contention going on, a lot of contention as well as Earthbound comes out on top with 3 players still surviving, finding themselves a 4-3 working off of now.
That's the beauty of having an Astra on that post plant. You saw just how much utility those stars bring to the game, Mick. I mean, you're down, you got smokes, you have gravity wells. In that note, you're just holding on site pretty free for the most part. So Char doing the deed, 7 and 4 on the board. Also, I mean, don't dismiss that util on attack, especially on a big map like Haven with so many choke points. And the flexibility of Char to set those stars down as we get deeper into the rounds and then just activate on the fly is a great bit of adaptive kit. So proceeding ahead yet again, back to the drawing board for Team Ambition. Light buys across the board, some half armors here and there, and a sprinkle of a full, but we'll see here what they're going to do. Yet again, I haven't seen the adaptation. Looks like they're playing the more or less same setup, but this time, what? Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, hi, how you doing, man? What smoke? I don't see no smoke with that amazing opening pick. So yeah, we'll call it at that, my friend, as we get back into it at 1:20 left. So this is now Ambition in the driving seat. Earthbound brought the sauce early on last round. Redemption looks like it's on the menu as Spicy going in deep, try to find something, not getting much at all. So Spike is still dropped, and this is the Earthbound standard. You can kind of come to expect it, and I'm not expecting too much different as this first half progresses.
I mean, I'm not really expecting too much, quite honestly, either. But what I am expecting and what I'm hoping, at least at the side of all Ambition, is for them to gotta step it up a little bit. Right now, they used so much utility in that last round, and they really didn't get too much out of it. Sure, they got a little bit of a return, but when you had the Hunter's Fury to go ahead and shut it down, and you have a Blades one that's kind of stacking up against you right now, that's a lot to be working off of, and that's a lot to be looking into when you're really trying to get yourself retaliation to work off of. And as we see the plant coming through, it's a little bit of a shock dart, the double shock dart at that. It's going to be lightly invested to go ahead and find yourself 0 damage, so that's a lot of money, but not too much damage to be working off of. But a retake will be warranted off of that as we see the trap come out. Go ahead and get that trade off of Han to find himself one as well with the Phantom, making it a second as he takes a couple shots as well. Really playing ring around the rosy on the side as he finds a third. It's now a 2v1 scenario in the favor of Earthbound as we see all Ambition sitting on at 50 health collectively as Evolves is trying to work himself out of this little bit of a predicament with a Spectre. Going out the knife, but also throwing himself down 6 feet under as we see Earthbound grabbing a fit to be working off of. Momentum really favoring them right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I can say the one thing I will commend is that Team Ambition went in with the guiding light, right? The drone was backing it up. You saw Gucci said, I'm going, right? The guiding light's in. It's time to retake. Put your foot on the gas. So like, let's go ahead and appreciate the commitment to the retake, not playing, a baity style, which really can be detrimental, especially when you're down. You just want to play a cheeky pick, right? See if you can get a trade off or something like that. So commitment is critical. It's important to go. And with that, in time will come the picks and connections. It's just give them some time to warm up. I mean, you saw in our previous map as well, things got very spicy at half switch. So if anything is to be said, it's too early on here. We'll see how Team Ambition adapts. Low IQ, who is the master of the sight unseen one tap, sending that Hunter's Fury out early as can be. Does a bit of damage, nothing too major at this point. And I'm looking forward to seeing Earthbound step it up and do like a full hard push one of these rounds, just to see what that side of that team can bring. But for now, it's the slow and steady, methodical picks across Haven, keeping that defense side very honest. And it's Gucci keeping Han honest, counterpart Jet. That's a good deletion. We settle back in here, making a 4v5 scenario.
Oh, 4v5. It's the name of the game if you're in Ambition's shoes right now. Having that Blade Storm for your disposal and Earthbound also being robbed of that as well. I feel like this would be a prime time to go ahead and start considering that option, knowing that you want to find as many weapons as possible. If you make one sacrifice for a Jet, at the end of the day, that's her job to get into that site, go ahead, get some frags off, and then give yourself a lead to be working with for that post-plant scenario. But I mean, right now, as Ambition's just got to play it really slow, wait for them to come into their old grass. You only have one player towards that C site. You have an old recon dart going up there towards C, so you know they're going to be going in that direction. You know they're going to put the assault down, but Evolves is in the garage with his old assault as well to grab himself a second. Go and get yourself a 5v3, a 4v3 to work off of, a 4v2 at that as we see the rest of the team collapsing in from garage, getting their own respective kills and finding a respective round to fall through with it. Evolves with a 3K, finding themselves a third round.
It's one of those moments where I wish Sarah had the Vandal. That would have been a whole different party. But alas, it's all good in the hood. The Dink worked out marvelously, and the rest of the team was there to retaliate and back it up. So this is it. This is what Haven really boils down to in most cases, Mick, is that early opening pick, getting numbers off on such a map with diversity in terms of, how can I say, sites of that A, B, and C factor. It drives a lot home. But as we start to peck away at the economy of Earthbound, see what they got to retaliate and make sure they assert their dominance after that 5 consecutive that just got shut down.
Yeah, I mean, they really got to make a follow-up, quite honestly. You go ahead, you shut down the economy a little bit, you get that little flip-flop of rounds and that win initiative. So losing streak, winning streak, none of it matters now. You're in an even game so far as we can tell. So you got to make the most of this. You got to get yourself an work off of. And when you see Gucci grabbing onto Han right there, that's going to be a massive momentum shift there towards the C site to give yourself a little bit more to work off of, knowing you can shut that down now, knowing you have that Blade Storm off the field and you still have the operator in hand yourself and a Blade Storm of your own as well to be working with in case you get into those close quarters predicaments. There's a lot here on the field as we see the rotation going towards A side. Earthbound looking to go ahead and make the most of this 4v5.
Yeah, by now that's super sus. You got the Cosmic Divide. No one's taking on C. You know, red flags are going off on the defender side, and Ambition is lacing up the Jordans and rotating. Although we got the good opening pick here. Gucci hairline peeking that Cosmic Divide, partially hidden, and that's interlace getting deleted. But still, Astra is alive, which yields utility. And we're going to settle back in and see here what they can do on the post. In a 4v3, there goes the Astra util yet again, and that's what I'm talking about on the post plant, Nick. It is so tricky to get on site through that and do so sneakily.
Most definitely is. When you got an Astra, you got, I mean, everything you can really ask for. You got every single kind of util in the book right there to be working off of. But with an Astra still on both sides, as we see Char going absolutely off, that's an Astra for the likes of Earthbound to close out that round and give them a 6. That's a guaranteed half, and that's one hell of a round for the likes of old Char.
You're looking good there for Char. I mean, that was a bit of a domino effect. 2 lined up. The third went flying, and it was a bing bong out of the air. And the final drop from above was just a kiss from the heavens. So with that, 6-2-3, the attackers yet again reassert that dominance. And you can see it's a back and forth tit for tat match when it feels like, you know, although we're at that 3-round delta, for me, it really feels close. And this is where it gets interesting for Team Ambition. They do have some money building up, 2K plus, which is going to give them a good amount of pot for the following round. But the inevitable situation is we're not going to be at that point if they can't step up the gas and do something about it early on in this half, or early on rather towards the tail end of the half. What am I saying, Mick? It's 3-6, but this might be the round that I've been yearning for. The Earthbound aggressive quick A push, and yeah, on the save, the cheeky flank is here. The Blade Storm is active. Gucci is sending it out, and this is a problem. Got to be careful in spawn. Mayhem. Can he deny? No, the Blade Storm succeeds, and they're going to get a gun off of this too, so this is good. But we'll see here on the flank, interlaced, crosshair, lined up, ready to go, has support, gravity well as well, and that's going to keep him busy for the time being. Can we get the pull down? Okay. No, Sarah with the 1-tap. Char yet again for 2. And that's a good time to back away for Char. No reason to get too over peaky. Back to safety if possible. It's Gucci now coming on the flank. Char's got the headshot angle on lock. You can see Gucci about to walk into it. Oh, hello! Wake up, Char! This is spicy. No more guiding lights. Crescent, can he get the angle? No, that's Gucci! Making the magic happen. So that's the 4th for Team Ambition, and bravo. Good patience and diligence, and especially that Blade Storm worked out great in spawn.
And you mentioned Team Ambition being on that save round. I think Gucci heard your call and decided, no, it's time for my chance to save the day is what it comes down to with that Blade Storm in hand. And I knew the push. When you make that collective shove right up there towards C-Long, you get yourself, it doesn't matter where it comes from. So long as you stay as a unit, you play for those trades, you just work Valorant down to its fundamentals, those kinds of rounds are what turn around games entirely. I mean, that just made the difference between a 9-3 to an 8-4. And especially with the momentum they got off of that, saving so much money in that last one, and especially getting around win, it gives them that much more to be working off of. You get Operator and hand for the likes of Gucci, and you get the rest of the team set up to really work off of for these next couple. So, I mean, it really just comes down to these ultimates now, what they can finesse with that, and whether or not this utility can make the most when it comes around to intelligence, because you know that turret's going to be there towards Garage. You already had that to work off of. Go ahead and get some more sound cues, get a little bit more intelligence to work off of, knowing KJ is going to be towards at least that BC connect. So, I mean, that dwindles down one player, right? Go ahead, know that somebody's going to be C as well. They're not going to get a double down there. So quite honestly, you go for an A push right now, so we can see the rest of the team rotating for it, knowing exactly how to play into these players' hands.
Can see now Earthbound is just going back to the roots one more time, trying to flex this side as much as possible. This side, let me correct myself, and make the best of the attack. Gucci, though, posted up for the one. That's a connection. Gucci has been on the board, jousting with counterpart Jet. I believe that's Trap who sports that. So, or Han, I apologize. So this time Han is alive. Happy to see. Still the action. The first opening pick yet again for Gucci at A, and it's been the tempo for the defensive side. How many times now has Gucci been on the board early? Han, though, managing to weasel into Garage after that turret gets taken out. That was posted up early. You can see the Seekers now going deep. Spicy going to guide the light right in. Char on the board. And with that comes the collapse. You got Interlace ready to cut some rotates off as well. The Cosmic Divide is up yet again. How many Cosmic Divides have we got in this match from the attacker side? I think we're up to 3 right now. So Interlace, 1, 2. Diligence and patience pays off for the third. No, that's Trap denying it. But of course, Icy, the Tasmanian Tiger, comes in on top, as you'd say, Mick.
I mean, that's really what it dwindles down to. I mean, you mentioned having that 3 Cosmic Divides. That's only his charge going off. Look at this man's kill count. I mean, it's not only ult orbs that give yourself ult points. It's also kills alone, and this man has enough to go ahead and warrant himself 3 Cosmic Divides with how he's been playing so far. He's been an absolute just agent of destruction for the likes of these guys. They've been playing off of it so efficiently. They're getting some great setups, and they're making the most of it. Whether or not they're going for a spike push or just really just shoving out that wall, getting themselves a huge collapse onto the other side and winning out these fights, when you have enough teammates already set up, when you have enough opponents there as well to go ahead and make the matchup really worth it, at the end of the day, you're not complaining. Who cares about that spike? You won a round, you won yourself a first frag in the next one as well. So honestly, go ahead, run away with it, Chief.
Let's say getting an opening pick out to Gucci wouldn't be a bad thing in punishing that aggression and desire to get so aggressive towards lobby and long, but the lockdown now is present here. Trap has received the memo, and it's loud and clear. Run away back to site and wait for that to fade away. And this is a rinse and repeat of that successful Earthbound round you saw just about 4 or 5 rounds ago. That's the spike planted. Sight unseen from everybody else. Now low IQ getting set up for the darts. Counter lockdown is here. The Hunter's Fury is out. Use him or lose him. It is the last round. Interlace gets one onto Trap. And we get back to it. 5v3 retake coming here. Mayhem coming out from short. Sarah saying, my sight, I'm here. I'm going to account for some bodies before I pass. 2 more. Patience and diligence does not work out as Interlace and Mayhem do the deed. And Han is the final wizard on the board. And with that, Earthbound are going to sneak away with their 8th round in this first half.
Switching sides.
And that's a good lead for him to be working off of. I mean, especially going in this defense, because I mean, I feel like historically we've definitely seen Haven be more of an offensive sided map, and Earthbound definitely made note of that, and they definitely worked into it and manipulated that. But I mean, coming down to everything and how it all dwindles down to, we see ourselves getting right back to a first round. And I mean, this is what Ambition won the last time around, so it would be a really good note for them to go ahead and follow through, follow suit, and get themselves another first round as well in the other half, because I feel like this is the time where they really got to cash in for. Otherwise, Earthbound, they're going to find this first round, find the second off the force, and give themselves that double-digit checkpoint we mentioned so many times in and times out. And that's not a good stage to be sitting in, knowing that 2 more rounds, you find yourself a match point, 3 more, you get yourself a game over. So there's so much on the line just with this round alone that I feel like it's definitely worth Ambition cashing out whatever they can.
I'm with you, and I want to see just how much they can cash out early on. You can see the decisive push into Garage. Spicy is denied any peak opportunity. You can see great pinch coming out onto the C site out of Garage and long. And with that, the defense says, yeah, we're not keen on holding anything off. This is way too fishy. We're going to give it up and play the retake once we got a bit more vision with this utility down.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to how you get this post plant set up, because we already see Ambition on site and on frag right now, and they're on fire as well to follow through with it, because they've already found themselves a shot. They went ahead and got a tap on the Char, which is really good, knowing how good of a player he is and how many frags he's gotten so far. He's essentially the duelist, but just playing in the controller role so far. So you want to make sure to shut down that man as fast as you can. but you also got to make sure that this timer can tick down as fast as it can as you go ahead and drop the rest of the team. That's equally fast with Gucci there in the back, making the shots on the Ghost like it's a Marshall right now. You know the other players are there for the defuse. You hear it, you get the call, you get the comm. You go ahead, you approach him, but Han there in the back, finding his own shots. Massive plays from the Jet. Sarah to finish it off. We see Ambition coming out with the first of this half as well.
That's a choice and a half, though, on the post. I mean, going so deep on C, you heard me say it last half, that could have been detrimental had there been any more utility on the board or something to disrupt that post-plant play from the attackers. So it boiled down to the 1v1 in the end. It was the patience and diligence of that mouse one activity on those pistols to close it out. And with that, yeah, you said it, Team Ambition now are on the board with Spectres in full armor, making sure to hold their foot down. No backing off the pedal here, and we'll see if they can close out one more to bring it just to a 2-round gap. Let's see how much they learned from Earthbound. What is their play style? The slow and steady does it, or the full steam ahead type mentality? But at this point, looks like Garage and C is kind of on the menu early on as they're very focused on that end. But you got to be careful. You got a Jet and Sova on the flank on the minimap. Be careful of that. That's what makes Haven so tricky.
Oh, most definitely does. Knowing how connected that back spawn is and knowing how connected these shots are from the likes of Sarah, that's even more intimidating right now. Knowing it's going to be on that site, knowing that's the one with the spike to go ahead and get yourself down. You set up for long. You got a great little post plant so long as you can just get out alive. Knowing that Char's there on the edge towards Garage. Looking for these picks wherever he can. Trying to get his own little dividends to work off of. We're going to see Ambition giving none of that over to the likes of Earthbound. Find themselves a flawless to be working off of in a great fashion to set themselves up for this next round, knowing they can go for these trade potentials.
Yeah, big. And this is where I'm going to be saying the big round 3 gun round is going to have to, really show up here for the side of Earthbound. Their Team Ambition, round 1 and 2, I get it. You get the first. The Spectres are great on the second. This is where we can kind of put a bit of a full stop, I hope, to the equation that's unfolding in front of us. And Han has gone very deep into the pockets. Glass op, actually. No armor to boot. So I got to see that come in big. And it looks like he's going to be playing on that C site, which is good because the Spike is very much interested in heading that way. And look at the minimap as well here. There are a lot of stars dropped down. KJ Utility is playing on that C. Mayhem opens up a great pick onto Gucci. And that's towards that Garage area. But they're still not looking to back away. Very keen on pinching. Evolves.
Not.
Responds, and it's good, but here, Han, gotta be careful. You have a big investment, and you're pretty much pinned with 2 more members of your team. And yeah, this is the right play from Ambition. Definitely not committing to that C site early, knowing that rotates have already come through. Haven's a big map. Make use of those 3 sites, and off they go here. What looks like a bit of an A pinch right off the bat.
I mean, A pinch is really the move when you're on the offense. You want to get as aggressive as possible. You want to make sure to close up those encounters as much as you can. C is not a move. I'll be quite frank with you. I mean, when you're dealing with the Spectre, you want to make sure to go ahead and shove the opponent. You want to get them as close to you as possible. And A is going to be the perfect site for that. B, a little bit of a window setup, so it's not as optimal either. But when you got Char there up top, up there in the window towards Heaven, that's its own concern. Knowing they found that angle, knowing they can go onto the outside, find themselves a pick here and there. But if we're talking on the outside, you got the pinch coming from the back. So look at that Killjoy coming through the connect. Able to find one, but not enough as Evolves. It's going to be the only one to grab us a little bit of a kill right there. Is a little bit of a compensation, but it's not enough to close out that round as we see Earthbound having 3 alive to find themselves a not to be working with. I mean, better late than never, but you still haven't hit that 10 point yet. So Ambition's still in this one.
Yeah, definitely. They got to be wise as they proceed ahead. Earthbound have been very methodical, even on their attack side. I mean, when they got into a site, it was very difficult for the side of Team Ambition to retake. So now they're occupying the defense. You can see just how methodical they are on that retake. Grateful to see that Han walks away with an op in hand, this time getting the full armor as well. So that's a plus, all things considered. And with that, Mick, let's see here what the side of Team Ambition is going to bring to the table for us here. That was the round 3 bye, so consider this one the reset, I guess, as we're kind of back to even playing fields.
Most definitely are. Even playing field is the best thing you could really ask for when you're at least behind. You want some kind of compromise. So 6'9", nice. Isn't really too bad of a place to be sitting at, but you want to make sure, so long as you get the speed push coming through, you want to make sure to have the retaliation. You want to have the answers ready, and when you see all these stars going ahead being popped, you see it all shock dart to come out, and some kills that can fall through with it from the likes of all low IQ. There's enough of a trade out of Spicy to give themselves a lead. Even more so, boy, as Gucci is going to go ahead and put as much work as possible to return it. Not enough, though, as we see Mayhem last man standing, getting Earthbound to their 10th.
Gucci getting jittery with it here tonight with those 1 taps. The last one was unable to be closed out towards that cubby area. Low hit points didn't help the case, but Earthbound now are the first to hit the double digits, sporting that 10. And we got even Christmas trees on both ends, 3 ults apiece. We'll see how those pan out. The lockdown on that attacker side is a vibe for sure. Got to be very attentive of that, as is the Hunter's Fury on a potential post plan if they go towards that C area. But we'll see with Earthbound on the opposing end, you do have that Cosmic Divide to retake as well. So it's kind of an even spicy round here. But of course, the light buy doesn't really help the case of the attackers. They got to work smart. B didn't work last time, but looks like they want a repeat of it. Going in deep, following in the Blade Storm. Off they go on site, and they're already got footing. But this is the worst thing to be a part of here, is a retake on B site on a 5v5, especially when you start to dwindle down a utility for the post plant.
There it is. The kind of rotation coming through, the push you don't really expect too much of, but the one you answer well enough to go ahead and get some shots off. But Han, if we're talking about shots, hitting a great one there towards that connect, able to find one player. The collapse coming through for the rest of Earthbound, making themselves a huge attempt right now, and a massive lead as well to really work down with it, and able to go ahead and get themselves a flawless to close out this 10th to get themselves 11 to work with 3 ultimates still in hand. So a very impressive showing for them right now, really getting that initiative. We're talking about snowball, we talk about momentum. It's getting pretty big, and it's getting towards the finish line as well.
It is just a mere 2 away. That I mean, that Cosmic Divide, I wouldn't call it completely necessary. I do appreciate the decision to go very deep. That was Gucci with that Blade Storm active, going in immensely on the prowl, trying to get a pick or two, being the only one with some sort of kill potential, or at least, how can I say, spam potential. I'm not going to say that lighter Sheriff Bias couldn't have got picks, but with that, yeah, you said it, Mick. 11-6 here, as we've really dwindled down the funds as well. The defense are looking mighty healthy and strong. Han now has shifted over to that A, and let's see if we got that Gucci style play getting aggressive on short. There are members present towards lobby, so pick potential is viable.
It's viable. I mean, but depending on which side you're looking at, it's a necessity. And as we see, Earthbound already making themselves the first move. Han's going to go ahead and win that old jet on jet action you like to refer to so much. Go ahead and get themselves a lead to work off as well. So you've lost all that initiative on the attacking side. It all dwindles down to that Sky and that Sova. So that's a lot of pressure for these 2 players to go ahead and get themselves onto something, especially when they're moving towards that B side, with it being so central right there in the middle of the map. It's the most hectic option you could go ahead and opt for. So you got to make the most of it. When you get a blind on the char, you got to move on to that. So Trap is going to go ahead and answer that call. Find himself one. Evolve's going to grab himself another. And we're going to see ourselves moving towards the A side, surprisingly enough, as the rest of the team is shifting with it. Able to get this spike down as well, a rotation even I didn't expect. A great move from Ambition.
It is. A-Link to A is a great play, especially when you end up securing off that B site so nicely. Char, though, made a choice and a half to peek that. I don't really know what the motive was. Looking a bit greedy, in my opinion. Could have played it a little bit differently, knowing that they were coming right in. Heard the one come, and then from there, exposing to mid, knowing you could get shot in the side of the head. Not ideal. So here we go in the post-plant scenario. 3 ultimates available as well. So if things get a bit panicky, Evolves could easily drop that lockdown. The alarm bot spots them towards Link, or sorry, CT now coming in from the bottom end. Shock darts lining up. We'll see. Well, actually, it's a recon dart. I lied. IQ now just looking to make sure no one's pushing in and offer some sort of eyes for that attacker side. And they hold on steady, forcing Earthbound to ejectocito, run away, save their guns. This is massive because Team Ambition now with 3 guns alive, 3 bodies alive, and the money building, they're setting themselves up for a good couple rounds. They just got to hold out because, like you said, Mick, double ones, there's not a lot of cushion left to fall back on.
Yeah, and I really like the move that we saw Earthbound go for there. Just go ahead and go for a save. Just chill out. Don't overstress yourself. Don't try and win every single scenario in the game. When you have yourself such a far lead, I mean, 5 rounds, that's a lot to be playing with. Just get whatever save you can. Know the value of the operator and give it right back to Han. Knowing he has 4,500, he doesn't have enough to buy another one, but he has enough to compensate for the rest of his team. If you need to take those buys, you can. If you win this round, you win even more so, and you can get a buy in the next one. There's no concerns. There's no risk at all. You have nothing to lose except for 1 round. But if we're talking about losing, we saw Han almost lose his life right there on A long as we sit there and have a lot of initiative towards this A side as we have an absolute scuffle to come down here with 5 ultimates available.
Han is getting an absolute workout in sight, getting devoured by Gucci. The gravity well as well was a mega problem. Big problems there on that A-hold, getting a bit peaky, going for the second. I will commend the guiding lights to ensure that that was protected. And with that note, it's Team Ambition in a 5v3. They do have lockdown still, Hunter's Fury and the Divide as well. Gucci says, no need, my friends. Hop in my backpack. Let's go for a roller coaster ride together. Evolves is on the board. Mayhem, though, looking good with Interlace. That's doing some damage, but to get on site, especially with that smoke present, kind of going to be difficult. Actually got picked up now. Mayhem forced to peek. Close range with Evolves.
Right.
Doesn't win that joust. So with that, yeah, Team Ambition, man, they're gassing it up, picking up their 8th. Curious to see, though, what the funds look like for Earthbound here.
And they're not going to look very good, quite honestly. I mean, you already see Econ is all over the place. You got to go ahead and compromise for a buy out of some teammates. It's enough to get yourself another round to be working with some compromises, albeit at the end of the day. You see Char and you see Interlace both going for that half armor, but I mean, it's really not that big a deal. So long as you pick the right fights, you get the right trades, you get them two in the front, I mean, you're going to be fine at the end of the day. But quite honestly, Char, that's the one guy that really kind of considers me to be a real threat right now, because I mean, it doesn't matter, half armor, full armor, half health, he's probably going to find himself at least one in this round. So that's what you want to keep your eyes on, especially when you see that Jet all Han having that Blaze Storm in hand. That's a concern in itself.
And off we go here. Han, this time no op in hand, this time sharp shooting with the knives, getting ready. No one's there though. Lockdown is present, and that's a bit of a shake and bait. Char now again choosing to go on the aggressive post, falling quickly to trap, and they have footing on C. Spicy is a lonesome wolf. Crosshair is so well placed. Sarah gets deleted. It's now just low IQ, waiting patiently for the rest of the team to show up to the party before he goes and plants that. So he's got cover. Interlace is close, as is KJ, Sky, and I have Han here on that rotate coming from CT. One recon dart is ready to go, and it's the good old recipe of Team Ambition, playing the deep post. Bit of an owl drone as well. Let's see how they adapt here. First bit of ult used is the Hunter's Fury, and that's the only thing the attackers have in their arsenal. Trap, meanwhile, is getting the pick. Cloudburst blocking. They're sticking it down. Oh! Oh, that was so close. But does Mayhem win this joust? Mayhem does win the joust. And easy come, easy go. Right back to the defuse. Mayhem good for the 4-piece combination. And with that, they pull ahead to match point.
I'm genuinely curious of where they were looking in the rear end of that round. I mean, you see the rotation coming through. I mean, Evolves are just kind of running around, and even then, I mean, Spicy was looking down lane. I mean, that was a joust you had the advantage on. You had the angle for. You had the lineup. Listen for the plant. If you don't hear it, back up and play slow. You had the advantage. All the dominoes were literally falling into your favor. And you just kind of pick them right back up, and that's not something you want to do, especially when you give Earthbound their match point. Now your back was already up against the wall. Now you're between a rock and a hard place, and it makes it that much more hurtful to sit there and really know that you don't have any leeway now.
Oh, talk about leeway. Char does not back up. Like, Char has no chill, negative chill. Like, he's always in somebody's face. That time getting, you know, a bit aggressive there towards lobby area with that Phantom worked out great, but does pay the price with Gucci. Trap is coming out from long with a 2-piece combo as well. So with that, they've managed to take it down to just 2 more members here of Earthbound. They have the lockdown, which is great. It's going to push them off site and do a great job of taking them really deep. They're going to be forced into the good old deep cubby of long. Hello! Welcome. Please take a seat. And with that, the lockdown also gets destroyed. So Mayhem coming out for the final joust. 2 lit members of Team Ambition. Do they have it though, Mick? Mayhem's gonna have to be the one to jump out of heaven, which is a huge problem because the only place you're jumping safely is the box. Makes it out. Here's Trap. Guiding Light is primed. It goes deep. They're gonna swing together. Wait a minute, the turret got it. Oh! My goodness me. I was shaking at my boots there, especially when that turret got that first pick. So Trap makes it away. 6 HP in a dream, but that was way too close for comfort.
I mean, quite honestly, when you have only 6 health in a dream, when you have less health and you have rounds, you definitely know something's wrong. But it's enough for them to go ahead and pull out another round in themselves. I'll go ahead and have the edge to work with in this one as well, because I mean, you see, Sarah, you have that Cosmic Divide to be working off of in this one. So I mean, we mentioned these sneaky rotations. We mentioned these kind of just move through the site, move along a map, kind of just ordeals that you're really dealing up against. Cosmic Divide makes it that much easier to be working with. You go ahead, take off that sound, don't even worry about it anymore. When you can't see anything, you have nothing to worry about, but it doesn't matter because Gucci's gonna be blinded and still find himself a kill, as we see Mayhem there towards the back to find one as well. But I mean, as you see a lot more initiative going towards the C site, you got to save from the side of Earthbound to some extent. You really don't have too much power to go ahead and counteract, because Gucci there in the back, able to find a 4K and able to find a 10 for his squad as well.
Gucci's pick and roll comes right in. Mouse 1. He's literally got his entire minivan sitting on his mouse 1 key. Swings around the corner, gets it, and goes for the dash into garage, which ended up yielding a good hold on the post. I still don't know what Char's play was there. Like, he just came in solo. He's like, I'm here. Let's go. Jousting gets absolutely deleted. So I will say Earthbound could have made this a little bit less painful for themselves had they played retakes a little bit more methodically. They're not really there to trade, I feel. So, you know, end of the day, we get back into it. All's good in the hood, but if they want to close this out, they might have to tighten up those screws just a hair on the retake plays.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the whole play was just kind of charge in. I mean, that's what we've seen Char do so far. I mean, your name is half of the word charge, and I think that's really what it stands for. Is you just press that W key, you're finding yourself a kill, and as an Astra, that's something you don't really expect. And quite honestly, it's a really risky move as well. I mean, sure, you're a great player, but you've got to have that controller alive through the entirety of a round so you can really get the most out of it. But we don't see that discount coming through just yet. Instead, we see him going ahead and redeeming a 20% off discount for the likes of old Team Ambition as he cuts off one of the heads.
Cutting heads is good, especially if you need just a one round to close it out. Let's see what they got now. Char is here yet again, this time not dry peeking whatsoever. Has some coverage as the Seekers are going to go out towards mid. Trap and team know what's up. They're going to go ahead and take those out of the equation. Settle back in. The tension is hot. Down to 40 seconds here. Choices got to be made, and they got to come out soon. Han and Co ready to go. Low IQ, full blind. Astra activated, but the leaves. Oh no, this could be it. That angle is so troublesome. Han actually decides to dash away. Interlaces there. Gucci gets the pick. More out of Garage. Spicy finds him up and takes him out. Now, hearing the jump, Gucci with the Blade Storm. 2v1, dash into Garage with 55 hit points, no spike, but it's so close you can kiss it, but the time is not in your favor. What's he gonna do here?
10 seconds
I think he's looking for the pick, but it might be too little too late here. Makes 7 seconds to get on site and plant. 4, 3. No, he's gotta go for the picks. Gets the one, he's in there. Oh!
That was unbelievable.
Oh, Gucci. That is it, folks. We round off this match, and I am flabbergasted at that final round and how it worked out. Gucci was like committed. I mean, fully committed to that round. It's like, you know what? I don't need it. But what was more shocking is how the defense was straight up peeking.
Yeah, that was me, dude. I was like, why are you going into him?
Hold on, you're good, man. You're in the driving seat. Somebody probably called out that this guy took some damage too.
Yeah.
Like, just chill out for 2 seconds. Let the guy plant. 2v1 retake. You got, you know, padding, but instead they're just walking up 1v1 jousting Gucci. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get it over with. Enough is enough. I've gone a lot. Yeah. In the end, we close it out 13-10. Tight matchup, but hey, you know what? Happy to see it. That's the beauty of Haven. It keeps things spicy for sure.
Oh, I mean, yeah, and especially when you go ahead and mention spicy, I feel like a key player, a real sleeper when it came around to this game. Because, I mean, so far, I mean, Sky, obviously, Redhead Renegade, you're going to get some fraggers out of him, but you got to have a little bit more to work off of. And Spicy, not really topping the leaderboard. Obviously, that was going to be old Gucci just absolutely going off. But, I mean, there's only so much you can do. We saw it last week. Your jet can only do so much. I mean, it's a pretty small girl. Her back can only carry so much. So you got to kind of calm down. You got to have that team effort be working into. And at the end of the day, we see Ola Ambition kind of seeing themselves home, but hopefully they have the ambition to come back next week because they definitely had themselves a run. They can definitely show they can, you know, bark and play with the big dogs, but they just got to get a little bit more tinkered out before they really get themselves a dub when it comes down to this best of 16. But regardless of that, still Earthbound coming out on top, being a lot more collective when it comes around to that leaderboard, having more of a collective effort, obviously led by Char here on that controller, and having your duelist kind of playing a supporting role is something you don't really see too much of. So especially for Haven, that's a big, I would say a huge contribution when coming around and finding yourself out with a win.
Yeah, it's a big map and the utility lends itself well. So like you said, having your duelist take that back seat, it's a nice vibe, nothing to complain about. But Mick, I'm gonna go ahead and round off this match. And in the spirit of nice vibes, I want to go ahead and mention one amazing thing that's coming up here, guys. Take the time to hit !GLG LAN in chat, because the whole spiel with the Innovation Square, our gaming center getting set up 22 floors high in the sky. And Big Papa Ben went ahead and just recently purchased some furniture. So big boy stuff coming out here from us and from the team. And we're looking forward to getting you guys that. And please, if you want to check it out, hop in there. Our social has it, and you guys can take a sneak peek at what's to come there. And also take this time to support us to get that whole LAN set up, I guess, solidified. The GLG Instalock membership is available. GLGCC, the GLG Country Club membership at that. $10, guys, gets you priority seating, priority entry into paid events, and all that good stuff. Beauty is only one of your team members has to hold it. Your whole team can get the access to themselves. So it's pretty much a given. Your McDonald's combo from yesterday probably would have paid for that. And if you're playing Val all night, every night, 24/7, 365 days a year. It's not a bad thing just to throw some $10 at it, and it does help us immensely. So, Mick, off to a quick break we go. A face swap on your side. You're coming back for one more after the next one, and off to BO3s after that one. So, for our viewers that are sticking by us here, don't go too far. Off to a quick break, and back to you guys momentarily.
Let's down XC, but it's not able to try and get this lockdown destroyed for the rest. The ability to get onto the site. Oh my god! Oh my god!
What just happened? He could barely take out the lockdown, but then he doesn't. He does that.
It's okay. Lockdown a lot harder to hit than 2 agents. Apparently, Things Dens get the defuse here. Actually, taking their time. But Cheesy Ace did take a moment and spike out, let Dens know. So interesting that we're giving that ult point to Dens. Joms also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Destin and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remembers. Do it again! On the outside, able to get 4 kills before falling to Mikey.
Answer this when you really could have just rushed down B. Never run to Chicago, but it doesn't really seem to matter what the way he's got
Oh, clutch.
Oh no!
Defenders win.
And just like that, swings close.
Which path will you embrace, I wonder?
All right, we are back and a face change has occurred. I am joined by the lovely Gompers. Gompers, welcome back. And we're ready to get into our next matchup here, going to the, I guess, lovely land of Ascent. I don't know how lovely it is because Ascent seems like it's been beaten to an actual pulp here on GLG. Not just on GLG, but everywhere it feels like.
Yeah, I've seen it probably more than I've seen any other map. Ascent is the popular map for teams to be picking. Not for me. If I was on a team, I'd definitely put that on my ban list. But excited to see. I mean, it seems like it's a map favor for Dignitas.
That indeed, and getting settled in here, we're about to get into the good old agent selection. To give you guys the news one more time, Dignitas is going to be on that attack side with Bully Hunters on that defense. For those that have been around here for a hot minute in the land of GLG, you know the drill. You're going to see some very familiar faces pop up here. So we'll see if Dignitas can continue their rally after a very close matchup. But all things said and done, Ascent, the staple here, and we'll see what we end up with. Of course, Haven brought us that single duelist composition, and Ascent being that kind of map here, Gompers, it looks like that single duelist situation is basically there. And I'm happy to see, as if Mick was here, he'd probably be jumping up and down and joy to see that KO on the board. So that's a great bit of a shakeup, especially to start off on the attack. And it looks like we're basically solidified, ready to get into this matchup. More or less mirror, but oh boy, the big burly breach is here. It feels like a hot minute since I've seen a breach as well. So let's get into it. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing breach on Ascent. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I feel like I'm more used to seeing Sage. I mean, even though she's not really an initiator, but I feel like if people were to have that extra choice, if they didn't have that second duelist, I'd see a Sage or possibly, another initiator, maybe a Sky. But seeing a breach here is definitely something new, and I'm excited to see what Tylo has to do, what he does with that breach.
Me as well, and looks like we're basically settling in. Looking at the post, or not the post plan. Holy, we're not even live. Take a second here to breathe drive. Looking at the setup here from the KJ, looks like mid is the play, and that's a good place to lock it down. Pizza is a great control area getting onto that B site. It's got to be watched out very intently and carefully. But KJ towards B, supporting Sova is good. Of course, Sova on defense typically will mean Odin goes burr via the paper mache walls at main. So expect that on round number 2 or 3, depending on how well they make out. Definitely not 2, but 3 for sure if it ends up lining. But looks like we're setting up on this initial round to get going here, Gompers, with that spike outside of B, a little presence outside of A, maybe a bit of a default to start off and a pinch from there. Let's get down to it.
And getting down we are, already mid control coming out from Dignitas. They're trying to rush Shop Arrow. Watching by themselves, but they're gonna get flashed. Stephanie's gonna get a clean shot right on the head, leaving resting in their grave. Already getting the site, they're gonna be able to get that spike down. And Bully Hunters, they're gonna have to go for this retake here, although it is a 2v5 situation, so it's already not looking too good.
Not the best thing in the books, but alas, we'll see what they can make of. This might be the flawless for the side of Dignitas. Slow and steady does it. Stephanie after the great opening pick has got one more to close out. Do we get the J-Dawn? Head delete. Jousting. Ghost, of course. The lovely KO says, nah, you're not coming out of there without taking some damage. That's Thea on the board for the final pick. So J-Dawn falls. Alas, Dignitas do get that flawless first round. And this is where things get a little bit interesting. As you set up and start to adapt, people will quite soon start to realize that if you've played Ascent, you'll know this. Mid is a very important choke point, and it offers a lot of value, especially getting on to B. Being careful, coming 5-man out of main is a bit of a tricky predicament when not done fully, but we'll see how the defense decides to adapt. If Astra decides to set up utility on B, combined with that KJ, you do have the Nano Swarms placed as well. It's going to give you a lot of value in economy, but it's still early on, and you guys know the drill. With round number 1 win does come the Spectres in half and full armor, and Dignitas is definitely going to be sporting that this round going into round number 2.
Alrighty, they're trying to go for that mid control again, but it seems like J-Dawn's going to be buying the Marshall here. Being able to take out one, and that initial pick is going to be pretty important here, as Dignitas is already down that one duelist player that they have, so they're going to have to rely on everybody else to try to get that entry for them. KO possibly can fill that role, as, I mean, KO doesn't really have that much of utility that might be as important as everybody else, such as Sova, but, I mean, already coming in, they're going to try to get this site. Dignitas has it down and cleared, leaving Bully Hunters to try to get this retake here.
And off they go. Retake might be the only recipe, as that spike now almost getting ready to plant. Uncontested at that here. Breach. Gonna make a valiant attempt to disrupt that, and it doesn't do much at all. It's Sholiana and Emily, they're on the board for 1 apiece, and it's just gonna mulch and peel away at the numbers of Bully Hunters. They are so lit. KJ's down to Nada, getting devoured by Raid. Ferbsa as well has a response, but gotta work through 2. Sidewalk, Emily almost gets deleted, but Spectre on Spectre activity. It is the robotic KO to get on the board. And with that, they peel away round number 2. To be expected from Dignitas with the guns, albeit it got a little bit close. So gotta appreciate the fact that they peeled some of the money away from their backs. The piggy banks, not the best place they'd want to be in, but this is the round number 3 buy for Bully Hunters. We'll see what they can do as Jadon is the final man to equip, albeit full armor is not on the menu today, just the half. Getting a light lunch in, and we'll see what they can do. Big round for the side of Bully Hunters. They have to make these guns work in their favor, as there's still some last minute debates on guns. All right, we're good. Everyone's got it. We're covered. Off we go. And we do get that round number 3 Odin as well.
Waiting. This time Dignitas isn't really going to go for that aggressive push. They know that this is a bonus and they can't possibly just keep running onto the sites that they have previously. They can't keep having those iterations of aggressive pushes. So this time they're going to have to go a little bit slower here. Already Sholiana is going to get some information down Garden. Seems like Tylo is going to be in a very difficult position, getting flash and all this util being thrown at their face, leaving Tylo getting buried into the ground. Though Jadon, he's going to be able to clutch up 4 Bully Hunters. Although how long will this last? Already a 2v3 scenario here, and as we know it, Jadon doesn't really have that much health to be playing off of, but Rain being left alone can't really do much with that Sova. Odin, it's gonna be a 3k coming out from Rest, and first point on the board going out for Bully Hunters.
Indeed, a beautiful sight to see, folks, and we've accrued around a last Bully Hunters make it out, and that Odin definitely went 40 shades of Burr here on that one, but settling back in, the tides have now changed slightly. We're back to the drawing board financially for Dignitas. They're going to go ahead and buy what they can in the form of sheriffs, half armor or 2, it seems like, a sprinkle, and we'll see what they can do. Consider this one a Bully Hunters round unless we see that same dominant pistol round come out from them. Some early aggression, pick up a gun or 2, and from there, the tides can very quickly change. Here, Rest setting up, wants to burr through the paper mache walls of B, but no one is there to give him the hug that he oh so deserves. But it's like mid is on the menu at this point. Look at it collapse. There is Astra Util blocking that as well. You do have the alarm bot present turret at B, so any kind of funny activity from the side of Dignitas would be stopped fairly well in its tracks, I'd say. They're set up nicely. 2-1-2 all across the board here, as looking like the A pinch might be on the menu, but Tylo's ready, flash in hand, and this might be the denial if they choose to explode.
They're not gonna explode onto site just yet. Stephanie is backing up into the smoke, and it's not. Oh, the ding coming out for Emulate. Not really gonna connect. Seems like it's just going to go to Bully Hunters instead, but Dignitas, some damage was going to be done. Seems like 2 of the players on Dignitas do only really have a little bit of health to be working with here, and it seems like Ferbsa is going to play right off of that, able to get another. Thea trying to clutch up the rounds for Dignitas. It does seem like it's a pretty hard... It's going to have to be a hard retake here. I mean, not really a lot of good guns to play off of on Dignitas' side, but they're doing with what they must. Emulate's going to be able to get a nice wall bang coming out there, and unfortunately, Rest is just going to be spamming through. Ferbsa getting that nasty 4K here.
The lineup coming in high, landing nicely. Is it gonna work? No. The stick was there. Timing 101 as Rest is the man on the menu to pick up that final pick onto Thea. So right back, we settle it down 2 rounds apiece, and we'll see what they can do. Proceeding ahead into round number 5 here, Gompers, and it's gonna heat up. This is a set. It does it to us time in and time out. It's such an even matchup, and it tends to bring this back and forth type of play style. Or it goes the polar opposite way. You end up with the 9-3 curse, and it's just a roller coaster to the end. So far things are looking pretty even, and that's a good start off for us here. Ferbsa is going to be on that Sheriff full armor buy, 4100, but not interested in buying a weapon as the Blade Storm is ready. They do have that Cosmic Divide as well on the opposing end. Got to be careful. There is a lockdown. The Cosmic Divide counter present for the attack, and that works. I will say Cosmic Divide on A is the absolute recipe of the gods. When it blocks off heaven like that, gives you so much opportunity to control that site. Rest now knows there's activity. Shock Dart goes deep. He is getting pinged off as well. KO ready to go. Rest gets a nice cheeky Shark Dart pick, and it's right back to the drawing board for the attackers here with 4 men, a lit jet, and off they go. Emily's going to lead the barrage, and they're going to give up sight because guess what? It is indeed locked down. So patience on the retake. They do have 5 members here to work with as well. So settle in, let that spike go down, and let's see if they can methodically pick them off, starting with Ferbsa here in market.
All they really have to watch out for is logs, making sure that they're able to see that jet sitting in right there in that little cubby. But Stephanie, Stephanie has a really good angle here, and especially since that Cosmic Divide is going to be coming out, that's going to be a nasty headshot coming out from Stephanie, able to get another, although Emulate just going to be helping clean up the mess. Rest is really going to have to pull through here. But, I mean, what can you really do when you only have a little bit of health to work with? At this point, it's save or gun or go in and do the rest.
Yeah, Rest here looking to get an exit pick, and that's not even going to be on the board there, as Sholiana is going to be the one to eliminate the counterpart Sova. So with that, Dignitas go back to the tried and tested recipe of that B site, and that they pulled off on round number 1, and it ends up being immensely successful. Bully Hunters not having the greatest time. Arrow and Tylo just need to get a little bit of footing to assert some sort of dominance. Breach on Ascent, though, can be very, very messy when played correctly. You know, double flashing, triple flashing, well, double flashing and pushing things is a great strat in its own, can offer opportunity for your team. And you can see Tylo was thinking about digging deep with the Bulldog, but this is where money management is immensely critical for Bully Hunters. Any kind of overstretch of the funds would be detrimental, but that's good. Setting up Ferbsa here. Flash going out. Ferbsa now pinged in a corner. Has to somehow survive. Hunter's Fury for EQ. Rest gets the one onto Thea. Meanwhile, Rain. Tylo is on the board with the Spectre. Jadon as well with the Classique. And it's now in the hands of the Bully Hunters. Meanwhile, A is completely open, uncontested. Doors wide open, brownies in the oven, and off we plant here the spike. We'll see, though, on the retake with 4 members what Bully Hunters can do. Got a bit of a stroll to go before they can get on site, though. So far, Dignitas buying a little bit of time until those rotates show up.
I mean, only 2 players left on the side of Dignitas. Not much that you can really do. They're going to have to play this pretty smart here. Hopefully, for their sake, Stephanie's going to be able to get a pick, but Stephanie's going to be cleaned up by Rest, and maybe Rest will be cleaning up the rest of the crew. Although Sholiana not really able to do anything. It's going to be the 3rd round coming up for Bully Hunters, and I feel like I'm seeing like an iteration here. Dignitas, they get that 3-point lead, and it just starts going downhill from there. But, I mean, we'll be able to kind of see if they can possibly be able to bring it up and kind of get rid of this constant back and forth within rounds. It's a playing field.
It's a playing field indeed, and this is what Ascent's all about. It can be even, it could be odd. But one thing's for sure, the money ain't the best right now for that attacker side, so Dignitas going to have to really be smart here. And I don't really... Yeah, see, this is where I start to throw question marks up in the air. It's 3-3. You're going to dig so deep into your funds now to buy. Stephanie as well is going to have to sport that Blade Storm. Actually bought the Spectre as well. Could have done without it. I love this glitch. This wrapped gun is just great to look at. Stephanie getting pinged out and gets denied. Slapped with that Odin from a distance. Meanwhile, Thea and Rain actually are doing a fair number. This buy in itself might have been value add for Dignitas, as now the collapse is looking to come in towards a site. Astra dropping some stars and blocking some sort of vision, as Arrow is supporting the fellow Sova. It's going to go Burr. Emily now crossing as the spray has halted. Shock Dart 1. Shock Dart. Hello? Spray central out of that Odin. Great connection onto Emily. The Hunter's Fury now from Sholiana, as we're digging so deep, and it's good onto Arrow, and that's the equalizer to take us to a 2v2. Jadon denies Rain any kind of party privileges. That generator now getting swung. Sholiana got to be careful. The ping is there, but there is 2 members to work through. As the drone now going deep, choosing to sit in the smoke might be the sauce. Got to be careful. Sights under lock. Sholiana looking left, looking right, and can't cover both angles at once. And with that, Jadon is the victoire of that round. 4-3. Bully Hunters putting their foot down and asserting that this site is closed for business. So if one thing that Dignitas is, I think, slowly starting to learn is that B has been definitely a better hit for them overall.
Yeah, and B is such an easy take, especially since, you know, the Killjoy utility, coming out from Arrow. Not only that, the Killjoy utility coming out in general is just not really doing enough work. And if we're talking about on the side of Bully Hunters, I mean, they do have some really good Killjoy utility coming out, and it is kind of holding back that push. But in general, it's just an easier site to take. I mean, you don't really have to go through so much, and there aren't so many open corners. So I definitely agree when I hear you say B take is definitely an easy one. Not only that, but B hold as well. But it's anyone's playing field. It depends on how you hold the site, and it seems like Rest is trying their best to try to at least get some damage in before Dignitas decides that they want to at least push the site as aggressively as they have prior. But we're just gonna be waiting. Spike is sitting down in tiles, and nothing's really happening as of right now. As I say that, Fertz is gonna get 2 nasty picks with the operator, and possibly another one. They're just gonna be pushing through here. Just kidding. They realize this is not where we want to be pushing. I mean, already losing 2 people is, in fact, really, really bad.
Couldn't agree more myself there, Compers. It is definitely a pickle to lose 2 bodies, especially with that plus 40, 50-second timer. for me, that tends to be the tipping point where we see activity kind of, you know, mount up and heat up here now. But Dignitas actually, Ferbsa might be getting that serving of a number 3 combo with a side of fries as they're about to swing off on short here. Had Ferbsa clicked there, would have been just amazing. But here we go, close proximity. They're coming through. Do we get the connection? Ooh, no, we don't, as Rain is going to do the deed with the ghost. Tylo responds onto Sholiana on a different part of this map and a different area code now. Swinging, Tylo pinned in sight, trying to stop Emily, and it does do a great job there as Rest is just off to the side, ready to give KO a nice hug to the underworld, and that's gonna take the round ahead. We're looking strong for the side of Bully Hunters. 5 now, 3 consecutive, and it's gonna force the side of Dignitas to dig deep yet again into those piggy banks and buy what they can. If they're going to go back to the recipe that's been working, I want to see that B, and I want to see an explosive push, right? They've had slow rounds, which have been okay, but not the best. Where they excel, I think, is really just overwhelming a site, but this is where it gets tricky. You saw earlier rounds, Astra was not dumping too many stars down on B, but now it's an absolute fiesta. So we got everything lined up. Stars, KJ has nano swarms and alarm bots, turrets are there, so any entry onto B is not going to go unnoticed. Ferbsa dashes into a wall, but is okay and safe. KO. Stephanie, though, up high. Great connection. And with that, KO leading the charge yet again. This is the pinch we wanted to see off to that B site. But can they make it on unscathed?
Will they? That's the question. I mean, KO on Dignitas' side is already down. It seems like Stephanie's going to be able to get a nasty 3K here. That's really going to be helping the side of Dignitas. Though, they need to revive that KO. That KO's lifespan, it's going down and seems like it's done. Already a 2v2, which could have been a 3v3, but it's not going to work out. Of course, Stephanie sitting in that infamous corner that she loves sitting in is going to be getting that 4K and possibly an ace here. Let's see what's going to happen. Seems like Jadon's just sitting there. Stephanie's teammates trying to get the bait out there and not letting Stephanie get it. Thea! Unfortunate, but Stephanie was able to do as much as she could. I mean, she really did play that round pretty smoothly, and I mean, getting that round on the board was huge. If they didn't get that, it could have possibly meant the end of really good economy coming out here.
Economy is half the game of Valorant, if not a lot of it. If you don't got the weapons to back it, you're not going to have a great time. So managing that is critical, and it looks like so far it's been relatively well managed. I mean, the scoreline speaks one story, but the money board says another, and they kind of do sing and harmonize here. Ferbsa on that up has been doing marvelously. So back to the A site, it seems like this time not yearning to peek that short off the rip. Got to be intently watching this long, but stars are going down on both fronts at that A long area. But the spike is sitting outside of B, so consider this a bait, if anything. I would expect to rotate off in a pinch over, or vice versa. They shake it right over to that A site and join their teammates, but still far too early. Working a default on Ascent seems to be the Dignitas style, as the Cosmic Divide is also down now, and that's going to do a good job at keeping them busy for the time being.
Thea is, I mean, already first initial pick going over to Dignitas, and they're gonna have to be a little bit careful here. I mean, Dignitas is able to possibly get a site, but the question is, which site do they really want to go to? It seems like they're kind of wavering between A and B, which are really only the 2 sites that you really have to choose from. But what can you do? Rain is just gonna come through, take that rifle right out of the hands of Tylo, and it's gonna leave 3 players on the side of Bully Hunters. Of course, Astra sitting right underneath Hell. Jadon not really in a good position here. It seems like Sova's gonna peek through, but Jadon is gonna be able to get one, although getting traded off. Already a 2v2 scenario here. Killjoy versus the Jet, who can battle it off for this round.
This is it. Off we go. Ferbsa, Bladestorm active, jumping high, not really hovering for much of anything. The Cloudburst covering them. Arrow out of heaven onto Generator is going to deny Stephanie any opportunity, and Ferbsa is on the prowl. Knew that door was coming down. Lines up the 1 strike to the face, and with that, Bully Hunters, the first to peel ahead, a 2-round delta after a massive back and forth. 6-4 your scoreline here, and now comes the Dignitas question mark, right? What are they going to do to answer back to this? I'll say, though, so far, Gompers, that B push that they have had explosively has been working well. Where they're all falling short is their early pick potential. They're giving up a pick or 2 to Bully Hunters, and that just gives them negative footing as the round proceeds ahead. So I want to see Dignitas assume that position, get a bit more cheeky early on, open up a pick, and then play a bit more of a slower default. But at the same time, I will say Bully Hunters has been doing a great job at picking them off methodically too, exploiting the places where they can, and they're keeping that Jet mobile. Ferbsa, you see there, is now playing that short, so given the party at Tiles, we might see an opening pick out of that side too, and that's what has been making Bully Hunters really strong.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Dignitas could be doing so much better, but that jet operator, what can you even do? Just don't peek him at this point. It's extremely hard, and I mean, already coming in with a shorty, it seems like Stephanie is gonna try to take the title of the best jet operator as that op is going to be picked up, and I'm pretty excited to see this because an attacking jet operator is just as deadly as a defending one, but the question is, what is the Dignitas going to be doing here? They're already getting flanked by Brimstone. Not only that, and it's kind of going both ways. I mean, they're getting cornered at this point. They need to make a site pick as 54 seconds goes down on the clock. And people are just being picked off one by one. Rain not really able to do much with the ghost in their hand, and already just going to be taken out by Arrow. 7-4 defenders. Bully Hunter's doing a really good job here at reading into what Dignitas is doing.
Yeah, and this is it. Last round, you heard the announcer loud and clear. Dignitas just heavily loitering. I mean, I don't really know what the method to the madness is, sitting at mid like that and just waiting for some sort of magic to happen, right? We just see them running back and forth. And like I said, Ferbsa keeping it mobile, keeping it loosey-goosey there with that op, this time playing that short. Time in, time out, has been delivering picks. You can see 11-9 as well. The money's looking good, which just goes to show you just how many, let's say rounds lived and picks have Ferbsa has lived through. But alas, looks like we're going back to good old A drawing board for the side of Dignitas as they're migrating slowly up this long A now. Stephanie up high watching, and the rest of the team down below. Tylo though does have the up, no fault line. So Flashpoint is going to be the determining factor, and off we go here for an attempt to take it there. Meanwhile, Breach is ensuring nothing too major with that aftershock, keeping them busy at least for a little bit, and it actually does get one onto Rain, and he actually gets away as well from the KJ Util. Off we go, Rolling Thunder, one onto Emily, and it's Tylo for three-piece combination now with that opening aftershock kill. Pinned is Thea, they're loitering again, pinned in the corner of Long, getting swung on. Flashpoint number 2 is out and about there. Thea and team at Wine. Sholiana trying to survive, gets the better of the fault line as well, so they're going to have to go slow and steady, but with 50 on the clock, Bully Hunters has fully exploited their positions and is well aware of what's happening. And guess what? They also have Spike, so that works out fantastically.
It really does. Bully Hunters is probably in one of the best positions right now. A 2v4 scenario. Not only that, Arrow having that operator able to get one, and Sholiana just fighting for their lives. But what can you do when there's an operator on the opposing side? I mean, not only that, these players know exactly how to be using this op, and they just pick it up whenever it's due. In the end, the Bully Hunters playing really well, reading into Dignitas, and in general, the rotations that are coming along aren't really that. They're not overdoing it just as much, but they're kind of having a really nice medium. They have that anchor holding onto a site in case that rotation is due. I mean, as we've seen Dignitas, they don't really have, a sense of where they want to go within the couple minutes. I mean, within the couple seconds that, the round starts. But in the end, they do that rotation. They do tend to have those often rotations, and that's what Bully Hunters is kind of reading into. Not only that, they play off of where majority of the players are, especially, with the spike. But 4 seconds, it's going to start. We're going to see Tylo bringing out, their shock. I don't know. I completely brain farted on what that's called, but we're going to call it a shock for now.
The fault line, Gompers, the fault line. The fault line of doom will suck you in and send you packing. And they're going to go ahead and follow it through right into that A site, going in deep. Tylo going to reach for that button, smack the lever. Buttons and levers, you name it. We got it here at GLG. Sholiana with the shock dart lining onto Ferbsa. Good for the number 2 onto Tylo. Classic from heaven. Classic three-piece combination. That classic chicken burger and fries on the side with the 4K. And it's Thea on the board for the final one. So Sholiana cannot get the Asu, but that's all good in the hood. If you're Dignitas in round 1, being down 4 rounds, ain't nobody complaining about that 5th round in your back pocket.
The burgers and fries comment was I like that one. That one was good.
I have to. I'm yearning for that, classic burger from Chick-fil-A right now. As a Canadian with like 2 Chick-fil-A's in my neighborhood, it's a problem. I'll be honest with you. So yeah, man, all things said and done, it's looking good for Dignitas, and I'm sure Bully Hunters, having turned that one over, are going to be question marking, but this is where it gets spicy. You don't see this one too often, Gompers. Round 2 bye from both teams. So call it mano y mano, the real joust of the century about to show up here.
Mano y mano indeed. I mean, I guess we're gonna see. You seem pretty hungry, but Bully Hunters is seeming even hungrier for that Chick-fil-A original sandwich. And they're really looking to close this up if possible, but it seems like Dignitas is just not gonna be letting that happen. Although, Thea being able to get get one through the smoke, and that's huge. That first initial pick is what's going to possibly be able to dismember the team of Bully Hunters, but never mind, already damage coming through, and it does not matter. The Spectres versus the Pistols, I mean, it's just a battle to whether or not you can at least pick up one Spectre on the side of Dignitas, but it's not gonna happen. Already Ferbsa having a pretty weird corner. Sitting right here, and Emulate just knows this is not where I want to be peeking as of right now.
Emily gonna have to hard clear coming out of here. Does she do it? No, she don't. That's Ferbsa. The pick and roll, breaking the ankles of Emily and Stephanie, and that's good enough to earn them another round on the board. So this is the Bully Hunters continuing the wrath, keeping it real, and it's gonna be good proceeding forward. So question marks here on the board. What is in store for the following round? Having dug so deep now, Dignitas is back to the drawing board financially. Of course, they're going to be buying Light, Classic, and Sheriffs aplenty on the defense. I'm curious to see, though, how much of the Bully Hunters mentality they can adapt. I will commend Bully Hunters, though, on that B take. Swinging and overwhelming Dignitas was definitely the way to do it. You could see major problems there for Sholiana. Pinned in sight, could not contest two people on different levels of that map. The verticality made it a bit of an issue to spray transfer. So as we get into round number 15, the defense is definitely interested in A site. Four men, well, in this case, four women deep on A site, as a matter of fact. So Ferbsa has a bit of support as well, spotting it out, seeing what we can get. There is a turret there, so that's going to be good to tap away. Gets one onto Thea, though, somehow. Emily sends a bit of utility outward there, seeing what that fragment can do, and it doesn't find much of anything at all. So we're okay settling in for the follow-up with a minute on the clock. Dignitas down a member, and on the defensive side, that's not good. If Arrow is there to whack you in the back of sight and eliminate you. More footing coming out here. Stephanie with the pick and roll as well with the Classic. So considered a bit of an equalizer, but Dignitas is just down to two members here, Gompers.
Two members indeed, and they're going to have to play this pretty smart. But, I mean, when you count it, Stephanie's technically not really one member. Ooh. I mean, only really having a little bit of health, and Ferbsa, of course, spraying through the smoke, trying to get some of that damage down. 10 health. Stephanie is going to have to at least try to pick one off, but I mean, what can you do? Running and gunning with a Spectre, literally, undeniably, incredibly hard to beat. And it's just gonna go over to Bully Hunters. Bully Hunters, they're the ones bullying Dignitas. It seems like they need to start hunting themselves. Right now, they're kind of cowering Dignitas into a corner, and they're having a really hard time coming back.
This is it. When you hit that double digits, things get a little bit spicy. And we're going to see just how much momentum Bully Hunters can carry forward proceeding into round number 16 here. Buys are on both sides, albeit not the fullest on the side of Bully Hunters. We see a bit of a debate coming out. The Ares is live and active. And we're going to go deep with Ferbsa leading up top, rather. Tylo from down below. That probably kept Stephanie 20 shades of bamboozled, having to deal with two people on different planes, but alas, they've got the opening pick yet again onto Dignitas. Aldrone going deep. Emma Elite is here. Pop flash, swing, gotta be careful. There's more coming out. It's EQ. Rest on the board. Rest is doing so good. They're connecting on the follow-ups and the trades, and this is now the retake from Sholiana. Gotta be careful. Shock dart up high, planting the spike. Lockdown from the attackers. That's gonna keep them mobile, but Sholiana's already in position. Thea swinging, no help. High and dry. Sholiana gets one, but it's not enough there as Rest is on the board for the number 2 on that round. And with that, in an immense attempt, the attackers using that lockdown too. It does a great bit of damage, and they hit the double ones here, Gompers. What is the retaliation from Dignitas? And it sure as heck ain't a buy, because the money ain't the best.
Money is not the best, and honestly, one of the worst times to possibly be in this economy position. I mean, if they had enough to possibly buy this round and the next, they could have possibly gone to Dignitas, but they're going to have to save leaving for a possible match point in the next rounds, unless they can at least have someone get that hero rifle off of the opposing side and possibly play to at least get a rifle if possible. But it seems like Thea's going to be down by themselves on a site, and it's not going to make it any easier. Of course, majority of Bully Hunters rounding up about down A, and they know this site is pretty much clear, so we can start heading towards it. Thea, of course, getting a little bit tough watching that corner. Not really going to see a push coming out here, though. It seems like a rotation instead.
Rotation, indeed. Mobility is key if you're an attacker, keeping that defense on their toes. Oh, Rain, though. This is a cheeky bit of positioning in tiles, dropping a star, but they're already way past that checkpoint. Ferbsa, top mid Arrow with the 1 and 2, getting aggressive onto that B main. And with that situation now, Rain is pinned. Rest? Hello? That's your teammate. Not the best shock dart I've seen in my time, but running that gun down to the last bit of bullets in that magazine. It's rest for the follow-up. So nothing too major. The team kill was just a bit of a hug and a friendly thank you to each other. And alas, 12-5. We're ready to close it out here, potentially for Bully Hunters. Dignitas, having saved now, do have the economy to get back into it this round. They got a massive gap to close, 7 rounds, and then it's going to take them to OT, which is a mission on its own. But we have seen heck of a comeback on Ascent before on GLG time. So anything is possible here, Compers.
Anything is possible. We could possibly see this huge retake coming out from Dignitas. Maybe he'll be able to bring it back, but right now it is match point. And let's be realistic, that's extremely hard to come back from. Dignitas is going to have to really try to hold on to the site here, whether that or get a really strong retake. And Cosmic Divide already coming out, not going to make it any easier. It's in fact going to let Bully Hunters get onto the site pretty carelessly. And Ferbsa, of course, having that... Oh, I was about to say, having that Blade Storm is going to be a huge plus, but it seems like Ferbsa is going to be taken down by Rain, and Tylo instead is going to be replacing the amount of kills. Already, Hunter's Fury Ultimates coming out, trying to at least secure the round, but Bully Hunters just annihilating the players. Sholiana having that owned in is definitely going to be a plus. Seems like Thea's going to be able to get one. It's already a 1v2 scenario here. Rest is in a pretty bad position, already backs turned. And being taken out by Thea with a nice clean pick off of the head. Already at 12-6, and that's 1 round, but 1 round the better, because it could possibly have ended if Bully Hunters had gotten it.
Indeed, and here now with Dignitas, despite that win, the economy is not the best. You can see just how hard they dwindled there. A lot of numbers dropped, and it doesn't yield full armor for the side of Emilite and Sholiana. Meanwhile, the attacker side looking mighty good, well funded and fed, but we'll see what the response is. It came down to the wire on that one. I'd say Bully Hunters could have done a little bit of a thing or two different, but alas, they have such a big gap to deal with, and this is where the good old statistics ends up coming to work in your play. You just got to wait the numbers out and try and close out. But again, the closeout curse is a thing. I'm not going to dismiss it. With that Owl Drone leading right up middle here, it's a good amount of footing. There is KJ Util active there, so be careful crossing that line. Ferbsa, 7th sense, definitely tingles and backs away to meet the rest of the players towards a site for what is appearing to be an A pinch, and it's actually more or less open, with the exception of Astra and Jet kind of playing that tree room together.
Oh, and already we're seeing Ferbsa getting pulled by Astra. I mean, it's not really going to do anything, of course. Rain not peeking off that's definitely possibly going to get Rain punished for it, but already the spike is going down for Bully Hunters. All they really need to do is hold these really strong post-plant positions to possibly just deny the push that's about to come out from Dignitas as they regather themselves in this rotation. But already Cosmic Divide coming out from Dignitas and possibly going to let them get one. Seems like Stephanie's hungry. She's looking for one. But right now, Tylo putting out that ultimate, trying to secure the round, and already a 3K coming out from J Dawn and possibly a close off. Rest, clearing out the rest. It seems like the defeat is going towards Dignitas and the win towards Bully Hunters. Unfortunately, that is going to be it for the strive. For the strive, I don't know. But that's going to be it for the wins that Dignitas was carrying over. And right now it's going to be going over to Bully Hunters. And I mean, Strive, that was a pretty good game. It was looking pretty close until seems like Bully Hunters was just having the better momentum.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they picked up a lot of steam. They played it so well. Their attacker side was great. I love the utility that they brought to the table. They were very fluid and mobile on that attack side. They adapted immensely well on defense, and it just seemed like Dignitas really dropped the ball on that attack side. There was a lot of loitering. And you might have heard me mention it once or twice during that broadcast. Is the loitering and indecisiveness just allows the enemy team to collapse on you, right? It's very Haven-esque in a way, Ascent, and you kind of saw that. I feel it is, at least, right? It's such a big map, and when it's uncontested and blocked off, and then, it's fine to work a default slow. No issues or disagreement with that. But then having a decisive plan after the default is what works in your favor, right? That 40 to 50 second timer point is where you want to collapse. And we just saw Dignitas not really being decisive. So for me, moving ahead, if there's one thing I want them to work on more on is decisiveness and really committing to a site and just going for it all the way deep. So Bully Hunters, bravo, holding on and taking home that dub.
Of course. And I mean, next game is coming up, and I'm pretty excited to see that. But before we go on to the next game, upcoming tournaments, my apologies. Pit of Valor, number 67, a $100 prize pool, sponsored by Hyperspace Dark, and 25 Valorant point gift card for the MVP, sponsored by a community member wanting to support you all and GLG. Want to sponsor the Pit of Valor? DM us on Twitter. We're pretty nice. Open for early access members right now. Type !GLGCC in the chat for more info. And if you don't know what Hyperspace Dark is, which is one of our sponsors for next week, thank you, Hyperspace Dark, actually, for sponsoring next week's Pit of Valor. Also for sponsoring the November 24th's Pit of Valor, coming up after the next one, I guess you could say. Hyperspace Dark is a longtime Valorant group. Check them out by typing !sponsor in the chat and support the Hyperspace crew and check out their epic merch on their website. But other than that, go grab a snack. We're going to be back with the next game. I won't be back, but other people will.
Talk to you guys soon.
Let's down XC, but it's not able to try and get this lockdown destroyed for the rest. The ability to get onto the site. Oh my god! Oh my god!
What just happened? He could barely take out the lockdown, but then he doesn't. He does that.
What? It's okay. Lockdown a lot harder to hit than 2 agents. Apparently, think Dens get the defuse here. Actually, taking their time. But Cheesy Ace did take a moment and spike out, let Dens know. So interesting that we're giving that ult point to Dens. Jom's also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Denton and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remember. Down able to get 4 kills before falling to Mikey. But
answer this when you really could have just rushed down B. They're running to Chicago, but it doesn't really seem to matter what the way you got to shot on right now.
Oh, clutch.
Oh no!
Defenders win.
And just like that, swings closed.
Which path will you embrace, I wonder?
Welcome back, everybody, to Pitted Valor number 66. We are out here today, ready to go ahead and bring you the semifinals. Joining you today is going to be myself, Mick. Over to my left is going to be Mr. Strife. How you doing, my man?
Doing good, ready to go. You seem immensely gassed up. Maybe you got that chicken burger I was yearning for that last game.
Maybe. Hey, I was kind of feeling a little bit hungry. I took care of it. I actually had a burrito, and I'm waiting for that to bite back, but we're not there just yet. We're sitting in the semifinals right now. Our matchup's going to be all bully hunters against the likes of all. Who is the other side again? Who's the other side?
Earthbound.
Oh, true. No, honestly, I really didn't know it was Earthbound because we sat there and casted them earlier. You've actually casted both of these teams so far already, so. You're going to have a little bit of a story developing tonight, but we're going over to Ascent to go ahead and get the conclusion, at least for your little story we got going on before we get into the grand finals. And when it comes around to both these teams, I'm really not sure what to expect because, I mean, Earthbound, their game that we casted earlier, was kind of a close one. And then we saw Bully Hunters just kind of take a runaway with it.
Yeah, a little bit. And I mean, you look at the whole situation, Bully Hunters coming off that Dignitas win on Ascent the last map. I mean, tempo-wise, it's a good bit of footing. I'm expecting, that same type of play. Combination-wise, agent select-wise, I'm not expecting them to deviate, to be quite frank with you, because, the recipe worked. Why change it? So, wait a minute. According to production, Mick, you guys saw?
No!
We're going to Haven. So we're going to the other map that Mick loves so much, the good old ABCs. Hey, guess what? I got to cast that one earlier today too. So yeah, I've got a bit of everything in my back pocket for the night. Does that mean I can retire? Probably not. So let's talk about Haven. What are your thoughts and opinions going to this one? And for me, Haven, just a toss-up, man. It's an absolute dice roll when it comes to how it gets played out. Yeah, they get like immensely squeaky tight matches, or you get a complete, 9-3 curse and it switches halves, and then it's just like a huge pull back up. We even it and then we joust out to the end. So for me, Haven is just it's a roller coaster of a map to deal with.
Yeah, I think Haven's just generally a toss-up because you have to consider sides mostly. I mean, it really dwindles down to how well the defense you have because, I mean, as we get right into it with these agent selects, you really want to set yourself up for that offensive end. You're hoping you get defense in the start, just kind of survive for as long as you can. And then when you flip the table, go ahead and get on that offensive end, you just absolutely run it. But, I mean, sometimes we see teams wanting to start on that attack. Make sure to get themselves like a 10-2 lead and make sure to go ahead and win it out. It really comes down to that defense and how well of a great first half you have off the board. But if we're talking about great, we already see a Cypher and a Killjoy difference, so that's gonna be something to work off of. We see a little bit of a silhouetted Chamber there, but he's not exactly legal for the week, so I know that's not going to be locked in for us. And Yoru's probably going to be a troll pick as well. I think we're going to go right back to home here. I think we're going to be probably seeing a Sky and a Jet and such, and just kind of the typical lineups we usually see out of a lot of players. I mean, we could deviate a little bit, see a Reyna maybe for that duelist slot, or see it possibly a Raze as well, but I feel like there's not too much variety when you're trying to come on this map.
No, I'm with you on that one. I mean, just slow and steady does it for the agent select. Nothing too major. Yeah, you can see on that Bully Hunter side going to their comfortable pick. Spicy did a great job on that Sky. The last game interlace on that Sova was great. Han was a very cheeky Jet as well. So Char does well on the Astra. Mayhem too. So for them, solidified. Seems like regardless of map, they like that combination. Seems like, all things rounded off. Ascent and Haven, that single duelist comp works well. And this pick is great too. On the opposing end, happy to see it though, man. Arrow on that Cypher. So that's a great pick on Haven. I love the way that pans out, and it can offer you a lot of good flank protection and utility as well. So on that note, we're ready to go hopping into Haven. Let's see what we get off with here this game.
And we're right here with the grand opening. We got ourselves the first round. It all comes down to these buys, how much utility you want to go ahead and allocate towards, how much pistols you want to allocate towards, and whether or not you want to go ahead and cop a little bit of armor to be working off of. And as we can see, the variety is favoring the likes of Earthbound right now. Looking at that Frenzy to 3 Ghosts in hand as well. So that in itself could give themselves a little bit more of an edge. But when you consider knowing on Bully Hunters in, they have that Astra, you're going to have a lot more allocated towards that utility. You want to go ahead and grab that Ghost, grab those gravity wells and those smokes to be working off of, to where you can get as many cheeky picks as possible, because that vulnerability is going to be a massive contributor in this first round if you can find the picks to double down on that damage and find yourself some clean kills.
Yeah, you want to definitely double down early. That's the key to success on any opportunity you get, Mick. But we're going back to the slow and steady with that attacker side, just chilling, sending the Owl drone off to that C, going for the deep recon activities, the reconnaissance Now comes the garage collapse, but there's a lot of presence from Astra. Got to be careful. Char's watching. Cypher and Sova have decided to completely give up that site and play retake, and that's good, but it's a bit of a late party from the rest of the folks at A site. The defense just taking their sweet old time rotating as the attackers are already on that C site, ready to go and planting the spike.
Oh, they most definitely are, and getting that spike down is going to give them a little bit of an edge to be working with, knowing that timer's now going to be counting against those defenders. Knowing Bully Hunters and that old Astra there having a little bit of half health to be working off of, that's a concern in itself. Knowing that Sky is already possibly going to be dropped out of this game, so you have the heals off the board now. Knowing Mayhem's going to go ahead and knock that out and go ahead and give yourself a little bit more to work with, as we see the other Sky going absolutely off Spicy with that 2-piece. Han with the trade, and Han able to go ahead and double down, grab that second pick, give themselves a 3-0 lead as we get that first round on the board for the likes of Earthbound to be working with here.
Spicy stuff there. The attack ends up reigning supreme. The decision to play the passive stance was not the recipe indeed, and that's the thing with C, man. It's a great site to get onto, and if you do give it up, the retake isn't the greatest. There's two very tight choke points coming out of CT and Garage, and it doesn't lend itself well to a lot of good memories and times. Nightmares at that. So getting ahead into round number 2 with the win, Earthbound now has picked up those Spectres, and they're looking pretty good with the full armor. Everyone matching in style. The wedding party per se. Let's see what Bully Hunters can do here on round number 2. Interlaced has got a very lit Tyloo. Tyloo unfortunately gets caught out completely. It's a great opening pick on that note.
Well, it's a great one. I mean, obviously, you want to have that aggression come through. You want to go ahead and know you have that man advantage to be working off of. And if we're talking about man advantage, we could see one going ahead and evening out towards the middle of that map. But knowing that you have old J-Don there trying to rotate out, know that he's kind of overstretching his limits a little bit and kind of being trapped there towards the back. This may be a little bit of approach and a call towards that C site. Knowing you're already there, you have the presence, you can get the easy rotate to be working off of and get yourself onto that site to be working with and get a spike down as well.
Let's see what they can make of this here. Jumping out. Char gets overwhelmed with a flying J-Don. Arrow is there to back him as well. Shock Dart 1 is nothing but a whiff. The recon, though, is there, and that's going to ping him out. Mayhem onto Rest and onto Velo. So with that, that's 2 consecutive picks here. Meanwhile, on the defensive side, it seems like Garage and CT is on the menu. Mayhem says no to Garage. Arrow deleted. Now hunting is J-Don, but he gets out-swung and out-finessed by Mayhem. So round 2, easy come, easy go here on GLG with Earthbound leading 2-0.
And I'm a little confused about that Velu buy in the last round. I mean, you saw the old Marshall come out, and that could have given you full shields coming in this round. Because, I mean, Velu, I respect the attempt, but where you were stationing yourself wasn't exactly optimal. You want to go for that C-long approach. You want to go for that mid approach. You want to go somewhere that's a little bit long distance. Because, I mean, sure, at the end of the day, a Spectre's going to do a lot of damage the closer you get. And they may want to move to A off of that. But, I mean, knowing that you're up against pistols, it's a lot more in the air than you would expect. So, I mean, C and B would be a much better site to go ahead and allocate yourself, get those long angles to be working off of, but instead, getting right up into their face towards that BC connect, getting fragged out by a Spectre is not going to be the best sitting as you find a little bit of a compromise in this round. But if we're talking about compromises, we're going to see who has to make that first compromise, getting that first pick off the board, getting that first teammate drop down, and whether or not who's going to be in the 4v5 scenario to be getting themselves onto the site or defending one as well.
On that note, we go back to the drawing board. Rest playing a very squeaky angle there onto Han, who gets a bit too pushy on short. So that's a good opening pick for the defense, and they have the numbers here. This is troubling for Earthbound, right? On a gun round like this, to lose a body so quickly with a minute on the clock, you're now wondering, what are we going to do, folks? We're down a number, gonna have to commit to a site and do so with a bit of decisiveness, to say the least, if we want to get some footing. But alas, looks like Star's going down. C site is a complete fiasco with all that utility, so basically consider that one out of the equation. Tyloo struggling again. That's a good pick for Mayhem. It's the equalizer of a pick now. Tasmanian Tiger, the make special, off it goes. Velu, gotta be careful, peeking out of heaven, spamming away down to 94. Arrow charge, Spicy in a frenzy of frags every which way on that board, and Earthbound is actually in the driving seat now, despite the deficiency in the beginning.
Yeah, and even then, just great exchanges. I mean, when they found themselves on the site, you get that little Trojan horse over to the edge, you get the KJ pick, you make them think, all right, where are they going? And you get that Sky over there on the side as well. Spicy kind of spicing things up, not letting the opposing know where he was going to be at. So you get an allocation of resources across the field, you get the level split coming onto the site, and you find yourself a third round to be working for Earthbound. And just everything that they really just threw out there, I mean, the timing was perfect. I mean, whether or not they know it. You go ahead, you get Arrow confused a little bit, saying, all right, I'm on that C site. Obviously, a pick just came towards Garage from Spicy. where are they going with this? I mean, are they going to really commit to the C site? I got to hold back. I got to anchor the site just in case so I can get that call, make sure it's close enough to hear the plant, and make sure we can get the retaliation. But knowing the rest of these players are going towards A, they really haven't made too much noise just yet. They're going ahead and get those Astra stars down, and that's concerning in itself. That's why you want an Astra to create that confusion to say, where are they coming from? There's no utility there. And there's also no Spicy on the field as well, as he's going to go ahead and be closed out by the Sheriff of Belu. And Jadon's going to give a second as well to be playing with as he closes out Char. That's now a 5v3. Bully Hunters unexpectedly being up in this one.
That one Sheriff was a big oof to the dome, and now you can see Earthbound's like, wait a minute, guys, what? It's a minute 15. We're down to just 3 of us. We got guns, but what are they going to make of this one? Tyloo, this time still not successful with an opening pick on that front. Jousting, they do get Velu, and that's good. Question is, are they going to get this next one onto Jadon? And yeah, it's a 1 and a done as Han responds. 3v2. Rest. Choosing a ADS that Ares, and that's a problem. Spike now planted in a 2v2, and both of them are so lit here. Do we get this trade? Tyloo is just a bucket of unlucky right now. Not having the best time in the books. Now having to joust towards 2 in garage, and now they've spotted that out. They have a better chance to getting on this site. They swing. What?
What?
My ult's ready.
What?
You can't do that. You can't double swing like that.
I mean, all right. Well, I mean, that's one way to close out the round. Not the best.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're probably, wait a minute, guys are both lit. How does that happen? And they kind of lined up and did that to themselves. But hey, man, you know what? Brush it aside. We're going to go ahead and we'll see here with a bit of a rough scenario for Velu. I wouldn't be surprised if the full armor is there, 1 orb, and you have the Blade Storm. So call it mostly equal. Bully Hunters just cannot find any footing, and Tyloo is, you know, suffering heavily with these opening picks as well.
Yeah, I mean, that itself already losing that fight. I mean, that one engagement, I feel like is a mental reset in itself, saying, all right, well, what just happened there? How are we so lost? We don't even know how to swing anymore, and that's really concerning. But maybe they're going to give a second shot here as we see Rest going ahead, stationing himself, trying not to let him see that barrel, and it works out successfully as he finds the first one on the interlace. You know that KJ's around the corner. You know the shock darts are probably going to get the kill, so you see Mayhem falling as well with Velu on that follow through. But, I mean, everybody else scattered around the map, looking at that C side, a little bit of split coming through. Bully Hunters actually having themselves a pretty fair chance here. But you know that Han's still alive out there on the edge, doesn't have a Blade Storm out just yet. He's just hoping to have that collaboration with his teammate to know when to swing and when to play this off.
At this point, it's finally Earthbound paying their dues. Han deletes 1, and that's a semi-equalizer. Now the swing,
okay.
The United swing at that. You like to see it on the attacker side. And we're right back to it, 36 on the clock, and it's ample opportunity to rotate. You can see Sky there on the minimap has laced up the Jordans, moving over to C site as well. But nowhere to be found is the Cypher, so Tyloo here could get overwhelmed, which would be a big problem. Big flash, Tyloo! Yes, sir, with the 3-piece combination. That's what you like to see, committing to that swing with the guiding light, guiding the first round onto the scoreboard for Bully Hunters at that.
And finally on the board for the likes of Bully Hunters, that's what they needed in a fashionable manner at that. I mean, getting that double to go ahead and capitalize on top, get yourself that ultimate to be working with. Now you have 4 to be playing off of. And I mean, these are all massive defensive ones, I would say. I mean, the Jet is really the only offensive oriented ultimate you have on this field. Sure, you could use the Cosmic Divide for something like that, but it really just comes down to strategies. Knowing a KJ's on the other side of the field, say a shutdown comes through. You got a Hunter's Fury for it. You're trying to figure out where they're rotating, throw out those Seekers. Oh, you got a Cypher on the field and say some kind of trades are going down and it's only 2 players. You win the engagement, throw it in the neural theft, give yourself that intelligence to work off of. Intel is the name of the game right now. We see them trying to go ahead and do as much as they can, but it doesn't matter because the Hunter's Fury wasn't even an attempt. It was just a little bit of a fluke to go ahead and bring the attention somewhere else, get that flint to come through. Bully Hunters making a great play there to get themselves on top in a 4v3 scenario now.
Tyloo is awake on the board with more. Maybe here, no pull down available there. That's unfortunate. Char is the Astra to reign supreme. On that note, Mick, it's a slow and steady round. If the stars aren't a red flag there, then I don't know what is the Nebula is going to be blocking off that B. Walking towards that site now. Sova has somehow managed to weasel into a site and is now going to go and pinch on to the back end. Oh, this is big. This is huge. Rest is going to be so bamboozled. Right, Interlace, look behind you. What in the name of...
30 seconds
Oh, this
left.
this is about to happen, though. Velu's about to have an absolute bamboozle. Oh, my God.
There's one.
That's good, and they have A-site footing. Interlace taking a bit of damage, breaking his ankles on the way down. Reconning close. Shock Dart comes in. Rest here. Has to finesse this one. Nice connection. Look at the timing on that one. Interlace, amazing for the three-piece combo. Now it's just down to Rest on the retake post plant out of heaven. Interlace just holding tight on the boxes. And Char is there from down below to really, I mean, amazingly hold on to that site. So that's just a huge... My heart dropped, Mick, when I saw Interlace there. I was like, wait a minute, that's happening? And then, well, poor old Han paid the dues. But hey, all things said and done, man, we proceed ahead. 5-1 Earthbound. Somehow pull that one together.
Yeah, and even then you have a really risky kind of, I would say, entire encounter that'll work off of. Knowing that you had the KJ ult on your side, you don't have any utility to really shut down. You don't have to say the ult for anything. Just go ahead and make it for any post plant. When both your teammates are lit like that, I feel like that would be the optimal time. But Char making a great play, giving his teammates some breathing room to work off of, giving the trade off, and giving himself some leeway as well to be working with. But I mean, at the end of the day, you had the Hunter's Fury now, probably much better usage on that C site towards C long to go ahead and get yourself in the alleyway, get the maximum range out of it, get as much efficiency as you can. But if we're talking about efficiency, we see somewhat of a rotation going to the A while we see a split coming out from the sky. So there on the edge, we could see old Spicy give a little bit of a mix up once again.
The lockdown is going to do a good job at, you know, throwing some shade at that A site. Meanwhile, yeah, I think they heard it. You can see everyone is already laced it up. They're going right off to the site. Commanding their way over here is the attackers. Spicy gonna absolutely full-blown swing on Tylo. He can't even get a shot off. Interlace there with the Hunter's Fury. One more charge. No bueno, as Char is going to take Velo out of the equation. Heals aplenty, hugs for the team. And the Earthbound advantage 5v3. I don't foresee this working out too good for Bully Hunters here, but Rest with the Ares spams the victory. Shock Dart from downtown. Does a bit of a tickle, I believe, onto Arrow. So here on the retake in a 4v3 scenario, Bully Hunters, are they going to commit is the question. Looks like Arrow is interested. Whoa! Mayhem.
Okay.
Beheaded completely there. This is the divide you want. That's the usage of the ult. The Neural Theft as well. They're going to stick, forced to swing, but Rest is pinged off. But Arrow is going to have to play big here. He's unfortunately pinned. They're having to deal with Han, who's dashed in sight, and they still make it out. I think they got it here, Mick, with that half defuse by the skin of their teeth. Bravo. Good commitment and a thorough retake from Bully Hunters.
Yeah, that was a massive one at that. I mean, you had so much stacked up against you there, but you had the Neural Theft to be working off of. So whenever you get that Cosmic Divide up, you know exactly where to take that approach from. That's why you pop those in collective. You make sure to get the vision off. You make sure they can't see you, but know exactly where they are so you can have that advantage. Know right when you swing out, they have no idea where you're going to come from, but you're still going to know that pinpoint accuracy, where to put your crosshair at, and especially where these players are going to be positioned. And even then with the split, the second P coming through, you know where they're rotating as well, where they're going to possibly be moving towards when you're sitting on that C site. So there's a lot of intelligence to be working with there. There's a lot of knowledge behind the wheel, but you need to make sure with brain comes brawn. You got to sit there and get yourself 3 more rounds if you want a chance in this one.
Earthbound, a little bit shook to say the least, I think. They got to be smart about how they manage things moving forward. Spirit of management, though. The Owl Drone managing to ping out Tyloo in Garage, and he's okay. Nothing too concerning, and no swing coming off of that. Spike is dropped down very far towards spawn area, so big grouping here. Velo with a good opening pick onto Grass, making his footing known. He joins right back to B. And on that note, defense yet again in the advantage seat. So Bully Hunters, this is the methodical pick you want them to work. And this is how you want to really ideally maneuver your way around on Haven. So Char, just having a dandy old time admiring the looks of backside at C. And with 40 on the clock, Earthbound has yet to make a decision as to where they really want to go. They got to make up their minds sooner than later. 30 seconds is not a lot of time to collapse on a site, Mick.
It most definitely isn't. I mean, at this point, you're really just locked in whatever your last decision is. You don't have enough time for a rotate. You can't have a plan B. plan A better work, or you better slay out and find a way to go ahead and make the most of it. And as we see everybody rotating towards the C site, you see the Cosmic Divide coming through. A little bit of a panic, so you have the Seekers to come out in retaliation. You give yourself a little bit more to work off of, but you don't have enough to get onto that site just yet. With 10 seconds remaining, you have the picks coming through. Bully Hunters having the man advantage, not anymore as they even it out. Get themselves to be in the man advantage now with 3v2 as Mayhem finds himself one. Doesn't have enough to go ahead and get it. You see the rest of the team funneling out, keeping themselves alive and getting themselves another round to be working with.
It's a cheeky way to win it off. I mean, really flexing on that shot clock. So with that, 3-5 is your score. And unfortunately for the side of Earthbound, they are broke bound, my friend. Nothing to their name. And Mayhem's the only one who's walking away with a gun and $700, and that's half the problem. When you don't die, you don't get the money bonus. So for you, you're behind the curve if you lose this gun, and it's not the most optimal situation to be in, especially if you're the top frag and really contributing to your team's overall success. But alas, Valor does have that big op as well, choosing to play that B. So window here on the menu. Let's see what this Bladestorm contest has to offer. What wins, the op or the Bladestorm? I don't know just yet. Rest. A bit of a Polaroid picture being taken of Interlaced. And this is again the Earthbound default, giving me some Dignitas vibes with these beginning round plays, and nothing too fast to get off the rip, as you'd say, Mink. I'm just wondering, is this really the Earthbound solution? Slow, steady, methodical, or just, you know, go heavy on a site and collapse and worry about the utility that comes your way as you kind of get onto that site?
I think it all comes down to momentum, like really where they're feeling themselves. Because I mean, on a round like this, you would expect them to rush in, knowing that they really just don't have the resources for something like that, knowing that they're going to be kind of a little bit risque. But when you have that Bladestorm in hand, you want to make sure to get the most out of that. You want to find yourself a pick or two, but that's the risky thing about it. You got to get onto a site, you got to find somebody, and you got to make sure you don't run out of operators. We do see them lining up. A little bit of op shots coming through that CT section, a little bit of contention towards that spawn. You want to make sure to go ahead, get this retake to come through as Russ opens up, finds himself the first arrow with another one as well. But the trades are coming through. The gun power is just that much more powerful on the side of Bully Hunters. They already find themselves sitting on a 4v1, but Mayhem having not even enough to breathe or the space as well as the rest closes it out. That was, I don't really know what to say about that. I feel like that was kind of what we were expecting, but I was expecting it to happen a little bit quicker. I mean, when you get a Bladestorm, you just have no follow through with that. There was really no armor to back up those sheriffs. There was no utility really on the field. I feel like it was very, very lackluster and just extremely reliant on Han to really just go off, which I feel like is a little bit too much of a gamble when you're sitting behind only by one round now, I'll say. But I mean, when you're trying to give over rounds like that, you want to make sure at least fight for them. You want to get one or more than one, most definitely, guy and trying to get those guns out of their hands. We just didn't see that attempt. We didn't see the pressure put onto them, and we didn't see any kind of indecisiveness out of the side of Bully Hunters given over to them.
Really, it felt like, you know, when your parents try and shove spinach or Brussels sprouts down your throat when you're a kid, like it just felt forced. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they just went on site and said, we're just going to go here and worry about the repercussions after. Maybe it's kind of my words and I ate it a little bit here, but Tyloo, again, the first pick by Spicy. Spicy has been a force and a half, man. I mean, how many times has Spicy been on the board with an opening pick as that Sky and Han on the board onto Arrow? Rest gets the one. J-Don finally connects, but it's a little too late as Han is there for the trade. Hunter's Fury now for Rest. Oh, that's a problem. Mayhem. Yeah, that's easy come, easy go, and it's right down to a 1v2 scenario. Valu, good dash in sight. Has footing. Hello! Does he expect the push on the opposing end of the box? Transfers! Oh, Han, just by the skin of his teeth, is able to get that one and the spike plant. So that really boiled down to be a tight round. Earthbound went back to the drawing board at C. It worked out great. And Mayhem, I'll say, with that Hunter's Fury, honestly got very lucky with the timing and you know, the decision to be up close. Had that been a different story, like in terms of that Hunter's Fury not being active, I have a pretty good feeling Rest would have absolutely had that frag under control.
Yeah, and even then to go ahead and push it, I mean, I feel like that's already preempted to some extent. You see the angle that it comes from the Hunter's Fury. I mean, while it does do damage and it's great, you want to make sure you're in a very safe position. You want to make sure you have some kind of backup, teammates nearby to get those trades, worst case scenario. But we didn't see that preparation. Instead, we saw a little bit of too much aggression. And speaking of aggression, Valor trying to go ahead and push up that A line. But it's not going to be enough. We're going to see ourselves already sitting in a 5v3. Bully Hunters down. But down bad is what it's really looking like right now, as we just see them falling like flies.
Poor Rest, he's just like getting collapsed on from both sides. He looks short, looks long, there's people every which way. He gets taken out, and that's a problem, right? You're alone on site for the most part. Contesting, maybe not the best thing. Play a retake if anything, albeit they're kind of spread thin as a whole, so you don't want to be spread thin. That's definitely not the solution here. Jadon, good decisive peek out of heaven onto Spicy, and that's positive, but there's still 4 more members of Earthbound to mulch through here. And with Spike planted and a very late rotate from the Cypher, I don't foresee them getting back on this site quite easily here, Mick.
Yeah, I'm quite with you there. I mean, Bully Hunters, they got to pull off a miracle. And honestly, Jadon, to get that first exit frag, that's really good. I mean, that's really all you can bargain for at this point. You're in a 2v3. You definitely don't have enough to defuse that spike when you're dealing with 3 other players, especially, I mean, 2 of which really specialize in post-plant scenarios. That Killjoy and the Astra. So you really don't want to be playing those games. You just want to save what you can. Kind of cut your own dividends and know that you're bringing this game back. You already have a guaranteed half. Just go ahead, rally for another one and be working with it.
Money, though, not the best for Earthbound, so they're just probably questioning some of their own existence at this point. But on the plus side, do have the lockdown. They do have a Spicy who's just 1 orb away from getting Deekers, and Interlace as well, just 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. So if they can secure those 2 orbs, somehow getting deep into long, that would be great for the attacker side to finish it off. On the opposing end of the spectrum, you do have a Blade Storm possible, along with a Cosmic Divide, and that's active right away off the rip there. Meanwhile, Earthbound prowling for an opening pick. A lot of contested lobby here, though. Interlace might get pushed on. He's pinged it out. Nice job by Rest there. Good diligence and a great opening pick.
And that's going to get a lot of initiative towards the A site, and that's what you're looking for. Even if you're not even making the execute or making the call over there, you want to scare them enough to say, all right, we need to force them back. We got to get them onto this side because they know that we could possibly be pushing. But, I mean, you already see the push coming on the other side of the map. You see it on C. You see all these guys everywhere about as Hong grabs himself a first. Evens out the game a little bit, but you got to get that spike down, get to put that pressure through, and it's already going to go ahead and fall. You get the recon drone to come in through garage, and you have the backup. You have the other teammate there, but you need some kills, you need some presence, you need some kind of retaliation and answers, because as of right now, you're looking a little lackluster, Chief.
Yeah, and this comment of lackluster.
Last player standing.
Yeah, it's, you heard the announcer too. It's Char against 4. Gets 2 actually in the equation, but it's Velu there using numbers to the advantage. And the last, they pick up the final round here. Defenders somehow string together what was, it looks like a really rough, 5 rounds altogether, Meg. I'm having a hard time putting my mind together on these rounds and how it kind of snowballed to where we are right now. It didn't.
Yeah.
It didn't feel. I mean, I don't know how else to use the other word, but decisive. Convincing. It just felt like it was just a back and forth kind of fumble fest for the most part.
Yeah, I'm quite with you there. I mean, I feel like none of these calls so far have been very decisive. We haven't seen an overwhelming presence on a site. We haven't seen a bunch of utility allocated there. Even then, I feel like you should at least have an Astra in the back. If you're going to have that one player, instead we see Spicy being that one little roamer, that one little wild card, and the same amount of Tylo as well. I mean, just these Astras getting into completely different areas, it would be a lot more optimal. Go ahead, you had that global presence. You're always going to be a threat wherever you are. And that scary thought, that factor of intimidation is something they're really missing out on. And quite honestly, maybe Bully Hunters could show Earthbound how it's done, saying that wasn't too shabby of a half. Let's go ahead. Let's show you how to really get on attack, because quite honestly, we felt like yours was a little bit too slow for our taste.
Looks like they just waltzed right into C. I mean, going ahead for the long plant, if anything, which is going to be great, but you got to be smart because there's an Astra on the retake there. If they choose to smoke out that long, yeah, it's going to be a problem. First star going down there, and you can see that might very well come to be. They see the star, so they actually still decide to stick to the full-blown C play, but meanwhile, the defense just a caboose. Thinking they're on site, ping goes off, and by then it's like, wait a minute, they're not here. How are they going to play this, though? That is the question. Sticking the defuse. Astra. Ooh, Resto from the side. Good for 1, good for 2. Coming out of garage. Jousting with headshots. Rest is on point. And then the rest of the team are from the deep end of the swimming pool, just providing support fire. And with that, flawless victory for Bully Hunters.
And a good setup for the second one as well. Knowing you had that weapon advantage to be working off of, you have yourself a little bit more to be playing with now. So you're not really too concerned about playing the game slow. You know, you can really just overwhelm a site. You can just get wherever you want to, have that just, I'd say 3 times the amount of bullets going out compared to the likes of these other guys, and really just play it out. I mean, just go ahead. This should be the dominance that we should see the rest of this game, I feel. Go ahead, press that W key, and it's looking like it's all going towards C. So we just had that 4-stack set up there, and a little bit of an alleviation towards the garage, but I mean, that's not too much of a concern. You're still in that general vicinity. You still had that presence to be working off of, and you still have the trades, worst case scenario.
Seems like Earthbound loves giving up C. I mean, it's like their tried and tested recipe is Spicy is the opening pick, albeit, I mean, rough round for them, considering they don't have a lot of weapons to their name. And with that, Spike is planted.
Standing ahead.
It looks like we're repeating that same recipe from the last round. A sprinkle of plant on C and 2 teaspoons of playing it from long, it seems like. Or actually, no, they're holding footy on C, knowing they do have the gun advantage, which is the right play. Valor, good for 3-piece. Char finally gets it and is able to recover a Spectre. Question is, what do they do and how do they contest? Han is actually set up for a couple exit picks if they go down that path. The question is, or not question, mother. It's about will he get traded? And I think, yeah, probably so if they decide to exit as a group of 4 down C. And here they go. Han in the hot seat.
The horse is off to the races right now to climb 1 and enough for a reload as well. Looking for a second as Char dies to that spike, and obviously that's what you want. I mean, we mentioned that earlier. Getting that bonus from dying is the best case scenario when you're trying to go ahead and set up for an extra round. I mean, sure, you want a Spectre, but sure, you want even more money to be working with, because I mean, you're trying to set yourself up for the long game. Earthbound, they already have themselves a lot of money to work off of. They now have the rifles in hand to be buying and be playing with, and that round and dying was a big contributor to that. Going ahead, panning out what you can, playing it slow, and showing that, okay, hey, I just need a little bit more armor. Go ahead and get the advantage, because it was a darn near flawless in the last one. So we're just going to buy this out, which I feel like when we talked about the opening picks and making C open, we're seeing a little bit more initiative toward it again. I mean, every single time we just see Bully Hunters saying, all right, well, it worked 2 times in a row. We can do this again. You need more Astra util over there, and we're finally going to see it, and I feel like this round could be a lot different.
Char about to be in the hot seat when it comes to this push, getting destroyed by that blinding light. He is totally Ray Charles with Velo in his face, getting that great opening pick. On that note, they're looking to actually continue sieging. It's the right decision, partially so. Arrow is the one to clean up the mess there, left by Rest. And with that note, Earthbound down to just 2, Velo holding the high ground. The rest of the team has a lot of footing on the rest of Link, or A-Link at that. It's Mayhem and Spicy here to somehow maneuver their way onto site against 4 members of Bully Hunters.
So, I mean, that's a pretty rough scenario to be in for Earthbound fans right now. You got to go ahead. You got to pull off a miracle. You had these rifles in hand. You got to attempt it. I mean, at the end of the day, sure, you want to get a save. You want to go ahead and get some exit frags. But, I mean, these guys have rifles of their own now. They went ahead. They picked off some of your players. They won those engagements. They just absolutely rushed in. And with that being said, you need to make sure to capitalize on that. You got to do whatever you can. As Tylo's going to be one to fall, but when you got 3 players left and that was 3 players dying on Earthbound side, that's really concerning, knowing that you're going into this round. They really didn't spend that much money, and they have an advantage on you as well, even in terms of rounds too.
This is where Earthbound is gonna have to pull out 42 jackrabbits out of a 6-month-old infant's hat, to say the least. Like, this is going to be a feat and a half for them to weasel their way out, right? They're down the guns, like you said. Money ain't the sharpest in the shed. Rounds are not obviously that far apart, but still advantage Bully Hunters. So what are they going to do and how are they going to adapt? For me, I got to see something cheeky from Earthbound, an opening pick, something to keep the attackers quiet, or at least, just waiting a bit and doubting themselves before they commit. But again, it's the C recipe, and it's just 1 lonesome KJ. But the 3 people flanking, oh no, they're actually gonna give up sight and they're about to cross paths. This could be a problem. Valor for the 1. Do they continue to siege? I think they do, but Han has now found himself in a bit of a sticky predicament as everyone is rotating off. He's in a bad corner with the classic. Does have support though. Spicy and Char. Oh! That's what you want to see. Amazing. And now it's Jadon. He's the last man standing. The Lonesome Wolf. Gonna have to clear out a lot of angles to survive. He's got Spicy watching him from one end, Han from the other. And he has Spike, which is good, but getting out of this unscathed going to be a problem. And yeah, Mayhem there is the one to clean that final pickup. So you want a cheeky, man. I mean, Mick, we got it there from Earthbound.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what they needed. I mean, it's been a really rough coming here for them. Haven't had too much to work off of. And I feel like every single time they went around, it's from something you just don't expect. It's from a rotation from B over to A. They're on their rear end when you think they're going to plant down and go ahead and make themselves at home. It's from these little flank plays when you rush the site, think they're going to go ahead and suicide and come in as a 5-man, and you get another play through the middle. I mean, Earthbound just has to have this counter aggression with a little bit of a kick to it, with a little bit of spiciness, I would say, to say the least. And I feel like that's the best description. That man has been such a star player. Work off of him. Let him play a lonesome as of right now, because Skies are able to handle themselves. Sure, they heal the team, but that's 100 credits. Who cares about the cost? Who cares about the utility and what it can do? The rest of your team, this is a professional environment. When you die, if you line up against somebody, you're going to die if you get shot. There's just not too many room for mistakes for you to really go and get those heals off. So make sure to become a wild card, make the most of it, get a spike down, and see how you can get a retake coming through.
This is one of the best way to use Cosmic Divide, and actually Valor choosing to go aggressive. Was it worth? Probably not there, the spicy trades, but Arrow again is also there to respond. Arrow has always been fantastic on the support, this time in the forefront of the battle, right in the pits, and now it's interlaced against 4. You do see a bit of a prowl coming in from Rest, and he gets outswung, and with that, looks like Bully Hunters doing an amazing job. I will commend them though. Bully Hunters, being the decisive team they are, when they want to go to a site, they just go, honestly. CNA for them has been like nothing but drinking water. Just, you know, easy pour, walk right through, and, you know, rinse and repeat for them. And they're not really keen on B, which I think should be an indicator for Earthbound. They have to be aware and more diligent of that. And knowing that one of the 2 sites are subject to play, maybe rotate off a bit early. Leave B open, drop some utility for maybe a plant or something, and then, you know, worry about it from there. No reason to play it if you don't have to, right?
Yeah, and I completely agree. I mean, when you consider how much they've been pushing each other's side of the map, kind of manipulating me to some extent, you can already see Bill kind of pushing in and getting a great little shot to work off of as well for an opening pick. You got to really work with that. You got to know how to manipulate it. We just haven't seen enough of that. I mean, Earthbound doing a great job winning those engagements when it comes down to a site, when it comes down to a retake. But I mean, just letting that spike come down so many times is a concern in itself, knowing you're eventually going to slip up.
I love that Neural Theft as well, right away in with that. You can see, like, guys, B's open, get right in here. Jet goes in deep, smokes, and is now situated nicely at Link, but gotta be careful. There's a Sova coming from behind, and that fight is won by Arrow again. Now towards back of sight of B, tapping away is Mayhem. He gets swung and out. Oh, geez. I mean, I was about to say something, but I'm not gonna say it. Whoa, Han! Cheeky 1-tap. And it's just down to a 4 versus 1. Oh, okay. Hello? More coming, potentially? No. Dash, survival of the fittest, and it's Velu who actually BMs it with the knife. So I was gonna say, things were getting spicy, and they sure as heck ended up that way, but alas, it's Bully Hunters to hit the double digits with that 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, everything that goes up has to come down at some point, and we see Earthbound being down 2 rounds right now, but having 4 ultimates at that, so these definitely need to go ahead and be invested here within these next 2 rounds. I mean, they have to use them to go ahead and get a catch-up, and quite honestly, being on the defensive end, sure, you have a little bit of a lockdown, you have some presence, you have those Seekers, and I feel like that should be the first one to be popped if you're not going with that Blade Storm, and I feel like that may be also the first thing to come out if they opt for it. Knowing that you don't see the Marshal for the side of old Jet there, you're going to see the Blade Storm, and you need to have some backup there for it to go ahead and pick up those weapons as we saw earlier. And with Mayhem grabbing that opening pick, quite honestly, you may not need it.
You think so? And so far, Mayhem Marshal is a good way to hold on to my site, please. I won't go down without a fight, if anything. Hunter's Fury now interlaced, tagging Tyloo. He's just 1 away from death, and he manages to do a bit of a samba back and forth and lives another day. Jadon in the back of sight. Arrow having to deal with a dash. Blade Storm. It's Han who gets the better of him. Using that verticality, the change of tempo up and down, and Jadon still good. Pop Flash coming in. Tyloo commanding his way onto sight. Crosshairs good lined up, and it's a solid final pick onto Mayhem.
Yeah, great way to go and close it out. Bully Hunters coming out on top there, and that's going to give them a lot of initiative to work with here. Knowing that the next round is going to be match point, They really got earthbound with their backs up against the wall, knowing if they lose this round, it's going to be a match point, and on top of that, it's going to be an eco form. So Bully Hunters, they can go ahead and secure this right here, right now, but they got to make sure, I mean, earthbound doesn't cash in too much. Having those seekers, having that lockdown in hand, if you're earthbound, play this slow. You want to go purely for retakes right now. Just go ahead, have that shutdown, flush them out. Get the seekers that are coming from a different angle. Find out where they are. Just have everything prepared for your favor to go ahead and be playing off of and manipulate that. But I feel like I don't know if we're going to see it, quite honestly, Chief, because I feel like we just had some lackluster comms coming out tonight. We haven't seen that composition just yet, but maybe Mayhem with the old Phantom could do some work to go ahead and compensate for it.
That's Seekers. Off it goes for Spicy, and I don't know how much of a fan I am of Earthbound C play. They're just not really committing to it, and it's a problem. And it's actually Bully Hunters choosing to go on that A site now. It is wide open, which is great. Interlace getting set up for the double dart of the gods. 1 and 2 comes out. Does it land on anything? Not so much. So there is a lockdown too for the defenders, and that's going to be okay. Spike plan is possible. Charge!
Okay.
Reads that one like a book. Bravo there, and they're actually detained. 2 rushing in. Arrow is on site. He can't do a single thing. They take full control. Earthbound asserting dominance. Now Rest gets his gun out last second, but it's not enough time to pull it out and do the deed. So it's Mayhem on the board, and with that, they hold on for another, just a mere 2 rounds away from closing the gap.
Yeah, and that's really scary to look at, because knowing that, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's also really good. I mean, if you're looking for a close game, I mean, you signed up for it and you're here for it now, because looking at the econ, looking at the amount of kills, and looking at the utility available for each side, there's just not enough ultimates. And I feel like this could go to a 12-12, and at that setup, you will see so many ultimates available by that point, because look at everybody's score right now. I mean, sure, Bully Hunters, they have the initiative, and quite honestly, if they win this round, they're probably going to use all those ultimates to go ahead and close out the game. If you're Earthbound, you want to make sure to find these picks very, very quick, and Han already tried to set up for it as it gets a little bit of a peek towards that C-long. He knows players are going to be there. The Owl drone there as well. At this point, you make the call and say get your tail to see if you want to go ahead and win this game.
Ooh, Mayhem actually on the better side of that divide is good. Still, they're really brute forcing their way onto site here despite so many people at C. And yeah, they end up realizing that something's really funny. Probably not the best decision. They're going to run away, lace up those Jordans, and off they go to this A site now. You can see hot rotates from Sova and Astra, so that's basically solidified. And oh, Mick called the double down or the double back. It's Tyloo to get the 1, and they're actually shifting their body weight right back to that C site, it seems.
And I'm liking the approach towards C site right now. I mean, they're just kind of chilling out. They're playing it slow and easy, knowing they have plenty of time. And quite honestly, no pressure right now. Just chill out. You move towards A, you move towards C. I mean, that's a lot to be playing with. But at the end of the day, you tried to go ahead and settle with the last. Move yourself to B, see if you can get a kill, but instead Interlace will be the one to go ahead and find himself a kill, making Bully Hunters that much more down right now. But with a 3v4 for this retake, setting up towards B, you know where the setups are going to be, you know where players are going to be out. Interlace able to sniff out 2 of them, but making things look that much more doable so long as you just find yourself on a defuse. And that's what's being pressured right now with Spicy on that flank, looking for the edge plays, looking for the first, the second with the trade, and the transition, able to go and close it out. Earthbound looking at a 10th, 1 round off from tying this up.
I mean, Spicy really methodical there. That timing was fantastic coming out of Garage, not swinging the way that could have. I mean, would have been a whole different story. So it's actually the first time out of the night for me, and it's coming up from the attacker side. Rest is called that. So Mick, what are your thoughts and opinions? What is Bully Hunters thinking about here, and what's on their mind and what they can do to close out?
I mean, quite honestly, they just need to go for retakes. They just got to play this slow. I mean, looking at that last round on how everything went through for him, it was very slow. I mean, quite honestly, they go ahead, they get on the site, they get a little bit inconfident. You have man advantage, whether you like it or not. Sure, a man dies, but if you find that trade, you can still get a spike down. You can still have that man advantage, knowing that regardless, okay, say you get all 5 guys on a site, they kill 1. That's a 4v2. All right, then, get the kill. Go ahead. Then that's a 4v4 at that point. And you still have to wait for everybody else to rotate. So long as you just play aggressive enough, Bully Hunters were doing really good about that earlier, but I feel like they just fell asleep at the wheel. They're slowing the game down, and it's almost getting tiring to watch.
From my side, I just want to see Bully Hunters do what they do best, which was just go to C site. Honestly, man, just go. You know for a fact Earthbound plays that so passively. And actually, coming off that pause, hold your horses here. It looks like the tempo has completely changed as they're 3-stacking it now. So, yeah, oh, this is good. Mick, they actually have left that B completely open. This is what I wanted from that defender side. This is what might be the deciding factor for Earthbound to crawl back. This 3-2 setup, I mean, darn. Let's see how much it pays off. If they go towards C, great. If not, still, the numbers are looking good. So keep it loosey-goosey. See what they can do. Attackers prodding. They took a big amount of damage early on, but luckily for them, they do have a Sky, which is marvelous. And now they're just back in mid-window, looking for opportunity.
And you said it yourself earlier. Go ahead. C for a push is their strongest one. Find yourself as many people over there as possible. Give up B because that's where you have the best potential for a retake. So go ahead, play that out. It's the most contested. It's the most conflictive at that. So go ahead, push in, get that aggression to come out, but you got to get that spike down quick because there's Mayhem with the first one, the opening pick of that round with everybody else there. At that point, you said you've gotten the rotate out. Let's go right back to C and see what we can do there. Only issue is you have so many guys going towards long with an operator there. The interlace will actually be the one to go ahead and pick that off with Tylo as well. They're at the front with the Spectre to find a double. This is a great standing for Bully Hunters, and it may be their best chance, but they still have 3 more players sitting in their way, with Interlace being the man of the hour right now.
Keeping it real. Now it's up to Jadon to somehow make this happen. One onto Char. Can recover a gun as well. Does have some stars, and that's good to be placed down on site. Owl Drone goes. That's going to be a good indicator of where Sova is. Interlace, 40 HP in a dream. Gonna tap it. Gravity well. Just wait it out. It's a 2v1. Let's see what they can do. And Spicy. I mean, nothing but headshots coming out of Spicy. Time in and time out. Just MVP player on those post plans. So bravo. They managed to pull it back 11-11.
And I mean, sitting in a tie game, we thought it was going to be possible earlier, but imagination has now become a reality. And quite honestly, it's become Bully Hunter's nightmare. Because sitting in a tie game, knowing that you had yourself a pretty solid lead starting off this half, that Earthbound has really caught on to your tricks at this point. I mean, your entire sleeve is revealed at this point. There is no tricks to be going out. You're quite honestly stripped naked at this point. There's nothing you can pull anything out from except your own flesh and skin. And that's going to be a lot harder to do than some kind of preemptive trick. So, I mean, Bully Hunters, they got to pull something out of their tail right now, and they got to do it very quickly. And quite honestly, the aggressive push on the A, they got to be ready to win these fights. They got to go ahead and get a kill on the Han, who's actually going to be the first one with that opening pick. So that in itself, knowing your entire initiative, your entire plan, has kind of been spoiled already. You need to just keep on pressing W. Don't slow down. Keep working off of it. Keep playing into it. You got to make sure to check those corners. Otherwise, Interlace is going to find the shot as he's already on the prowl and finds the victim.
Kill secure now. This is really big for the side of Earthbound. Going into what might be the victory. Nice connection onto Jadon. Tyloo.
Oh my goodness.
Holding on by the skin of his teeth. And what's the response here, Nick? Tell me what is the response, because right now I don't see much of anything coming out from the side of Bully Hunters. They're just falling, but Tyloo says, hold on a second. And it's close, but no cigar. And my friend, with that 12-11, Earthbound, after a huge comeback, now are off to match point.
That's really concerning, quite honestly. At this point, Bully Hunters, they were once again very slow on that push. You go ahead, you have a player die, you slow down and then go ahead and reattempt. You slow down, then reattempt. Sure, you can go ahead and go for that same exact site. You got to be confident in it, because just that slowdown, it's almost like a wave doesn't travel in one direction. We saw it the other week. You go ahead, you push up, you go back, you push up, go back. Make sure you win a trade every single time and come out on top. But at the end of the day, a wave doesn't go forward constantly. Slow down and speed up, slow down, speed up. That's very, very inconsistent. It's not very satisfying to look at. And honestly, it's the same kind of manner for the likes of Bully Hunters right now. After such a great start, they're slowing down, letting Han pick them off the operator, because when you're crouch walking, or even just walking in general, it makes you that much easier of a shot.
Indeed, and now we'll see here what they can make of it here. They are in the driving seat one more time, Mick. This is the closeout round they want. Guiding light into B. No one's there to receive, and the attackers now, by the skin of their teeth, are somehow holding on. This could be the OT round as well, so keep that in mind, proceeding ahead. And they're just looking for something cheeky, trying to equalize, but as the timer ticks, so does your opportunity to win. and get onto a site. Again, getting deep with 30 seconds, 25 seconds, not the best time. Han outplaying the jiggle of rest. Valor with the 1 responds. That's good. Mayhem on the board. 4v2 scenario though. They're outnumbered. They're getting outgunned as well, and the time is not working in their favor. They choose to run, and off the A they go, but there is an Astra hot on the rotate. Everyone else kind of holding steady. Question is here, what's Char gonna do? He probably hears this or is gonna hear it in a second. We'll probably call for support, which is ideally what you want to do. And yeah, here comes the full team. No reason to be too picky here. Char, wait for the rotate. Hunter's Fury goes out. Good connection from Interlace.
Oh my goodness.
And that could very well be the closing here, Mick.
I think quite honestly so. I mean, unless Arrow can pull off a miracle, which isn't even going to happen as Char just drops down with that shorty, that's going to be the conclusion here of this semifinal. Bully Hunters, I'm just not quite sure, man. Honestly, I am really confused about that. I mean, you saw it there at the end. You're on offense. Why are you playing so slow? That's my biggest question. Sure, you're scared you had a player drop and a player dead. That can't matter. I mean, you've had guys who are positive. That means they can win a 1v2 trade. They can get those trades and double down on them. Heck, they could triple down on them. Maybe every here and there, get a clip, quad, and ace. Whatever it is, you got to roll the dice regardless, because if you don't even roll, you don't even give yourself a chance, because those defenders, they're waiting on you to do absolutely nothing. They are waiting you to go ahead and dwindle that timer down to 0. And when you don't make a move early, you're only cheating yourself.
Yeah, and when Bully Hunters went in decisively, that's when they succeeded. How many times did they go on to C and just clap their way in? Yeah, they had some hard times here and there, but getting on site's half the battle. Planning is half the battle. Like you said, the defenders are waiting. Come on in, man. Like, you want to plant? Feel free. If you don't, cool. Free round on my side. But you look at the way it all panned out for them. It's unfortunate how it came down to the way that it did. They just lost their footing, and they had that timeout too, which kind of begged the question as to what they were going to come out with after. But it seemed like it really didn't resolve in much of anything in grand scheme. But still, a very valiant attempt. They put up an amazing show and held on. But alas, quarters are gone, and we're proceeding ahead down to the semis, Mick.
Yeah. That in itself, I mean, we're also going to see probably the other side of the bracket, because semis isn't over just yet. We have another matchup coming through, which we won't really be able to cast because of like how big the delay was for each matchup, but we still probably will get it on stream. But regardless, I want to go ahead and still have a couple points when it comes around to this matchup. I mean, we saw the scoreboard here on our feed. Things was very spread out. I mean, it was a little bit of zebra stripes. You saw the green and the red and the green and the red. It looked like Christmas. But I mean, when you see that Han and Mayhem were at the top, when you have a Sentinel and a Duelist collapsing and playing off each other like that, and when you give that many highlights over to a Sentinel as much as you do a Duelist, you can tell you're playing slow at that point. Because a Sentinel, at the end of the day, there are no real utility that just stops the player. Sure, there's a Sage Wall, but you got a Gravity Well, that's a controller. You got a Nano Swarm, that doesn't really do anything. You got an Alarm Bot, doesn't slow you down. Nothing stops you from pressing that W key. And quite honestly, I don't think I saw it press in the first place to really even encourage anybody to slow it down. Astra, been the best kind of agent we've seen all night. Hell, it's been the best agent we've seen for the past couple months. But honestly, I didn't see Astra have to be used at all today, besides for a Cosmic Divide, just to go ahead and say, let's make this retake easier on our behalf.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And this is where hopefully adaptation comes from this matchup and we pick up a thing or two. And I'm not going to go ahead and say anything besides the fact that proceeding to the next matchup, the winners of this have also got to be careful, right?
Yeah.
This is, again, BO3. I actually want to correct myself. We're going to grand finals, not to semis, derp. So Mick and I talk about this in the pregame as well. With best of 3 comes map diversity. So this is where things can get a little bit spicy, to say the least, and we want to see how they adapt and learn. But again, decisiveness, good teamwork are going to be the deciding factor for how the next series comes to be. Mick, I'm going to be stepping off the screen for the time being, and you're going to be taking us through those grands alongside, I believe it is Becky. So a familiar face returning your way. But before we go ahead and do that, a reminder again, POV number 67 coming up. Signups are open for that. And a big thank you to Hyperspace Dark, the beautiful people from Hyperspace Dark, for sponsoring that one, giving us $100 for the prize pool as well. Be sure to check them out there, !sponsor, to see their merch and goodies that they can bring to you guys. That's some nice swaggy stuff. I personally checked it out myself, been eyeing a couple things here and there too. So if y'all see me on stream one day all decked out in HD gear, don't be surprised. And of course, please take this time to get on the GLG Country Club membership, !GLGCC. The Instalock version of that gets you access to the GLG Gaming Lounge being set up on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square up in Rochester. So with that, please guys, check out our socials and !GLG LAN, and you can also see what the whole Innovation Square is all about. So on that note, Mick, off to a quick break we go. Give our viewers a chance to get comfortable for this series to follow. Potential 3 maps, who knows? But off to a break for the crew. Again, thank you so much from my end for joining us, and I'll be off screen for the next best of 3. So with that, guys, ciao for now.
Let's down AC, but it's not able to try and get this lockdown destroyed for the rest. The ability to get onto the site. Oh my god! Oh my god!
What just happened? He could barely take out the lockdown, but then he doesn't. He does that.
What? It's okay. Lockdown a lot harder to hit than 2 agents. Apparently, think Dens get the defuse here. Actually, taking their time. But Cheesy Ace did take a moment and spike out, let Dens know. So interesting that we're giving that ult point to Dens. Jom's also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Denton and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remember. Able to get 4 kills before falling to Mikey. But
answer this when you really could have just rushed down B. They're running to Chicago, but it doesn't really seem to matter what the West got to shot on right now.
Oh, clutch.
Oh no!
Defenders win.
And just like that, swings close.
Which path will you embrace, I wonder?
Right here. Right here. Deploying drone.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Right here. Deploying drone. Scanning ahead.
I've got your trail. You want to
I
fight
have the
it?
spike. Shot that. Shot that. Scanning ahead.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Caution here.
Last round in the half.
Go get him. Need that back. Need that back.
Welcome to my world.
Spike planted.
Well divided.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Toxins go. Poison orb emitting.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
No prisoners.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Impressive wiring.
Clutch.
This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot. I will find you.
Last
spike
player
carrier is
standing.
killed.
Spike down B. Flawless.
Revealing area.
Take flight.
Scanning ahead.
Fire in the hole!
30 seconds left.
Satchel out.
The hunt begins.
Deal with my call. Satchel out.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
I'm still here, amigo. My ult's ready. Go get him.
Spike down B.
Here comes him.
standing.
Where you are.
Recovering it. Caution here. Bomb buddy out. Satchel out. $30 left. You are divided. Satchel out.
Not worth the bullets.
One enemy remaining.
Poison orb emitting.
Last player standing.
Tell you what, a day working the farm would do these fellas good. Blinded. Time to hunt. They're concussed. Hawk out. Blinded. Good. One dead.
$30 left. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Standing ahead. Shot done.
One
there. No more charges. Buried. My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining. Long.
If they try something, I'll see it. Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do. Where is everyone hiding? Cage triggered.
The hunt begins. Fire! 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Get it. One enemy remaining.
Bomb buddy out.
You are divided!
Satchel out. Spike carrier's down.
Spike down A.
I have the spike. Spike planted.
One enemy remaining. Match point.
There. Bomb buddy out.
Don't get in my way.
Nowhere to run!
Spike down B.
Gun here.
I know exactly where you are.
Well divided.
30 seconds left. Last player standing. Attackers win.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the grand finals of Pit of Valor number 66. Tonight, we are going to be joined by myself, Mick. Over to my right is going to be old Becky. How are you doing, my lady?
I'm doing great. How about yourself? Apollo also hyped for our finals match. The moment we were about to go to desk, he stood up and he was like, please pay attention to me. Are you ready? Are you ready for us to get into this final match? Are you ready?
I think everybody is, quite honestly.
We're ready.
I think not only we're ready to get into it, but apparently these players are ready to get it over with. Woo! Because with how long of a day I guess they've had in terms of their series, with everything being fairly close today, we're having a special case scenario where both teams have agreed on doing a best of one for the finals. So we're not going to have the entire series. As much as I hate to say it, you know, some of y'all may be tired. I know for some reason, I guess the sleep bugs are kind of being passed around. Sandman is making his trips around the world today. But with that being said, as I said, we are going into a best of one finals against the likes of Earthbound, who y'all just previously saw, and also Crime Wave, who y'all previously saw. Y'all got to see both sides of the bracket, so y'all got to see a lot more than you bargained for. But now it's time to compensate for that for a best of one here coming down to Haven. And Becky, I want to know how you're feeling about this.
I mean, If y'all have watched me cast a Pit of Valor before, you know Haven is not my favorite map.
I agree.
But it's certainly a map. It's like Ascent. It's the middle child. Sometimes you really don't want to play things like Fracture or Breeze. You do want to play some of the other ones, but they kind of get banned away. And then these are just the ones that you get left with. And that's kind of how Haven feels. But it does feel like it is one of those maps where a lot of people have a lot of back and forth because you can have such a strong both attacking and defensive strategy. The way that people come at this map does lead for some pretty even games, which can be a ton of fun to watch, even though this is not the map that I like to see the most. It is certainly ones that players feel very comfortable on, and we get to see a lot of good gunplay as a result of it. And it looks like with that, we are ready to get down into this match, getting right into it. My dog is very excited. Very
Valor is super excited. Good God.
He's going crazy. And our players also going a bit crazy, getting some quick lock-ins here. Not too surprised to see the Astra. I feel like you just mentioned previously that Astra has been the agent of probably the last few months, and I am in complete agreement. Save for Viper on a few maps, it's just Astra is one of those agents that you have to pick up no matter what, because her ability to have smokes across the entire map, especially on a map like Haven, makes her so much more potent than something like the Omen or a Brimstone.
Yeah, and it's also the capitalization on those smokes. I mean, you can get a gravity well under it, you can get a concussion. It really just comes down to how well your Astra player is, because I remember when she first came out, people were like, wow, she sucks, she has a lot of potential, but she's just so complicated to use. And I was always going into custom games with my collegiate team, sitting there figuring out, what can we do with this chick? She's going to be meta. I'm telling you, I'm an analyst for the game. She's going to be meta, and she's finally starting to show out. And we're starting to see players that have such a natural tendency with her, such a flow state of mind to know where to kind of put things naturally, know those hot spots, be almost analysts of their own, know where people are going to approach from, and know how to take on 1v4 scenarios like it's nothing. Purely because the battlefield is theirs to play with. It's not like Viper where you have to toggle. Astra's all right, well, let me go and use this for this fight, use this for this fight, because you get 6 charms, but there's only 5 players. So you have a double down for at least a couple guys if you do so decide. And we can already see the lineups coming through. The only difference can be on those Sentinel picks where we see the Cypher and a KJ. Almost exactly what we saw in that last matchup, because I mean, we've seen time in, time out, Earthbound be on this map for 3 times tonight, at least for what I've casted. So they're definitely feeling themselves here, and they're definitely ready to get into it, because I don't feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix it at the end of the day. Regardless of whether it's close or not, you still want to gamble on that right bet.
Certainly true, and we're getting down into it. At first blush, I have to kind of lean the direction of Crime Wave to go into this. I do think that something like the Cypher is just a stronger pick a lot of the time, because Haven is such a wide map. Being able to put down a piece of utility and be able to walk away from it and still have it be active can make for such an amazing situation if you are a Cypher player. However, often it is a difference between whether you're starting on attack or defense. Killjoy is such a better sentinel to have on the attacking side, being able to place down that turret, have something that says, oh, somebody is flanking us, without having to leave an entire agent at the back line, can be so important for this attacking side. And we do see that kind of be the decision and probably thought process from these two teams going into this start.
Yeah, most definitely. And the thought process we're already seeing here on the first round is if you're in the shoes of old Earthbound right now, push up A. That's really all you can really do right now. It's the first round. Do what you can, get a little bit of aggressive. We got a frenzy in hand. They only have sheriffs. They're just going to be holding these off angles. So take them aggressively, take them fast. Otherwise, you're going to end up dead. But Spicy able to go ahead and manage that first kill. Find themselves an edge to be working with to get on this A site fairly swiftly to be working off of.
Ooh, very swift. Only one player down, though. Earthbound is up on agents, and the bomb is being placed here by Interlaced. Crazy Mojo getting to go for a little bit of an aggressive flank. That Killjoy turret actually placed out towards B and not the direction of the rest of the Earthbound members. So far, so good for Crazy Mojo on this flank, but this alarm bot will make sure that a little bit of information is garnered.
Yeah, and I mean, that information in itself is going to go ahead and give a lot to be working with, but I mean, when you got so many players already down, it doesn't really give you that much to be playing with at the end of the day. You see Clay able to make a stand for himself with a 3K there towards the staircase, holding out with 1 HP, but at the end of the day, or 7, excuse me, it's a little bit of a weird thing out the edge of your eye. The 4K, I would almost pull it off, but Spicy, the opposing Sky, go close it to that with a 3K of his own. Earthbound sitting up 1-0 with a Very contested towards the end there. First round to be working with.
Dude, that's kind of hilarious to me. I love that you can tell that our team's kind of having a little fun with it at the end of the day, starting to go for this best of one. We did see kind of aggressive pushes from the side of Earthbound in that kind of 1v5 situation going at Clay, but Clay getting some kills, and then you kind of saw immediately Interlaced and Spicy go, oh, maybe we don't actually want to lose this round, and backing off and playing it a lot safer there. An interesting pistol round for this first go. A lot of money the way of the sky for the side of Crime Wave, but ultimately still it's going to lead to more credits in the pockets for Earthbound off of that victory.
Most definitely. I mean, that in itself is going to give you enough to be playing off of for this round to go and get those Spectres in hand. Give a little bit more of a default, knowing that regardless if a flank comes through or some kind of other plays to work off of. But right up there, front approach once again, moving towards the A site, but trades to come through, actually. Char will find himself two, and Spicy will find himself another. As we set ourselves at a 3-2 in terms of manpower, make that a 3-1 with Interlaced. Little shock dart to come through. The last player's gonna be old Crazy Mojo there in B site, looking to see if anybody's possibly pushing up the middle, but when you got that spike down, they're just gonna hold it out, play it slow, play off the angles, and just kind of get a little bit of a post going through to just hold these angles as long as they can, and just hopefully that spike will eventually go off. But with nothing but a classic in hand, Crazy Mojo's gonna run right in, close out that second round for Earthbound as they go ahead and get to the first round where they can get some actual guns in their hands and possibly some kind of answer to be working with as well.
Yeah, and an answer potentially could be in the form of that nice 4K in that first round is leading to Clay now. Seeker's ready for this Sky player, so that could be a big deal going into this round. The first ultimate to be online, and if it's the first ultimate popped, can get a lot of information for the side of Crime Wave and hopefully get them back on this board and into this game.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I feel like this round, they're not really going to offer that just yet, because when you have that gunfire advantage, sure, you want to play those long angles. You want to go ahead and hold out as much as you can, get the advantage you can work off of, because the Spectre excels in those short to medium range engagements. So go ahead and work off it. But quite honestly, Nada already getting a little bit over antsy and over pushing his boundaries there towards that A connect, because he's already going to be the first one to fall against the likes of Earthbound. So a little bit of a curveball to be working with here off the start, and something you don't really expect. But Crime Wave's still 4 players alive and well, having those rifles in hand, making things look a lot more doable so long as they can read this rotation.
And hopefully they can read it. Seeker's still available, and now we will see, as I say that, Clay gonna go ahead and unleash them, try to get this information, figure out where Earthbound is attempting to attack from. Some information gonna be given towards this mid direction, but a lot of those Seekers taken out, so we won't be able to know exactly where Earthbound are hiding, but at least that is meaning that Clay and the Cypher get to sit in this garage and kind of wait for a potential push onto the C site.
Yeah, most definitely. As you already see him kind of stacking up in that garage, you know the spray is going to come through eventually to follow up with it. You just got to make sure to get that right timing. When we see that smoke come through, it's going to be a little bit of a preemptive camera instead to go ahead and get the intel out. Say, let's get the rotation to come through and just meet him on this C site, because sure, we can get ourselves some kills to go off with it, but you got Marco going off there with the 3K. Looking for a 4 if it runs out of bullets in the mag. You still have a 2v1 ready, Earthbound with the spike in hand. Still kind of on there on the outside, not really too much to do at this stage. 7 seconds left. Just save at this state and just really finesse whatever you can as Cole finishes up, put some salt in the wound. Mayhem looking for a buy in the next round.
And the buy should be good, so not the worst situation to be in on Crime Wave's end here. Finally getting that point to get them on the board here. Gun's gonna be bought up for the side of Earthbound now, though. And looking at still not too close to any ultimates for the side of Earthbound. We're kind of on the precipice of a lot of them, but certainly looking a little bit further. Probably won't be seeing any, barring some crazy plays going into this round, but we do see Marco now off of that 3K of members of Earthbound just lining up in front of him, is going to be able to have that Cosmic Divide ready to go should anything look too worse for wear for the side of Crime Wave.
Yeah, and the setup we already have, a little bit of a default, a little bit of just a standard setup, knowing that the rest of these players that died in the last round, they're going to be looking to go ahead and match that firepower to some extent. So Spectres are going to be the optimal weapon for this case scenario. Holding those off angles on the defense is the best case scenario you can really deal with, but you got to make sure to go ahead and win the round to go ahead and have a little bit more pocket money to deal with in the rear end. But you also need to have the intel and the calls to come through with the rest of these players collapsing on the C side. Finding the first shot is going to be Marco. Crazy Mojo with the second one, a third. But a second just for him. He's going to be looking for Han there on the edge as he gets shot a little a little bit. Not any damage, though, just yet taking. You just want to make sure to have that follow-up from the rest of your team as they're going to be answering. Earthbound now kind of with their backs up against the wall, so long as Mayhem can't find himself to cause a little bit more mayhem on the field.
Certainly trying to cause a little bit of mayhem, certainly waiting for Han to get a little bit further to help out, but Han gonna be taken down, can't help out with this mayhem. Gonna be left alone, does have the spike, so maybe not the worst situation, but in a 1v4, you've got to be a little bit scared. Does know that Mojo is hanging out in this garage, potentially gonna go for a bit of a change of pace, maybe go for this B-side. No, gonna try and commit to this garage, but is gonna be running into two members of Crime Wave. Clay holding that angle, gonna take down Mayhem there, and we're gonna be bringing ourselves nicely to an even spot on this board.
Yeah, so a great little bit of answering there for the likes of old Crime Wave to get right back into it. Get themselves a tie game after we saw a little bit of a rocky start for them, but they seem to be speeding things up once again because as we see it right now, 2 ultimates on the field. Crime Wave's being all defense oriented, so it's a good for their half, and Earthbound having theirs to be a little bit more of a post-plant scenario. So to go ahead and have the Hunter's Fury, it could be shot up a little bit preemptively because that's what we've seen a lot of tonight, quite honestly, oddly enough. But I'm hoping we don't follow suit and we see a little bit more patience when it comes around to these ultimates this time around.
Well, certainly potentially something that could have been used, but not anymore, as Crime Wave losing their Sova makes that a little bit more difficult. Cole now going to try and do their best to hold down this A side. Members of Crime Wave starting to collapse onto this A side, but Earthbound not too far behind. Crazy Mojo still hanging out towards that C site just in case a rotation does come out. I mentioned earlier that I liked the decision to go ahead with something like the Killjoy for the attacking side, but we've kind of not really seen a lot of the utility usage to watch flank, and that could potentially be because Earthbound is one of those teams that likes to go for these rotates kind of early, and that could mean that we're just trying not to dedicate as much Killjoy utility to our flank as possible, with the idea that, oh, if we make a rotate, we don't want it to be there, we'll just wait as long as possible. And it's interesting to see that be the decision as far as utility usage goes for the side of Earthbound, but finally deciding to try and go onto this side, cut off by this cosmic divide. Gonna see if we still decide to commit to this site or if we make a bit of a rotation. Cole knifing at the Astral Wall.
Kind of
playing this little peekaboo across the wall here.
Yeah, I like it myself as well, but with old Crazy Mojo there on the rear end, he was eventually going to make his move and clear out that round in itself, and Crime Wave seemed like they had a pretty good setup for that one to go and get themselves a lead. And after a little bit of a rocky start, like I said, they're picking it up and not only get themselves a tie game, but getting themselves a winning game so far. And I feel like they did a much better job just kind of allocating that cosmic divide, just kind of playing the game fairly slowly, just slowly, just slowing down. I mean, I can't say it enough. Slow. That's what Crime Wave is doing. And Earthbound, I mean, that's really where they were rocky in that last matchup, is because they slowed down the offensive end. They had a really bad end. They had a great start to the second half when they were on this attacking side, but they just couldn't close it out. I feel like their attacks were a little bit static, a little bit too readable, and as time went on, they just really got a lot more indecisive. So we got to see them make a decision and stick to it this time around, especially with 3 ultimates in hand. They need to make a move with them.
Do a need to make a move, hanging out in spawn a lot, kind of waiting, just seeing if we can catch one of the members of Crime Wave as they push up here. Getting a little bit frisky there, but interlaced, checking these corners. Gonna use this owl drone, try to garner some information. Does still have this Hunter's Fury ready. I imagine if we get a little bit of a tag with this owl drone, we will see it come out and try to get some damage before going onto site. The lockdown is good for the attacking side, trying to cover as much of this trying to cover as much of the A side as possible, but also trying to do a little bit of a bait and switch here, making sure that everyone on Crime Wave goes for that rotation towards that A side, and it looks like the plan has worked. Every single member of Crime Wave is on that A side of the map. Every single member of Earthbound is on the C side of the map. The beauty that you can have on Haven with these bait and switches.
Bait and switches, and as we see that, we see Earthbound going right back to the ditches, trying to play a little bit of a World War II attempt right now, just kind of sitting back, playing in the trenches, seeing when they can get a peek off once they hear that defuse go down. But They got to get the rest of these Crime Wave guys onto the site first, because you see the utility coming out. You know the nano swarms there on site, so that's going to stall out a little bit of a late call to say, all right, let me spray the ground after the grenade's already gone off. But it's going to do a little bit of the damage. Do a little bit of a stall as well as you're trying to go ahead and hold out as one pick already comes to a trade to come out from Marco. Han, Interlace, and Tar doing their respective work as well. As the last man sitting in the back is going to be Marco saying, you know what, I do not want my piece and share of this. I'm going to make out safely and just save for the next one.
The bait from the Killjoy lockdown is good for a win in the direction of Earthbound. Finally getting a point back there, getting that bomb down, and then just having a ton of buffering time with a great post-plant setup there, working wonders for the side of Earthbound. But now, without that Killjoy ultimate, without that extra little bit of ability to say, oh, maybe we're going to this site, it might be more difficult for Earthbound to keep up this lead, and it's certainly going to be more difficult because if they lose one more round, their economy certainly will not be looking the prettiest. But Crime Wave, off of those 3 wins in a row, is still looking pretty good. Cole able to pick up that operator and catch the hunter with his bow out.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate circumstance, especially at the start of a round, and knowing that Crazy Mojo is going to be there towards the middle of the map to grab a kill of his own over there towards that C long section. You have yourself a little bit more of a predicament now. You're in a 2v5. You're trying to get onto a site. What the hell do you do, quite honestly? I mean, I don't want to be the Debbie Downer or nothing, but I mean, Spicy to make some work there, do a little bit of a dent into the likes of old Crime Wave, but you're not on the spike. You're looking to go ahead and grab it back up, but you got 2 guys waiting on you, but it doesn't matter as Han grabs both of them for a double. Spicy to grab his respective kill. They completely flipped this on its head.
I've got to put a lot of respect on the teams. It feels like they are both just kind of, it might be a little bit of a loose play, but they're really just kind of limit testing back and forth, continuously going for these kind of greedy flanks, going for some interesting plays. Han not even looking the direction of Garage and allowing Marco to take advantage of that. And okay, pulls out the classic a little bit faster. If you're a Spicy fan, that's got to feel good. Marco thought 7 bullets is enough for me to take this one home, but the spray doesn't connect. And then in a little bit of a classic duel there, does get taken down by Spicy. That 7th round going the way of Earthbound, taking up this lead now. Spicy top of the board, having some spicy plays, far away from a lot of ultimates, save for a Cosmic Divide and a Blade Storm for Earthbound going into this next round.
Yeah, so I mean, this is just a great setup so far for the likes of Earthbound. Had themselves an advantage, had themselves at least some kind of economy working off of as well, and having 2 ultimates as well. I mean, there's just so much that they have really just playing to their favor. The setup's coming through, playing it slow, steady, just kind of, I mean, something we've seen around from them a lot, but I mean, they just got to press the W key somewhere. I mean, you know you're stacked up against Sheriffs. Get a little over antsy with yourself. Just play together, do whatever you can. Sure, you want to fight a little bit more damage before you engage, but you're just allowing more time for somebody to push up the edge of the map. And when you see that jet rotation going towards A, it's not too much of a concern knowing that they're not pushing up just yet. But I mean, quite honestly, I mean, you see Crime Wave in a defense and they don't have that much money. Just push yourself onto a site, get that eco down. There you go, util, and then find yourself onto a site, get a free plan off of, and then put the pressure on them.
Yeah, especially when your opponents are on an eco round, going something like they finally decided to go to the C site, and it just feels like the right decision. When you have these better guns that are better at long range, just go for the long range fight on C. See how easy that was. See how quickly Han able to just 1, 2, 3 take members of Crime Wave down, bring this to a 5-3 in favor of Earthbound. Beautifully done there, but now they can't potentially go for that exact same push onto C, because now with even guns, if you go for that long fight and you lose a gunfight, it's gonna go pretty bad for the side of Earthbound. So we'll see if they decide to change up their play going into this one.
Yeah, things get a lot more trickier now. I mean, Earthbound kind of had a freebie in that last one, but they definitely got to make sure to have a lot more of an aggressive approach if they want to have any kind of attempt here. And they got to make sure to know to check their angles, get a little bit more to work off of I'd say in the beginning, so they have a little bit less to worry about in the end. And quite honestly, that's been a little lackluster now, because with Crazy Mojo in that opener, Crime Wave is getting themselves right back into this with the first opening pick, and that in itself also a little bit to play off of, because with the trades to come out right there in the middle of the map, we see a little bit of contention here in this graph, and some great shots out of Mojo to find a 3-piece. Crime Wave's now sitting in a 2v1, kind of stacked up for this, also knowing the spike is in the middle of the map as well.
Yeah, they don't call him Crazy Mojo for nothing. Certainly crazy there with that push out through mid, holding a very interesting angle, and Crime Wave just kind of being able to take down all members of Earthbound as a result. Again, these seem like they're just very brazen plays over and over again from both sides. And I mean, they've agreed to this best of one. They've had kind of long days for both of them. So I gotta wonder if a part of how brazenly they're playing is just a result of them being like, what the heck? Why not? Let's just go for it. Let's just limit test over and over again. Let's just get into these gunfights, see kind of what fun we can have in this final match of our day.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the best way to go ahead and take it. Have a little bit of fun with it, kind of ease up. Keep the nerves at a minimum right now. Just kind of play the game, feel the flow, and quite honestly, Crime Wave is getting to that state once again. It's really just a back and forth. One team that's like the bow and arrow effect. You pull back a little bit, you fly that much further. And I mean, we just see that going back and forth between these two teams so far. So we got to see a little bit more consistency. We got to see some momentum, I feel like, as well, to really capitalize on, because so far it's been pretty lackluster in that department. We just got to see someone really get to a stance so they can run away with it. And with only 3 rounds remaining now, I feel like it could be a little bit too little too late, but you could always surprise me.
Yeah, we do have, I believe, 3 ultimates ready for the side of Earthbound now. So it could be an interesting situation where you just try to chain together a bunch of ultimates and just kind of run away with a round and lead yourself into an eco round, or a better round as far as guns are concerned, over the enemy team, and just chain wins together to really create a pressuring lead. But this back and forth is going to continue to go as Mayhem baits Crazy Mojo and Clay right into his clutches and takes that easy double headshot, double kill there. 2 members of Crime Wave remain, but Cole's not going down without a fight and gets that revenge onto Mayhem.
Yeah, and this is a great setup for Earthbound to go ahead and get that lead we've been talking about, getting a winning streak, getting some kind of like momentum, not only on the field, but in your wallet to be working with, because you see the defuse trying to come through, the trade to come out. Great setup. You have a lot of player advantage, so go ahead, sacrifice a man to go ahead and get that kill as well, and give yourself that advantage to be working off of, defying yourself a 6th here as we go into the 10th round. 3 ultimates for the side of Crime Wave, and these things better come out pretty quickly, because with only 2 rounds remaining, and with a little bit of a questionable buy in this one, honestly, I feel like we're going to see the Blade Storm come out, but I don't know about the other 2 quite just yet.
Yeah, this is, especially on a round where you have to save, definitely anticipating seeing the Blade Storm coming out from Cole. It's hard when you're in a situation where you're trying to save. It feels almost sometimes so useless to be using those ultimates to create an advantage when you're already so far behind on gun power. So it'll be interesting to see if they do decide to give themselves that little bit of wiggle room with those ultimates, or simply save them for when they have full guns and a little bit more of an even playing field.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one. You just got to go ahead, find yourself a little bit that even playing field to be working off of, because I mean, right now with the Blade Storm already coming through, we kind of guessed that one to be coming out, but you got to have some kind of support with it. You got to have a system behind it, because quite honestly, you can't just have a Jet go all lonesome, get that ace, and really count on it every single time. That's a little bit too much pressure for one man to handle. So you want to go ahead, work off of it, play with your teammates. When you see the Seekers moving in towards this A site, you know there's going to be some players behind it. So the rotation's just going to be called out. You're going to have 3 players on this A site. You're going to have a lot of contention. A Sova drone as well. So the recon coming through, the shots to come out as well, the Blade Storm to go ahead and fall, and the rest of the likes of Crime would be going with it as Earthbound find a free take as they're in a 1v5 scenario for the likes of Marco. Not the best shoes to be sitting in.
Not the best shoes at all. An explosive push onto that A site for the side of Earthbound. Just jet dashes and cloud bursts, really opening up and closing off some of those difficult to peak situations, allowing both Han and this Astra to get a ton off of that push. And now 1v5 situation. Marco stuck between a rock and a hard place, does have the Cosmic Divide, but I think this will be one of those situations where we see Marco kind of keep that one in his back pocket for the next round.
Yeah, most definitely. That's just kind of the right call to go ahead and make. You already have a full stack in terms of everything, which Marco actually not really opting for that. Able to find an exit frag, so not making it flawless by any means, but when you have the momentum now going into your favor of Earthbound, you really don't have too much of a worry about that. The rest of the team has plenty of money to go ahead and buy off for someone as a compromise. And quite honestly, I don't feel like the buy is really needed, because Han with the stack he has so far and the momentum already being in his pocket as well, he's feeling the prices ramp up in his own pocket, so he's not really too concerned about that. He can go ahead and invest there. Quite honestly, for this other round, they're going to be pretty more aggressive as they'd expect so far because, I mean, they've really just been doing a good job of pressing that W key and knowing how to get there.
Knowing how to get there and learning what to do after it. Using that Tasmanian Tiger, trying to get some information, getting some shots, guiding light, misses out on too much. Finally gets a blind there onto Noda, but Noda knows that that is the moment to peek that corner. Double sweet headshot there, but now Han is out for blood.
Oh, most definitely. When you got that blade storm and a two-piece to fall through with it, blood is definitely the name of the game right now for Han. It's Han Solo. Who shot first? Obviously he did, because he's going to find himself one, then he get a second off of it. And now you got to find the rotation. Got to play your cards a little bit more smart, knowing that, I mean, you want to get yourself onto a site, but you don't know where these players are at. You can see the alert coming through, but honestly, these two players over on Crime Wave, they have no concerns. They know they can trade off of each other so long as they just play it slow enough and just get aggressive enough into his face to where you can't really get that reset and get it fast enough to know that you have it to work off of and just keep on clicking at the end of the day. So a right click, I feel like, would be warranted. With the peak at the wrong time, you don't even get the chance with Clay already on site to go ahead and close out that round and close out this half to go along with it.
Yeah, honestly, a great call from Crime Wave to go around that A long area and then go back through sewer back to that A site, assuming that that was where Han was going to end up. Kind of an unlucky time to have to go for that plant. Han, though, that 3K, definitely nothing to shrug off going into this next half. 7-5. Earthbound is leading, but Crime Wave not too far behind, and with a strong attacking side, could certainly still be pushed into their favor.
Yeah, I mean, quite honestly, it's a complete toss-up right now. It's only 7-5, so, I mean, so long as Crime Wave can win these first two rounds, they can tie it up fairly evenly. They're just going to make sure to get a shutdown somewhere, kind of flip the table to some extent into their favor, because, I mean, when you get those rifles out, it's a completely different game. That's where things get a lot more scary. So you want to make sure to get the momentum and kind of roll with it as long as you can, because on attack, you just got to press this W key, quite honestly. And we can see them doing that right onto the B side, able to go ahead and get a trade to be working off of. Charlie on the outside to go ahead and win his own little gunfight. I expected it out of the man, and the rest of Earthbound really just collapsing, winning these fights, and find themselves another one to work with, getting an 8 in a pretty swift fashion, I would say. So that in itself, I mean, we talked about momentum. That's one heck of a way to start a half.
One heck of a way to start a half indeed. Not normally do you see that kind of early push onto B site. It's one of those sites that's really hard to defend, and especially on those pistol rounds where getting up close and personal with those right clicks can really spell disaster. It makes it for an interesting first push, but it does go to the way of Earthbound here. But now being able to buy up some of these a little bit of better guns, some marshals on some of these longer angles, as well as some judges on the shorter ones, hopefully will make it shore up for the side of Earthbound on this defensive half.
Yeah, so I mean, everything kind of coming out. You know, you got the buys, you know, you got the pressure on you if you're the likes of Crime Wave right now with these bigger guns stacked up against you. You're already in a deficit in terms of rounds and in men, as Spicy finds that first pick, able to go ahead and create a little bit more initiative towards that B side, but that's not the move at the end of the day. You're not going to see the move in there just yet, because when you get that shutdown, you're going to say, all right, let's go ahead and find a different option to be working with. But with all the team being held hostage in the middle of the map, you got to make a move. You got to make it quick before the aggression comes around to counter you in the rear. So as we see a little bit of an issue towards the C site, you got to push onto it, or you got to rotate right now, because with 50 seconds left on the clock, you got to make your decision quick. Otherwise, you're not left with a plan B.
Yeah, I gotta love how Han kind of made that one shot with the judge towards that double door, and then everyone was like, maybe we don't go this way. But now walking into Crown with, or Mayhem with this Marshall, gotta be a little bit difficult as well. Got to get one of those early frags, and then Han kind of gets to shore the rest of it up with that judge and sheriff in hand. A nice little 3K there, and Earthbound take another one on this defensive side, one away from double digits going into this round. Looking pretty strong, but no ultimates too close to being usable just yet. Gonna see some full buys for the side of Crime Wave here, and this is a round that they should be able to get to turn up back into their favor.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one place where they have to do that. Otherwise, I mean, I said their backs are up against the wall, but I mean, that's just where the rocks start to pile up and the pressure starts to really just kind of crush you from both ends, because at that stage, not only do you have economy set up against you, you have Earthbound players picking up those rifles to be playing with in their own fingers. They don't have to buy for the next round. There's just so many factors there that just really make things that much harder. So Crime Wave, this is a necessity for them, because I mean, the countdown starts at that point where you go to 3, 2, 1, game over. So this is that stage where you want to go ahead and stop that initiative. You want to stop that countdown. You want to stop that bomb from even really going off initially, to where you don't even have to worry about defusing it. So long as you can just find this one, get the momentum going in a direction where your team can really start to feel the impact of that, is something that you really need to just put a lot of just emphasis on right now. So if we're talking about emphasis, we see it all going towards that C site, and really nobody on Earthbound is prepared for it.
Nobody on Earthbound is prepared, and nobody even there. We do see Mayhem kind of pushed off of the site, gonna go ahead and just move back, wait for the rest of the team to regroup, and then go for a retake. But even still, we're seeing a very interesting flank from Crime Wave's Cypher here behind enemy lines in spawn. Gonna see if Crazy Mojo is able to get any lucky kills off of this kind of long con flank here.
Yeah, that long flank could really do a lot of work for him, because I mean, finding these alternative angles, that's the best way to play the game if you're really going to turn the tide of around. And quite honestly, it's working out for him, but not enough to really warrant themselves around, as we see Crime Wave coming out on top. 3 players still alive. Not really a plant to really be kind of concerned about, but at the end of the day, so long as you just win, keep those rifles in hand, have some pocket money in the rear end to be working with, and make sure your teammates can have some follow-through to be playing with. Earthbound now kind of in their own situation where it's saying if they don't win this one, they're still not going to have too much of a buy in the next round, giving Crime Wave another free one to be playing with.
And going into this one, we do see that Spicy on this defensive side does have the Seekers ready, so being able to get information off of that, should we start to be at a little bit of a stall point, will be a nice little thing to keep ready and available. Shots through those double doors, trying to get some early damage on any one of the agents for the side of Earthbound. But first person to actually take a lot of damage will be Crazy Mojo here, but thankfully Clay with this heal able to do a little bit of topping off there, make sure that Crazy Mojo's not too worse for wear going into this A push.
Yeah, so an A push looking like the move, but is it going to be enough? Because you see, still 5v4, so things are kind of up in the air. When you see Hans set up on this site, the man of the hour kind of able to possibly put in the work again, so long as he can find this first frag onto the Blade Storm, because Clay's going to be putting work in on the side for darn sure. We're going to see Han grab that double, evening out the odds, making things look a lot more doable, and Mojo on this flank finding one of his own. So making things really just turn on their head for the likes of Crime Wave to be playing with, as they find themselves an A side to be working on as well.
And now we see Clay holding this big cabbage in hand, swaps it out for a bird, decides to go with the blind instead of the Seekers, now that only one member of Earthbound is left, trying to see if Clay and Crazy Mojo can stave off. Ooh!
Okay.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and use that Seeker now in a 1v1 situation, trying to make sure that this bomb does get to go off and not go poorly for the side of Crime Wave. They need to try and take this one down, and Clay is able to make it, making sure that that bomb is gonna go off here and bringing 7 points against Earthbound's 9.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the game, once you get that spike down, kind of get that strafe flowing, you just want to check it every now and then. I'd say about every 3 seconds, just make sure you can hold it out. Get the shots off, because worst case scenario, I mean, they get it to half. But if it's a 1v1, make sure you just get that kill, and it doesn't matter how close it is. You don't have anybody else to follow through with it. So that's the name of the game, and that's the name of getting another round over for the side of Crime Wave to get right back into the fray. Because, I mean, they've kind of had themselves a rough come up here. I mean, they've had themselves a second half to be playing off of. It's come a little bit late, but the first kill of this round's come pretty early, with Nada grabbing one and Nojo as well. Some pretty quick flicks here for the start of this one.
Yeah, Earthbound gonna go ahead and play that offensive defense strategy here on a save round, trying to just maybe catch some of the members of Crime Wave a little off guard by being really aggressive and trying to just capitalize on this situation by that. But Char is gonna run into both Noda and Crazy Mojo trying to come from behind here. Marco, though, finding a nice kill there on to Han, taking down members of Earthbound, making sure that the defense is not able to make sure that this bomb gets defused.
Last player standing.
Yeah, so that's definitely something you don't want to have, but it's something they're not going to have to worry about because, I mean, with Crime Wave already opening out the round as quickly as they closed it in a flawless fashion at that, they're making the tie game not only look easy, but also making it look a lot more doable for them with so much more pocket money to be playing with. Seeing that the flawless, that's going to be a big initiative just going forward. Seeing that you haven't had to invest anything, you only had to buy armor, compared to having to buy an entire weapon plus the armor plus that utility. There's just so much more stacked with them right now, and a lot of safety nets to be falling through. But the only safety net they don't have just yet is that round advantage, because they're still trying to play a little bit of a game of catch up right now, and Earthbound still has the chance to go ahead and shut it down here as long as they can just win this round.
If they can win this round, they will bring it to even, as you mentioned. Gonna go ahead and kind of play this maybe not slowly, but not super passively either, trying to make a ton of noise towards this garage site and making sure that Earthbound kind of know that they're coming in. At least Cole's making sure of that, fighting off this door as much as he can.
Well, we're fighting doors, but we're also fighting for the grand finals right now, because it's the best of one. You have no kinds of breathing room right now. We're coming to a conclusion to some extent. I mean, things are really getting close to the end right now, and with this being only a best of one, that's why the pressure makes that much more sense. I mean, that's why we had to put so much more emphasis on it this time around, because there is no second chance. There is no follow-up. There is no series. It's just this map alone. So every single decision matters, especially when you're trying to go ahead and plant under a defender killjoy. That's a little bit of a risky move. You might get detained, and at the end of the day, that you will. But with you're already so back and so far behind your enemy lines, you're not really too stressed about it unless you have Cole right up there being in the fray, taking those hits for you, taking the kills as well, and dwindling down the numbers, making the round that much easier with the follow-through. It's the 1v2 for the likes of Mayhem. The other two players are out there on the outside towards that A-long. The turret's going to pick up things very late. So the stationary is not going to be the best spot to be working with, but it's enough for Crime Wave to catch up.
Yeah, I believe actually the reason that turret maybe didn't notice them as soon as Mayhem maybe intended is because a cloudburst was hiding both of them. So a great job from Cole there. I mean, picked up the 3K that made it that much easier for them in that round, but certainly just having that ability to maybe kind of lure Mayhem into this false sense of security there works beautifully for the side of Crime Wave, and they do bring us to an even game. 9-9 now, both on the precipice of double digits, and still anyone's game.
And knowing that this was kind of looking like Earthbound's earlier. I mean, they were sitting at 7-5. They've only grabbed 2 in this entire half. Meanwhile, Crime Wave just going off, having 4 in a row now, and not stopping by any means, because Nada's going to find the first of this one. So that's going to be a little bit more of an advantage to play with. You know that you already had the Asher shut down, so that's the only ultimate Earthbound had to work with. So that's not going to be a retake. That's not going to be any help whatsoever. But if we're talking about ultimates and how much it helps, it doesn't matter when you see the shots to come through there on the outside towards that C area, because it's now a 3v3. A lot of contention going on towards this garage. Shots coming through, but Mojo coming out on top right there. The 2v1 becomes a 2v0 very quickly as the Thrifty comes out and Earthbound comes out on top.
Absolutely fantastic there from Earthbound, playing those close angles, trying to just go for those 1v1s, and those 1v1s really stack up until they were just in that 2v2 situation and in a better place to come at the side of Crime Wave. But luckily for Crime Wave, not too bad of a loss after those 4 victories. The economy is still sitting strong, still looking pretty, gonna be able to continue to buy up full guns. But now the thing we have to talk about is Han picking up this operator on this defense side.
Yeah. That's gonna be massive advocate for a win if they can pull it out, because knowing how much it costs, you got to make sure to cut your dividends, and Han already cutting off one of those with Mojo being the first one to fall on this one. and making sure to have an advantage and making sure to double down with it and capitalize on that. Because I mean, as I said, it's a $4,700 gun. You got to make the most of it. You got to get at least 3 kills, I would say, and try and keep it in the game for 2 rounds to go ahead and I'd say even it out to some extent. That's a lot of pressure, knowing you just spent that kind of money. You made an investment this late into the game. I mean, sure, you get the double digits, but good God, it's not the end of the game yet. It's not match point. You can't cash in just like that. But looking at the way he started at that round, Han, if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be him.
Certainly, Han, definitely a member of Mix Economy course, holds classes every Wednesday here on the Pit of Valor. And now the rest of the team trying to see if we can make the money go as far as Han has so far with that operator. Crime Wave kind of forced in this attacking side to continue to play it slow as a result of losing that Cypher so early as well. But Cole trying to get some little bit of lurky trades back into the favor of Crime Wave now with an aggressive push in this mid. Is going to run into 2 of them, is going to lose that gunfight and give the side of Earthbound a little bit more of an advantage, but 2v1 and now as Crime Wave trying to just continue to fight back. The bomb is down and it is left just to Char and Mayhem to really try to shore this up, but with Char down, Mayhem is in a rough situation and worse for wear. That health bar in the yellow. Little turret trying to keep him in there.
Health bar in the yellow, but Spiky's on the red. It's only counting down. Knowing you got to be on this retake, knowing you only have 10 health, you got to go ahead and attempt it at this point. There's just not enough to lose, but Clay's making sure they don't lose this one. Crime Wave tying it right back up to a 10-10. Not out of it just yet, but I mean, honestly, they really just are looking for rounds at this point. You look at the economy of all these guys, except for Crazy Mojo, of course, having 1 less 0 than the rest of his team. It's not that big a deal, quite honestly. I mean, you sit there and see the rest of the squad. If they lose a round, they still have a bye. Crazy Mojo, he still has one, at least in this round. And the next one, he says, so long as I just play back, do my Cypher duties, I can sit there and just pick one off of these picks. And quite honestly, with the setup from the side of old Earthbound right now, it's looking a lot more doable to where he may not even need one in this round if he could have picked up when you see that 2-to-3 ratio in terms of not having the weaponry. Because with the great little opener, Spicy to go ahead and get the trade out, and Char there as well, you see it being a little more even than we bargained for. As Crime Wave is actually be down a man right now. Han going off towards the middle of the map, looking for a rotation, trying to play that lurk game again, looking for more prey to be working off of.
Yeah, that was a little rough there. Noda pulled out the owl drone, and then immediately Crazy Mojo got shot in the back of the head, and he had to go, oh, maybe I don't want to be in owl drone right now. I don't want to be the next to fall, but it is in the right place, just not crosshair placed correctly. Han getting a little bit of a jump there as Marco, now the only member for this attacking side, still has to get the bomb down and is walking into Spicy.
And that's one of those 2 players that does have that rifle in hand. So that's an even matchup, but only issue is Spicy's just a little bit better. So it's not as even as you expected. And the rounds aren't even anymore either, as Earthbound find themselves a thrifty to come out on top. So as things kind of being as shaky as they were looking for the likes of Earthbound, still finding a way to manage these rounds. And I'm not quite sure what it is today. I mean, there's been so many rounds. I don't know if it's just been cast or cursed, or if these players are just that much better with sheriffs today. Because I mean, there's been so many rounds where we're like, okay, obviously it's going to go in the favor of such and such. There's just too much stacked up for them. Then you just see a turnaround. Quite honestly, I think this should be a Wild West, and everybody should just play sheriffs the rest of the game to make it look more even.
Yeah, we got him to agree to play just a best of 1 instead of a best of 3, so we might as well get him to agree to use only sheriffs, but it'll be hard to pull these jets away from these blades, trying to get that little bit of an off angle, maybe find a lucky pick, but unfortunately, Cole not able to find that there. Mojo trying to get a little bit of information with that camera, unable to find anything, as we take a nice little leg shot there for Han, but getting to be healed up there nice and easy.
Yeah, so heal's going to be great there in the back lines. Give yourself a little bit more of a double down, or at least a second attempt is what you're hoping for right now. And a second win is exactly what Crime Wave needs. Being on the offensive right now, having that blade storm in hand, you want to make sure to get the initiative. You want to make sure to get onto a site and do it fast at that. So you can go ahead and grab as many picks as possible, catch them without their guard down. And quite honestly, it's not going to be the case, because with Mayhem and Char already on the site, find themselves 2 picks. You're already sitting in a 5v3. The spike is held hostage on the site, so they know exactly where it's sitting. They're just trying to go ahead and play a rescue mission now, because Marco and crew, not trying to save Private Ryan, but trying to save the Spike right now as they're fighting the rest of the squad, making their way through and actually doing their due diligence as they find themselves 2 picks, even it up to some extent. But Interlay staying out here saying it's not over just yet. I got to go ahead and find a kill of my own to go ahead and get some piece of the action.
Honestly, a beautiful Astra ult, able to really even that up for the side of Crime Wave there. And then that final kill that Noda is finding onto Han, while Crazy Mojo goes for that bait plant. Chef's kiss to bring us to an even game for the side of Crime Wave. You're right. Every time we think it's going to go the direction of one of these teams that maybe seems like they're at a disadvantage, they just kind of make us eat our words. Cast occurs back and forth for both of these teams, and it's showing in the score 11-11.
And that's really not good for just Cole to go ahead and fall. You don't have the follow-up to where you can go ahead and grab that operator, because I mean, in that last round he went ahead and invested on that on the offensive end, albeit. So that's not only risky on the defensive end, but when you're the one peeking out, when you're the one who's putting yourself at that disadvantage, that's a lot more concerning. So we see the rotations coming through. We see the initiative going towards the seaside. A little bit of a Trojan horse to the middle of the map out of that Sky player, but it's not enough to distract anybody just yet, because with the Seekers coming through and Spicy falling, this gives a free plant over to the likes of Crime Wave. Only issue is that shut down there towards the middle of the map, posing a lingering threat.
Yeah, Spicy maybe playing that a little bit too aggressively there. Maybe should have just kind of given up the site, waited for the rest of Earthbound to make that rotation, but kind of went for a little bit of a hero play that maybe didn't go his way. Now Earthbound finally on the site. All of Crime Wave playing extremely far back. We can see 2 now going in through Garage, but are running into some Killjoy utility. But now that Mayhem is down, that is not a worry. 1 member left, it's Han, but Cole aggressively going for some classic shots. Will get shot down by that Phantom, but Crazy Mojo there to aggressively back him up. The first people to go towards match point will be Crime Wave.
And that's, I feel like, was just really free for Crime Wave, honestly. When you give up that C site, you let them go ahead and get right back over to C long, and you threw the shutdown onto the field. You know they're going to run back right back to long. They're not going to push up. You had players at spawn, you have players in garage. You're not concerned about that. You know they're going to make the rotate. Sure, you want to go ahead and play for exits, but why would they rotate closer to you? They're going to go for the safe avenue and just play the long game, but that's not going to be the case this time around. They're going to go ahead and turn themselves right back around. As we see a little bit of a sniff and butt scenario there, a little bit of a dog park in A short, but it doesn't matter. We're going to go ahead and keep on moving right back to A. We saw nobody but a dog, so there's a Sky nearby, but what are the other players sticking around? It's Spicy and Interlace. They're going to find themselves 2 kills. Clay's going to go ahead and get a trade. It's now a 3v4. Spike's still not down. This is either overtime or this is the game over, and Nada wants to make sure the game ends.
Oh, Nada wants to make sure that we get onto site and it goes down for Crime Wave, but still a corner being held here. 3v3 situation, and all agents are a lot closer than I think Crime Wave anticipates them being.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite with you there. Getting this spike down, this is the move you want. You now have it set up for long. You have it there in a corner, and you go ahead and just really bide out your time now. This is a stage where you go ahead and get those guiding lights out, really just sit there and play the long game. But having 3 players in hell may not be the move, but it doesn't seem to matter with the trade to come through. Marco to find himself another one as well. 2v1 now. Earthbound, we see Char trying to go ahead and save the game, otherwise it's over. Finds the first one, doesn't get the second. Nada closes it out. He's the man who started it on site, and he's the man to end the game as well, as Crime Wave leads it out. Finally, the first streak we saw really in that half towards the end is going to go into the favor of Crime Wave at a 13-11 score line.
Wow, and absolutely beautiful as far as we can go in that game without going to overtime. Beautifully done. Yeah. And fantastic back and forth from both of our teams here. Ultimately, Crime Wave, congratulations on your crown in this week's Pit of Valor. Fantastic play throughout this day. Absolutely beautiful. And I mean, we decided that that was going to be a best of 1, so that is it. Crime Wave do, in fact, take the tournament down.
Yeah, so I mean, an impressive showing for them. And even though we didn't get to a best of 3, because usually this would be like, all right, well, we'll throw it to a short little break and then be right back with y'all. that was it. So, I mean, quite honestly, I feel like even though it was a best of one, it almost felt like a best of three because you could feel the pressure. I mean, quite honestly, we could ignore the fact that there was, 2 theoretical maps before this because that's what it dwindled down to with how close it was, how back and forth, and how kind of a runaway crime wave had in that second half. It's really concerning to see for the other side because, I mean, I already mentioned in the last game, I sat there and was kind of like, these guys need to step it together. And especially going right back to Haven, where it felt like their win was a little lackluster, it was kind of a risky move. And right there, once you get to the finish line, it really just comes down to who can reach out their hand the quickest and really just reach out for that ribbon. And we just saw Crime Wave do a much quicker job of that and much more efficiently. I feel like there's a little bit of slip ups here and there, and it doesn't matter in the big scheme of things over the entirety of the match. But once you get to that double digit checkpoint, that little tick down bomber time that you have at the 3-2-1, it's you can't go ahead and have those once again. I mean, that C push and that free sight they had, and then the rotation out of it. I mean, that entire round, like it could have been a flawless if we just didn't see old Han just pushing in for the heck of it. So as we do see Spicy having the old top of the leaderboard there, but still on the losing side, as the rest of his team is kind of falling behind. Interlace being at the bottom with 10 and 16. So I mean, you can get a lot of utility, but you got to get some kills to follow through with it. But Sky's absolutely running it tonight. Not as much as an impact from the Astros, but still nonetheless, Han being the better jet and having still, I feel like subpar performance for, them having 11-13. So sucks, but I mean, if you have any other thoughts, I'd love to hear.
I kind of want to highlight actually how spread out this kill feed was and how we normally, if I go to like the desk after, I'm like very ready. Like I know which player I want to highlight. I know who I thought was the MVP. And this match, I actually wasn't ready to come into this and be like, wow, somebody played out of their mind. They just killed it over and over again. They were finding the frags. The kill spread among both of those teams was all pretty even. Like, sure, there's like a top and a bottom, but there's always going to be a top and the bottom of the leaderboard, regardless of what you do. As far as a game of Valorant is concerned, and especially a grand finals at that, the spread very even between our teams. And at a 13-11, that's kind of what you want to see. That's what you want to expect. So a beautiful, hard fought match by both of our teams here. Yeah.
So with that being said, we will find ourselves at a conclusion for the night. As I clear up my voice. I told y'all that burrito was going to fight me eventually. But with that being said, though, that will conclude our number 66 here tonight. But I just want to make sure before we go ahead and close it out to remind y'all not only about the GLG gaming facility coming up here soon. You can type in !GLG land in the chat to go ahead and get all your information about that for all the furniture that came through, all the renders and such, to go ahead and have all the information for that. And go ahead and make that decision of whether or not you want to help fund us by getting yourself an Instalock old membership out there. Go ahead and get yourself as much time to play right there, 22 Stories in the Sky for only $100 over 3 months. That'll go ahead and help fund all that stuff out there, help fund us over here. And if you can't go ahead and invest $100, that's totally fine. I understand, there's bills to pay and stuff, but you've already watched Arcane, I'm sure, so you can sacrifice that $10 for Netflix next month and sit there and go ahead and invest it right into a GLG Country Club membership to where you can get priority seating into every tournament and event we have and give your entire team that for just that one price. So one man takes the hit, the rest of the guys can share the Netflix account and you're good to go. So with that being said, though, do you have any closing remarks, Becky?
Nah, I mean, it was another great Pit of Valor, and we'll be here same time, same place next week, and y'all better be ready. It's going to be 67, and we've got a sponsor next week. We're going to be naming an MVP and giving out an extra little prize for that. So if you thought this week was exciting and a really good back and forth, wait until you see next week.
You've heard it here, folks. Join us back here Wednesday. We're going to throw it to a little bit of a break of a week. So don't worry, we'll be right back.
That's a little bit of a break.
Yeah, just a little bit. Honestly, it'll be there during Thanksgiving break. So breaks all over the place. Regardless, we'll break it up here, and we'll get right back to y'all next week. We'll catch y'all soon. Good night.
Let's down XC, but it's not able to get this lockdown destroyed for the rest. The ability to get onto the site. Oh my god! Oh my god!
What just happened? He could barely take out the lockdown, but then he does that?
What? It's okay. Blackdown a lot harder to hit than 2 agents apparently. Think Dens get the defuse here, actually taking their time. But Cheesy Ace did take a moment and push the spike out, let Dens know. So interesting that we're giving that ult point to Dens. Joms also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Destin and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remember. Able to get 4 kills before falling to Mikey.
Answer this when you really could have just rushed down B. Never run to Chicago, but it doesn't really seem to matter what the Lights got to shot on right now.
Oh!
Clutch.
Oh no!
Defenders win.
And just like that, swings close.
Which path will you embrace, I wonder?